Beyond the Bayou by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Beth Blackburn. Beyond the Bayou by Kate Chopin. The bayou curved like a crescent around the point of land on which Lafalle's cabin stood. Between the stream and the hut lay a big abandoned field, where cattle were pastured when the bayou supplied them with water enough. Through the woods that spread back into unknown regions, the woman had drawn an imaginary line, and past this circle she never stepped. This was the form of her only mania. She was now a large, gaunt black woman, past 35. Her real name was Jacqueline, but everyone on the plantation called her Lafalle, because in childhood she had been frightened literally out of her senses, and had never wholly regained them. It was when there had been skirmishing and sharpshooting all day in the woods. Evening was near when Petite Maître, black with powder and crimson with blood, had staggered into the cabin of Jacqueline's mother, his pursuers close at his heels. The sight had stunned her childish reason. She dwelt alone in her solitary cabin, for the rest of the quarters had long since been removed beyond her sight and knowledge. She had more physical strength than most men, and made her patch of cotton and corn and tobacco like the best of them. But the world beyond the bayou she had long known nothing, save what her morbid fancy conceived. People at Bellicene had grown used to her and her way, and they thought nothing of it. Even when old Miss died, they did not wonder that Lafalle had not crossed the bayou, but had stood upon her side of it, wailing and lamenting. Petite Maître was now the owner of Bellicene. He was a middle-aged man, with a family of beautiful daughters about him, and a little son whom Lafalle loved as if he had been her own. She called him Chéri, and so did everyone because she did. None of the girls had ever been to her what Chéri was. They had each and all loved to be with her, and to listen to her wondrous stories of things that always happened yonder beyond the bayou. But none of them had stroked her black hand quite as Chéri did, nor rested their heads against her knee so confidingly, nor fallen asleep in her arms as he used to do. For Chéri hardly did such things now, since he had become the proud possessor of a gun, and had had his black curls cut off. That summer, the summer Chéri gave Lafalle 2 black curls tied with a knot of red ribbon, the water ran so low in the bayou that even the little children at Bellicene were able to cross it on foot, and the cattle were sent to pasture down by the river. Lafalle was sorry when they were gone, for she loved these dumb companions well, and liked to feel that they were there, and to hear them browsing by night up to her own enclosure. It was Sunday afternoon, when the fields were deserted. The men had flocked to a neighboring village to do their week's trading, and the women were occupied with household affairs. Lafalle did as well as the others. It was then she mended and washed her handful of clothes, scoured her house, and did her baking. In this last employment she never forgot Chéri. Today she had fashioned croquignoles of the most fantastic and alluring shapes for him. So when she saw the boy come trudging across the old field with his gleaming little new rifle on his shoulder, she called out gaily to him, "Chéri, Chéri!" But Chéri did not need the summons, for he was coming straight to her. His pockets all bulged out with almonds and raisins and an orange that he had secured for her from the very fine dinner which he had been given that day, up at his father's house. He was a sunny-faced youngster of 10. When he had emptied his pockets, Lafalle patted his round cheek, wiped his soiled hands on her apron, and smoothed his hair. Then she watched him as, with his cakes in his hand, he crossed her strip of cotton back of the cabin, and disappeared into the wood. He had boasted of the things he was going to do with his gun out there. "You think they got plenty deer in the wood, Lafalle?" he had inquired, with the calculating air of an experienced hunter. "No, no," the woman laughed. "Don't you look for no deer, Chéri. That's too big. But you bring Lafalle one good fat squirrel for her dinner tomorrow, and she goin' be satisfied." "One squirrel ain't a bite. I'll bring you more'n one, Lafalle," he had boasted pompously as he went away. When the woman, an hour later, heard the report of the boy's rifle close to the wood's edge, she would have thought nothing of it if a sharp cry of distress had not followed the sound. She withdrew her arms from the tub of suds in which they had been plunged, dried them upon her apron, and as quickly as her trembling limbs would bear her, hurried to the spot whence the ominous report had come. It was as she feared. There she found Sherry stretched upon the ground, with his rifle beside him. He moaned piteously, "I'm dead, Lafall! I'm dead! I'm gone!" "Non, non!" she exclaimed resolutely, as she knelt beside him. "Put your arm round Lafall's neck, Sherry. That's nothin'. That's goin' to be nothin'." She lifted him in her powerful arms. Sherry had carried his gun muzzle downward. He had stumbled. He did not know how. He only knew that he had a ball lodged somewhere in his leg, and he thought that his end was at hand. Now, with his head upon the woman's shoulder, he moaned and wept with pain and fright. "Oh, Lafall, Lafall, it hurts so bad! I can't stand it, Lafall! Don't cry, mon babe, mon chéri." The woman spoke soothingly as she covered the ground with long strides. "Lafall gon' mind you. Doctor Bonfils gon' come and make mon chéri well again." She had reached the abandoned field. As she crossed it with her precious burden, she looked constantly and restlessly from side to side. A terrible fear was upon her, the fear of the world beyond the bayou, the morbid and insane dread she had been under since childhood. When she was at the bayou's edge she stood there, and shouted for help as if a life depended on it. "Oh, petite mette! Petite mette! Venez donc! Au secours! Au secours!" No voice responded. Sherry's hot tears were scalding her neck. She called for each and every one upon the place, and still no answer came. She shouted, she wailed, but whether her voice remained unheard or unheeded, no reply came to her frenzied cries, and all the while Sherry moaned and wept and entreated to be taken home to his mother. Lafall gave a last despairing look around her. Extreme terror was upon her. She clasped the child close against her breast, where he could feel her heart beat like a muffled hammer. Then, shutting her eyes, she ran suddenly down the shallow bank of the bayou, and never stopped till she had climbed the opposite shore. She stood there quivering an instant, as she opened her eyes. Then she plunged into the footpath through the trees. She spoke no more to Sherry, but muttered constantly, "Bon Dieu, ayez pitié Lafall. Bon Dieu, ayez pitié moi." Instinct seemed to guide her. When the pathway spread clear and smooth enough before her, she again closed her eyes tightly against the sight of that unknown and terrifying world. A child, playing in some weeds, caught sight of her as she neared the quarters. The little one uttered a cry of dismay. "Lafall!" she screamed, in her piercing treble. "Lafall done crossed the byre!" Quickly the cry passed down the line of cabins. "Yonda, Lafall done crossed the bayou!" Children, old men, old women, young ones with infants in their arms, flocked to doors and windows to see this awe-inspiring spectacle. Most of them shuddered with superstitious dread of what might portend. "She totin' Sherry!" some of them shouted. Some of the more daring gathered about her, and followed at her heels, only to fall back with new terror when she turned her distorted face upon them. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the saliva had gathered in a white foam on her black lips. Someone had run ahead of her to where Petite Mette sat with his family and guests upon the gallery. "Petite Mette! Lafall done crossed de bayou! Look her yonda totin' Sherry!" This startling intimation was the first which they had of the woman's approach. She was now near at hand. She walked with long strides. Her eyes were fixed desperately before her, and she breathed heavily as a tired fox. At the foot of the stairway, which she could not have mounted, she laid the boy in his father's arms. Then the world that had looked red to Lafall suddenly turned black, like that day she had seen powder and blood. She reeled for an instant. Before a sustaining arm could reach her, she fell heavily to the ground. When Lafall regained consciousness, she was at home again, in her own cabin and upon her own bed. The moon rays, streaming in through the open door and windows, gave what light was needed to the old black mammy, who stood at a table concocting a tisane of fragrant herbs. It was very late. Others who had come, and found that the stupor clung to her, had gone again. Petit Maître had been there, and with him Dr. Bonfils, who said that Lafall might die. But death had passed her by. The voice was very clear and steady with which she spoke to Tante Lisette, brewing her tisane there in the corner. "If you will give me one good drink tisane, Tante Lisette, I believe I'm going to sleep, me." And she did sleep, so soundly, so healthfully, that old Lisette without compunction stole softly away, to creep back through the moonlit fields to her own cabin in the new quarters. The first touch of the cool grey morning awoke Lafall. She arose calmly, as if no tempest had shaken and threatened her existence but yesterday. She donned her new blue cottonade and white apron, for she remembered that this was Sunday. When she had made herself a cup of strong black coffee, and drunk it with relish, she quitted the cabin, and walked across the old familiar field to the bayou's edge again. She did not stop there as she had always done before, but crossed with a long steady stride, as if she had done this all her life. But when she made her way through the brush and scrub cottonwood trees that lined the opposite bank, she found herself upon the border of a field where the white bursting cotton, with the dew upon it, gleamed for acres and acres like frosted silver in the early dawn. Lafall drew a long, deep breath as she gazed across the country. She walked slowly and uncertainly, like one who hardly knows how, looking about her as she went. The cabins, that yesterday had sent a clamor of voices to pursue her, were quiet now. No one was yet astir at Bélissen. Only the birds that darted here and there from hedges were awake, and singing their matins. When Lafall came to the broad stretch of velvety lawn that surrounded the house, she moved slowly with delight over the springy turf that was delicious beneath her tread. She stopped to find whence came those perfumes that were assailing her senses with memories from a time far gone. There they were, stealing up to her from the thousand blue violets that peeped out from green, luxuriant beds. There they were, showering down from the big waxen bells of the magnolias far above her head, and from the jessamine clumps around her. There were roses, too, without number. To right and left palms spread in broad and graceful curves. It all looked like enchantment beneath the sparkling sheen of dew. When Lafall had slowly and cautiously mounted the many steps that led up to the veranda, she turned to look back at the perilous ascent she had made. Then she caught sight of the river, bending like a silver bow at the foot of Bélissen. Exultation possessed her soul. Lafall rapped softly on a door near at hand. Chéri's mother soon cautiously opened it. Quickly and cleverly she dissembled the astonishment she felt at seeing Lafall. "Ah, Lafall, is it you so early?" "Oui, madame. I come ax how my po' li'l Chéri do this mornin'." "He is feeling easier, thank you, Lafall. Dr. Bonfils says it will be nothing serious. He's sleeping now. Will you come back when he awakes?" "No, madame. I'm goin' wait hyeh till Chéri wake up." Lafall seated herself upon the topmost step of the veranda. A look of wonder and deep content crept into her face as she watched for the first time the sun rise upon the new, the beautiful world beyond the bayou. End of Beyond the Bayou by Kate Chopin. Recorded by Mary Beth Blackburn at goldawardadventures.blogspot.com.
By Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A subdued tone of conversation and the absence of cigar smoke and boot heels at the windows of the Wingdam stagecoach made it evident that one of the inside passengers was a woman. A disposition on the part of the loungers at the stations to congregate before the window, and some concern in regard to the appearance of coats, hats, and collars further indicated that she was lovely. All of which Mr. Jack Hamlin, on the box seat, noted with the smile of cynical philosophy. Not that he depreciated the sex, but that he recognized therein a deceitful element, the pursuit of which sometimes drew mankind away from the equally uncertain blandishments of poker, of which it may be remarked that Mr. Hamlin was a professional exponent. So that when he placed his narrow boot on the wheel and leaped down, he did not even glance at the window from which a green veil was fluttering, but lounged up and down with that listless and grave indifference of his class, which was, perhaps, the next thing to good breeding. With his closely buttoned figure and self-contained air, he was a marked contrast to the other passengers, with their feverish restlessness and boisterous emotion. And even Bill Masters, a graduate of Harvard, with his slovenly dress, his overflowing vitality, his intense appreciation of lawlessness and barbarism, and his mouth filled with crackers and cheese, I fear, cut but an unromantic figure beside this lonely calculator of chances, with his pale Greek face and Homeric gravity. The driver called, "All aboard!" and Mr. Hamlin returned to the coach. His foot was upon the wheel, and his face raised to the level of the open window, when, at the same moment, what appeared to him to be the finest eyes in the world suddenly met his. He quietly dropped down again, addressed a few words to one of the inside passengers, effected an exchange of seats, and as quietly took his place inside. Mr. Hamlin never allowed his philosophy to interfere with decisive and prompt action. I fear that this irruption of Jack cast some restraint upon the other passengers, particularly those who were making themselves most agreeable to the lady. One of them leaned forward, and apparently conveyed to her information regarding Mr. Hamlin's profession in a single epithet. Whether Mr. Hamlin heard it, or whether he recognized in the informant a distinguished jurist from whom, but a few evenings before, he had won several $1,000s, I cannot say. His colorless face betrayed no sign. His black eyes, quietly observant, glanced indifferently past the legal gentleman, and rested on the much more pleasing features of his neighbor. An Indian stoicism, said to be an inheritance from his maternal ancestor, stood him in good service until the rolling wheels rattled upon the river gravel at Scott's Ferry, and the stage drew up at the International Hotel for dinner. The legal gentleman and a member of Congress leaped out, and stood ready to assist the descending goddess, while Colonel Starbottle, of Siskiyou, took charge of her parasol and shawl. In this multiplicity of attention there was a momentary confusion and delay. Jack Hamlin quietly opened the opposite door of the coach, took the lady's hand, with that decision and positiveness which a hesitating and undecided sex know how to admire, and in an instant had dexterously and gracefully swung her to the ground, and again lifted her to the platform. An audible chuckle on the box, I fear, came from that other cynic, Yuba Bill, the driver. "Look keerfully arter that baggage, Colonel," said the expressman, with affected concern, as he looked after Colonel Starbottle, gloomily bringing up the rear of the triumphant procession to the waiting-room. Mr. Hamlin did not stay for dinner. His horse was already saddled and awaiting him. He dashed over the ford, up the gravelly hill, and out into the dusty perspective of the Wingdam Road, like one leaving pleasant fancy behind him. The inmates of dusty cabins by the roadside shaded their eyes with their hands and looked after him, recognizing the man by his horse and speculating what was up with Comanche Jack. Yet much of this interest centered in the horse, in a community where the time made by French Pete's mare in his run from the sheriff of Calaveras County eclipsed all concern in the ultimate fate of that worthy. The sweating flanks of his gray at length recalled him to himself. He checked his speed, and, turning into a by-road, sometimes used as a cut-off, trotted leisurely along, the reins hanging listlessly from his fingers. As he rode on, the character of the landscape changed and became more pastoral. Openings in groves of pine and sycamore disclosed some rude attempts at cultivation. A flowering vine trailed over the porch of one cabin, and a woman rocked her cradled babe under the roses of another. A little farther on, Mr. Hamlin came upon some bare-legged children wading in the willowy creek, and so wrought upon them with a badinage peculiar to himself that they were emboldened to climb up his horse's legs and over his saddle, until he was fain to develop an exaggerated ferocity of demeanor and to escape, leaving behind some kisses and coin. And then, advancing deeper into the woods, where all signs of habitation failed, he began to sing, uplifting a tenor so singularly sweet, and shaded by a pathos so subduing and tender, that I wot the robins and linnets stopped to listen. Mr. Hamlin's voice was not cultivated. The subject of his song was some sentimental lunacy borrowed from the negro minstrels, but there thrilled through all some occult quality of tone and expression that was unspeakably touching. Indeed, it was a wonderful sight to see this sentimental blackleg, with a pack of cards in his pocket and a revolver at his back, sending his voice before him through the dim woods with a plaint about his Nellie's grave, in a way that overflowed the eyes of the listener. A sparrowhawk, fresh from his sixth victim, possibly recognizing in Mr. Hamlin a kindred spirit, stared at him in surprise, and was fain to confess the superiority of man. With a superior predatory capacity, he couldn't sing. But Mr. Hamlin presently found himself again on the high road, and at his former pace. Ditches and banks of gravel, denuded hillsides, stumps and decayed trunks of trees took the place of woodland and ravine, and indicated his approach to civilization. Then a church steeple came in sight, and he knew that he had reached home. In a few moments he was clattering down the single narrow street that lost itself in a chaotic ruin of races, ditches, and tailings at the foot of the hill, and dismounted before the gilded windows of the Magnolia Saloon. Passing through the long bar-room, he pushed open a green baize door, entered a dark passage, opened another door with a pass-key, and found himself in a dimly lighted room whose furniture, though elegant and costly for the locality, showed signs of abuse. The inlaid center table was overlaid with stained discs that were not contemplated in the original design. The embroidered armchairs were discolored, and the green velvet lounge on which Mr. Hamlin threw himself was soiled at the foot with the red soil of Wingdam. Mr. Hamlin did not sing in his cage. He lay still, looking at a highly colored painting above him representing a young creature of opulent charms. It occurred to him then, for the first time, that he had never seen exactly that kind of woman, and that if he should, he would not probably fall in love with her. Perhaps he was thinking of another style of beauty, but just then someone knocked at the door. Without rising, he pulled the cord that apparently shot back a bolt, for the door swung open and a man entered. The newcomer was broad-shouldered and robust, a vigor not borne out in the face, which, though handsome, was singularly weak and disfigured by dissipation. He appeared to be also under the influence of liquor, for he started on seeing Mr. Hamlin and said, "I thought Kate was here," stammered, and seemed confused and embarrassed. Mr. Hamlin smiled the smile which he had before worn on the Wingdam coach, and sat up, quite refreshed and ready for business. "You didn't come up on the stage," continued the newcomer, "did you?" "No," replied Hamlin. "I left it at Scott's Ferry. It isn't due for half an hour yet. But how's luck, Brown?" "Damn bad," said Brown, his face suddenly assuming an expression of weak despair. "I'm cleaned out again, Jack," he continued in a whining tone that formed a pitiable contrast to his bulky figure. "Can't you help me with 100 till tomorrow's clean-up? You see, I've got to send money home to the old woman, and you've won 20 times that amount from me." The conclusion was, perhaps, not entirely logical, but Jack overlooked it and handed the sum to his visitor. "The old woman business is about played out, Brown," he added by way of commentary. "Why don't you say you want to buck agin faro? You know you ain't married." "Fact, sir," said Brown, with a sudden gravity, as if the mere contact of the gold with the palm of the hand had imparted some dignity to his frame. "I've got a wife, a damn good one, too, if I do say it, in the States. It's 3 years since I've seen her, and a year since I've writ to her. When things is about straight, and we get down to the lead, I'm going to send for her." "And Kate?" queried Mr. Hamlin, with his previous smile. Mr. Brown of Calaveras essayed an archness of glance to cover his confusion, which his weak face and whiskey-muddled intellect but poorly carried out, and said, "Damn it, Jack, a man must have a little liberty, you know. But come, what do you say to a little game? Give us a show to double this 100." Jack Hamlin looked curiously at his fatuous friend. Perhaps he knew that the man was predestined to lose the money, and preferred that it should flow back into his own coffers rather than any other. He nodded his head and drew his chair toward the table. At the same moment there came a rap on the door. "It's Kate," said Mr. Brown. Mr. Hamlin shot back the bolt, and the door opened. But for the first time in his life he staggered to his feet, utterly unnerved and abashed, and for the first time in his life the hot blood crimsoned his colourless cheeks to his forehead. For before him stood the lady he had lifted from the Wingdam coach, whom Brown, dropping his cards with a hysterical laugh, greeted as, "My old woman, by thunder!" They say that Mrs. Brown burst into tears and reproaches of her husband. I saw her in 1857 at Marysville, and disbelieved the story. And the Wingdam Chronicle of the next week, under the head of "Touching Reunion," said, "One of those beautiful and touching incidents, peculiar to California life, occurred last week in our city. The wife of one of Wingdam's eminent pioneers, tired of the effete civilization of the East and its inhospitable climate, resolved to join her noble husband upon these golden shores. Without informing him of her intention, she undertook the long journey and arrived last week. The joy of the husband may be easier imagined than described. The meeting is said to have been indescribably affecting. We trust her example may be followed." Whether owing to Mrs. Brown's influence or to some more successful speculations, Mr. Brown's financial fortune from that day steadily improved. He bought out his partners in the Nip and Tuck lead with money which was said to have been won at poker a week or two after his wife's arrival, but which rumor, adopting Mrs. Brown's theory that Brown had forsworn the gambling table, declared to have been furnished by Mr. Jack Hamlin. He built and furnished the Wingdam house, which pretty Mrs. Brown's great popularity kept overflowing with guests. He was elected to the Assembly, and gave largesse to churches. A street in Wingdam was named in his honor. Yet it was noted that in proportion as he waxed wealthy and fortunate, he grew pale, thin, and anxious. As his wife's popularity increased, he became fretful and impatient. The most uxorious of husbands, he was absurdly jealous. If he did not interfere with his wife's social liberty, it was because it was maliciously whispered that his first and only attempt was met by an outburst from Mrs. Brown that terrified him into silence. Much of this kind of gossip came from those of her own sex whom she had supplanted in the chivalrous attentions of Wingdam, which, like most popular chivalry, was devoted to an admiration of power, whether of masculine force or feminine beauty. It should be remembered, too, in her extenuation, that since her arrival she had been the unconscious priestess of a mythological worship, perhaps not more ennobling to her womanhood than that which distinguished an older Greek democracy. I think that Brown was dimly conscious of this, but his only confidant was Jack Hamlin, whose infelix reputation naturally precluded any open intimacy with the family, and whose visits were infrequent. It was midsummer and a moonlit night, and Mrs. Brown, very rosy, large-eyed, and pretty, sat upon the piazza, enjoying the fresh incense of the mountain breeze, and, it is to be feared, another incense which is not so fresh, nor quite as innocent. Beside her sat Colonel Starbottle and Judge Boompointer, and a later addition to her court in the shape of a foreign tourist. She was in good spirits. "What do you see down the road?" inquired the gallant colonel, who had been conscious for the last few minutes that Mrs. Brown's attention was diverted. "Dust," said Mrs. Brown with a sigh. "Only Sister Anne's flock of sheep." The colonel, whose literary recollections did not extend farther back than last week's paper, took a more practical view. "It ain't sheep," he continued. "It's a horseman. Judge, ain't that Jack Hamlin's gray?" But the judge didn't know, and as Mrs. Brown suggested the air was growing too cold for further investigations, they retired to the parlor. Mr. Brown was in the stable, where he generally retired after dinner. Perhaps it was to show his contempt for his wife's companions. Perhaps, like other weak natures, he found pleasure in the exercise of absolute power over inferior animals. He had a certain gratification in the training of a chestnut mare, whom he could beat or caress as pleased him. which he couldn't do with Mrs. Brown. It was here that he recognized a certain gray horse which had just come in, and, looking a little farther on, found its rider. Brown's greeting was cordial and hearty, Mr. Hamlin's somewhat restrained. But at Brown's urgent request he followed him up the back stairs to a narrow corridor, and thence to a small room looking out upon the stable yard. It was plainly furnished with a bed, a table, a few chairs, and a rack for guns and whips. "This yere's my home, Jack," said Brown with a sigh as he threw himself upon the bed and motioned his companion to a chair. "Her room's t'other end of the hall. It's more'n 6 months since we've lived together, or met, except at meals. It's mighty rough papers on the head of the house, ain't it?" he said with a forced laugh. "But I'm glad to see you, Jack, damn glad." And he reached from the bed and again shook the unresponsive hand of Jack Hamlin. "I brought ye up here for I didn't want to talk in the stable, though, for the matter of that, it's all round town. Don't strike a light, we can talk here in the moonshine. Put up your feet on that winder and sit here beside me. There's whiskey in that jug." Mr. Hamlin did not avail himself of the information. Brown of Calaveras turned his face to the wall and continued. "If I didn't love the woman, Jack, I wouldn't mind. But it's loving her and seeing her day arter day going on at this rate, and no one to put down the brake. That's what gets me. But I'm glad to see you, Jack, damn glad." In the darkness he groped about until he had found and wrung his companion's hand again. He would have detained it, but Jack slipped it into the buttoned breast of his coat and asked listlessly, "How long has this been going on?" "Ever since she came here, ever since the day she walked into the Magnolia. I was a fool then. Jack, I'm a fool now, but I didn't know how much I loved her till then, and she hasn't been the same woman since. But that ain't all, Jack, and it's what I wanted to see you about, and I'm glad you've come. It ain't that she doesn't love me any more. It ain't that she fools with every chap that comes along, for, perhaps, I staked her love and lost it, as I did everything else at the Magnolia. And perhaps foolin' is natural to some women, and there ain't no great harm done, except to the fools. But, Jack, I think she loves somebody else. Don't move, Jack. Don't move. If your pistol hurts ye, take it off. It's been more'n 6 months now that she's seemed unhappy and lonesome and kinder nervous and scared like, and sometimes I've ketched her looking at me sort of timid and pitying, and she writes to somebody. And for the last week she's been gathering her own things, trinkets and furbelows and jewelry, and Jack, I think she's going off. I could stand all but that. To have her steal away like a thief." He put his face downward to the pillow, and for a few moments there was no sound but the ticking of a clock on the mantel. Mr. Hamlin lit a cigar and moved to the open window. The moon no longer shone into the room, and the bed and its occupant were in the shadow. "What shall I do, Jack?" said the voice from the darkness. The answer came promptly and clearly from the window side. "Spot the man and kill him on sight." "But, Jack—" "He's took the risk." "But will that bring her back?" Jack did not reply, but moved from the window toward the door. "Don't go yet, Jack. Light the candle and sit by the table. It's a comfort to see you, if nothing else." Jack hesitated, then complied. He drew a pack of cards from his pocket and shuffled them, glancing at the bed. But Brown's face was turned to the wall. When Mr. Hamlin had shuffled the cards, he cut them and dealt one card on the opposite side of the table and toward the bed, and another on his side of the table for himself. The first was a deuce, his own card a king. Then he shuffled and cut again. This time Dummy had a queen and himself a 4-spot. Jack brightened up for the third deal. It brought his adversary a deuce and himself a king again. 2 out of 3, said Jack audibly. "What's that, Jack?" said Brown. "Nothing." Then Jack tried his hand with dice, but he always threw 6s, and his imaginary opponent aces. The force of habit is sometimes confusing. Meanwhile, some magnetic influence in Mr. Hamlin's presence, or the anodyne of liquor, or both, brought surcease of sorrow, and Brown slept. Mr. Hamlin moved his chair to the window and looked out on the town of Wingdam, now sleeping peacefully, its harsh outlines softened and subdued, its glaring colors mellowed and sobered in the moonlight that flowed over all. In the hush he could hear the gurgling of water in the ditches and the sighing of the pines beyond the hill. Then he looked up at the firmament, and as he did so a star shot across the twinkling field. Presently another, and then another. The phenomenon suggested to Mr. Hamlin a fresh augury. If in another 15 minutes another star should fall. He sat there and watched in hand for twice that time, but the phenomenon was not repeated. The clock struck 2, and Brown still slept. Mr. Hamlin approached the table and took from his pocket a letter, which he read by the flickering candlelight. It contained only a single line written in pencil in a woman's hand. "Be at the corral with the buggy at 3." The sleeper moved uneasily and then awoke. "Are you there, Jack?" "Yes." "Don't go yet. I dreamed just now, Jack, dreamed of old times. I thought that Sue and me was being married again, and that the parson, Jack, was, who do you think? You!" The gambler laughed and seated himself on the bed, the paper still in his hand. "That's a good sign, ain't it?" queried Brown. "I reckon. Say, old man, hadn't you better get up?" The old man, thus affectionately appealed to, rose, with the assistance of Hamlin's outstretched hand. "Smoke?" Brown mechanically took the proffered cigar. "Light?" Jack had twisted the letter into a spiral, lit it, and held it for his companion. He continued to hold it until it was consumed, and dropped the fragment, a fiery star, from the open window. He watched it as it fell, and returned to his friend. "Old man," he said, placing his hands on Brown's shoulders, "in 10 minutes I'll be on the road and gone like that spark. We won't see each other again, but before I go, take a fool's advice, sell out all you've got, take your wife with you, and quit the country. It ain't no place for you, nor her. Tell her she must go. Make her go if she won't. Don't whine because you can't be a saint and she ain't a angel. Be a man and treat her like a woman. Don't be a damn fool. Goodbye." He tore himself from Brown's grasp and leaped down the stairs like a deer. At the stable door he collared the half-sleeping hostler and backed him against the wall. "Saddle my horse in 2 minutes, or I'll—" The ellipsis was frightfully suggestive. "The missus said you was to have the buggy," stammered the man. "Damn the buggy." The horse was saddled as fast as the nervous hands of the astounded hostler could manipulate buckle and strap. "Is anything up, Mr. Hamlin?" said the man, who, like all his class, admired the elan of his fiery patron, and was really concerned in his welfare. "Stand aside." The man fell back. With an oath, a bound, and a clatter, Jack was into the road. In another moment, to the man's half-awakened eyes, he was but a moving cloud of dust in the distance, toward which a star, just loosed from its brethren, was trailing a stream of fire. But early that morning, the dwellers by the Wingdam turnpike, miles away, heard a voice, pure as a skylark's, singing afield. They who were asleep turned over on their rude couches to dream of youth and love and olden days. Hard-faced men and anxious gold-seekers, already at work, ceased their labors and leaned upon their picks, to listen to a romantic vagabond ambling away against the rosy sunrise. End of Brown of Calaveras by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Cow by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Aunt Patience, who tilled a small farm in the state of Michigan, had a favorite cow. This creature was not a good cow, nor a profitable one, for instead of devoting a part of her leisure to secretion of milk and production of veal, she concentrated all her faculties on the study of kicking. She would kick all day, and get up in the middle of the night to kick. She would kick at anything: hens, pigs, posts, loose stones, birds in the air, and fish leaping out of the water. To this impartial and Catholic-minded beef, all were equal, all similarly undeserving. Like old Timotheus, who raised a mortal to the skies, was my Aunt Patience's cow. Though, in the words of a later poet than Dryden, she did it more harder and more frequently. It was pleasing to see her open a passage for herself through a populous barnyard. She would flash out right and left, first with one hind leg and then with the other, and would sometimes, under favoring conditions, have a considerable number of domestic animals in the air at once. Her kicks, too, were as admirable in quality as inexhaustible in quantity. they were incomparably superior to those of the untutored kind that had not made the art a life study. Mere amateurs that kicked by ear, as they say in music. I saw her once standing in the road, professedly fast asleep, and mechanically munching her cud with a sort of Sunday morning lassitude, as one munches one's cud in a dream. Snouting about at her side, blissfully unconscious of impending danger and wrapped up in thoughts of his sweetheart, was a gigantic black hog, a hog of about the size and general appearance of a yearling rhinoceros. Suddenly, while I looked, without a visible movement on the part of the cow, with never a perceptible tremor of her frame nor a lapse in the placid regularity of her chewing, that hog had gone away from there, had utterly taken his leave. But away toward the pale horizon a minute black speck was traversing the empyrean with the speed of a meteor, and in a moment had disappeared without audible report beyond the distant hills. It may have been that hog. Currying cows is not, I think, a common practice, even in Michigan. But as this one had never needed milking, of course she had to be subjected to some equivalent form of persecution, and irritating her skin with a currycomb was thought as disagreeable an attention as a thoughtful affection could devise. At least she thought it so, though I suspect her mistress really meant it for the good creature's temporal advantage. Anyhow, my aunt always made it a condition to the employment of a farm servant that he should curry the cow every morning. But after just enough trials to convince himself that it was not a sudden spasm, nor a mere local disturbance, the man would always give notice of an intention to quit by pounding the beast half dead with some foreign body and then limping home to his couch. I don't know how many men the creature removed from my aunt's employ in this way, but judging from the number of lame persons in that part of the country, I should say a good many, though some of the lameness may have been taken at second hand from the original sufferers by their descendants, and some may have come by contagion. I think my aunt's was a faulty system of agriculture. It is true her farm labor cost her nothing, for the laborers all left her service before any salary had accrued. But as the cow's fame spread abroad through the several states and territories, it became increasingly difficult to obtain hands, and after all, the favorite was imperfectly curried. It was currently remarked that the cow had kicked the farm to pieces, a rude metaphor implying that the land was not properly cultivated, nor the buildings and fences kept in adequate repair. It was useless to remonstrate with my aunt. She would concede everything, amending nothing. Her late husband had attempted to reform the abuse in this manner, and had had the argument all his own way until he had remonstrated himself into an early grave, and the funeral was delayed all day until a fresh undertaker could be procured, the one originally engaged having confidently undertaken to curry the cow at the request of the widow. Since that time my aunt Patience had not been in the matrimonial market. The love of that cow had usurped in her heart the place of a more natural and profitable affection. But when she saw her seeds unsown, her harvests ungarnered, her fences overtopped with rank brambles, and her meadows gorgeous with the towering Canada thistle, she thought it best to take a partner. When it transpired that my aunt Patience intended wedlock, there was intense popular excitement. Every adult single male became at once a marrying man. The criminal statistics of Badger County show that in that single year more marriages occurred than in any decade before or since, but none of them was my aunt's. Men married their cooks, their laundresses, their deceased wives' mothers, their enemies' sisters, married whomsoever would wed, and any man who, by fair means or courtship, could not obtain a wife, went before a justice of the peace and made an affidavit that he had some wives in Indiana. Such was the fear of being married alive by my aunt Patience. Now, where my aunt's affection was concerned, she was, as the reader will have already surmised, a rather determined woman, and the extraordinary marrying epidemic having left but one eligible male in all that county, she had set her heart upon that one eligible male. Then she went and carted him to her home. He turned out to be a long Methodist parson named Huggins. Aside from his unconscionable length, the Reverend Berosus Huggins was not so bad a fellow, and was nobody's fool. He was, I suppose, the most ill-favored mortal, however, in the whole northern half of America. Thin, angular, cadaverous of visage, and solemn out of all reason. He commonly wore a low-crowned black hat, set so far down upon his head as partly to eclipse his eyes and wholly obscure the ample glory of his ears. The only other visible article of his attire, except a brace of wrinkled cowskin boots, by which the word polish would have been considered the meaningless fragment of a lost language, was a tight-fitting black frock-coat, preternaturally long in the waist, the skirts of which fell about his heels, sopping up the dew. This he always wore snugly buttoned from the throat downward. In this attire he cut a tolerably spectral figure. His aspect was so conspicuously unnatural and inhuman that whenever he went into a cornfield the predatory crows would temporarily forsake their business to settle upon him in swarms, fighting for the best seats upon his person by way of testifying their contempt for the weak inventions of the husbandman. The day after the wedding my Aunt Patience summoned the Reverend Berosus to the council chamber and uttered her mind to the following intent. "Now, Huggy, dear, I'll tell you what there is to do about the place. First you must repair all the fences, clearing out the weeds and repressing the brambles with a strong hand. Then you will have to exterminate the Canadian thistles, mend the wagon, rig up a plow or two, and get things into ship-shape generally. This will keep you out of mischief for the better part of 2 years. Of course you will have to give up preaching for the present. As soon as you have— Oh, I forgot poor Phoebe. Mrs. Huggins," interrupted her solemn spouse, "I shall hope to be the means, under Providence, of effecting all needful reforms in the husbandry of this farm. But the sister you mention, I trust she is not of the world's people. Have I the pleasure of knowing her? The name, indeed, sounds familiar, but—" "Not know Phoebe!" cried my aunt with unfeigned astonishment. "I thought everybody in Badger knew Phoebe. Why, you will have to scratch her legs every blessed morning of your natural life." "I assure you, madam," rejoined the Reverend Berosus with dignity, "it would yield me a hallowed pleasure to minister to the spiritual needs of Sister Phoebe to the extent of my feeble and unworthy ability. But really, I fear the merely secular ministration of which you speak must be entrusted to abler and, I would respectfully suggest, female hands." "Why, you old fool!" replied my aunt, spreading her eyes with unbounded amazement, "Phoebe is a cow." "In that case," said the husband with unruffled composure, "it will, of course, devolve upon me to see that her carnal welfare is properly attended to, and I shall be happy to bestow upon her legs such time as I may, without sin, snatch from my strife with Satan and the Canadian thistles." With that the Reverend Mr. Huggins crowded his hat upon his shoulders, pronounced a brief benediction upon his bride, and betook himself to the barnyard. Now, it is necessary to explain that he had known from the first who Phoebe was, and was familiar from hearsay with all her sinful traits. Moreover, he had already done himself the honor of making her a visit, remaining in the vicinity of her person, just out of range, for more than an hour, and permitting her to survey him at her leisure from every point of the compass. In short, he and Phoebe had mutually reconnoitered and prepared for action. Amongst the articles of comfort and luxury which went to make up the good parson's dot, and which his wife had already caused to be conveyed to his new home, was a patent cast-iron pump, about 7 feet high. This had been deposited near the barnyard, preparatory to being set up on the planks above the barnyard well. Mr. Huggins now sought out this invention, and conveying it to its destination, put it into position, screwing it firmly to the planks. He next divested himself of his long gabardine and his hat, buttoning the former loosely about the pump, which it almost concealed, and hanging the latter upon the summit of the structure. The handle of the pump, when depressed, curved outwardly between the coat skirts, singularly like a tail. But with this inconspicuous exception, any unprejudiced observer would have pronounced the thing Mr. Huggins, looking uncommonly well. The preliminaries completed, the good man carefully closed the gate of the barnyard, knowing that as soon as Phoebe, who was campaigning in the kitchen garden, should note the precaution, she would come and jump in to frustrate it, which eventually she did. Her master, meanwhile, had laid himself, coatless and hatless, along the outside of the close board fence, where he put in the time pleasantly, catching his death of cold and peering through a knot-hole. At first, and for some time, the animal pretended not to see the figure on the platform. Indeed, she had turned her back upon it directly she arrived, affecting a light sleep. Finding that this stratagem did not achieve the success that she had expected, she abandoned it and stood for several minutes irresolute, munching her cud in a half-hearted way, but obviously thinking very hard. Then she began nosing along the ground as if wholly absorbed in a search for something that she had lost, tacking about hither and thither, but all the time drawing nearer to the object of her wicked intention. Arrived within speaking distance, she stood for a little while confronting the fraudful figure, then put out her nose toward it as if to be caressed, trying to create the impression that fondling and dalliance were more to her than wealth, power, and the plaudits of the populace, that she had been accustomed to them all her sweet young life and could not get on without them. Then she approached a little nearer, as if to shake hands, all the while maintaining the most amiable expression of countenance and executing all manner of seductive nods and winks and smiles. Suddenly she wheeled about, and with the rapidity of lightning dealt out a terrible kick, a kick of inconceivable force and fury, comparable to nothing in nature but a stroke of paralysis out of a clear sky. The effect was magical. Cows kick not backward, but sidewise. The impact, which was intended to project the counterfeit theologian into the middle of the succeeding conference week, reacted upon the animal herself, and it and the pain together set her spinning like a top. Such was the velocity of her revolution that she looked like a dim circular cow, surrounded by a continuous ring like that of the planet Saturn, the white tuft at the extremity of her sweeping tail. Presently, as the sustaining centrifugal force lessened and failed, she began to sway and wobble from side to side, and finally, toppling over on her side, rolled convulsively on her back and lay motionless with all her feet in the air, honestly believing that the world had somehow got atop of her and she was supporting it at a great sacrifice of personal comfort. Then she fainted. How long she lay unconscious she knew not, but at last she unclosed her eyes, and catching sight of the open door of her stall, more sweet than all the landscape smiling near, she struggled up, stood wavering upon 3 legs, rubbed her eyes, and was visibly bewildered as to the points of the compass. Observing the iron clergyman standing fast by its faith, she threw it a look of grieved reproach, and hobbled heartbroken into her humble habitation, a subjugated cow. For several weeks Phoebe's right hind leg was swollen to a monstrous growth, but by a season of judicious nursing she was brought round all right, as her sympathetic and puzzled mistress phrased it, or made whole, as the reticent man of God preferred to say. She was now as tractable and inoffensive in her daily walk and conversation, Huggins, as a little child. Her new master used to take her ailing leg trustfully into his lap, and for that matter might have taken it into his mouth if he had so desired. Her entire character appeared to be radically changed, so altered that one day my Aunt Patience, who, fondly as she loved her, had never before so much as ventured to touch the hem of her garment, as it were, went confidently up to her to soothe her with a pan of turnips. Gad! How thinly she spread out that good old lady upon the face of an adjacent stone wall! You could not have done it so evenly with a trowel. End of Curried Cow by Ambrose Bierce. Recorded by Deborah Lynn.
Diagnosis of Death by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I am not so superstitious as some of your physicians, men of science as you are pleased to be called, said Horver, replying to an accusation that had not been made. Some of you, only a few I confess, believe in the immortality of the soul, and in apparitions which you have not the honesty to call ghosts. I go no further than a conviction that the living are sometimes seen where they are not, but have been, where they have lived so long, perhaps so intensely, as to have left their impress on everything about them. I know indeed that one's environment may be so affected by one's personality as to yield, long afterwards, an image of oneself to the eyes of another. Doubtless the impressing personality has to be the right kind of personality, as the perceiving eyes have to be the right kind of eyes. Mine, for example. Yes, the right kind of eyes, conveying sensations to the wrong kind of brains, said Dr. Fraley, smiling. Thank you. One likes to have an expectation gratified. That is about the reply that I supposed you would have the civility to make. Pardon me, but you say that you know. That is a good deal to say, don't you think? Perhaps you will not mind the trouble of saying how you learned. You will call it an hallucination, Horver said, but that doesn't matter, and he told the story. Last summer I went, as you know, to pass the hot weather term in the town of Meridian. The relative at whose house I had intended to stay was ill, so I sought other quarters. After some difficulty, I succeeded in renting a vacant dwelling that had been occupied by an eccentric doctor of the name of Mannering, who had gone away years before, no one knew where, not even his agent. He had built the house himself and had lived in it with an old servant for about 10 years. His practice, never very extensive, had after a few years been given up entirely. Not only so, but he had withdrawn himself almost altogether from social life and become a recluse. I was told by the village doctor, about the only person with whom he held any relations, that during his retirement he had devoted himself to a single line of study, the result of which he had expounded in a book that did not commend itself to the approval of his professional brethren, who indeed considered him not entirely sane. I have not seen the book and cannot now recall the title of it, but I am told that it expounded a rather startling theory. He held that it was possible in the case of many a person in good health to forecast his death with precision several months in advance of the event. The limit, I think, was 18 months. There were local tales of his having exerted his powers of prognosis, or perhaps you would say diagnosis, as it was said that in every instance the person whose friends he had warned had died suddenly at the appointed time, and from no assignable cause. All this, however, has nothing to do with what I have to tell you. I thought it might amuse a physician. The house was furnished just as he had lived in it. It was a rather gloomy dwelling for one who was neither a recluse nor a student, and I think it gave something of its character to me, perhaps some of its former occupant's character, for always I felt in it a certain melancholy that was not in my natural disposition, nor, I think, due to loneliness. I had no servants that slept in the house, but I have always been, as you know, rather fond of my own society, being much addicted to reading, though little to study. Whatever was the cause, the effect was dejection and a sense of impending evil. This was especially so in Dr. Mannering's study, although that room was the lightest and most airy in the house. The doctor's life-size portrait in oil hung in that room and seemed completely to dominate it. There was nothing unusual in the picture. The man was rather good-looking, about 50 years old, with iron grey hair, a smooth-shaven face, and dark, serious eyes. Something in the picture always drew and held my attention. The man's appearance became familiar to me, and rather haunted me. One evening I was passing through this room to my bedroom with a lamp. There is no gas in Meridian. I stopped as usual before the portrait, which seemed in the lamplight to have a new expression, not easily named, but distinctly uncanny. It interested, but did not disturb me. I moved the lamp from one side to the other and observed the effects of the altered light. While so engaged, I felt an impulse to turn round, and as I did so, I saw a man moving across the room directly towards me. As soon as he came near enough for the lamplight to illuminate the face, I saw that it was Dr. Mannering himself. It was as if the portrait were walking. "I beg your pardon," I said somewhat coldly, "but if you knocked, I did not hear." He passed me within an arm's length, lifted his right forefinger as if in warning, and without a word went on out of the room, though I observed his exit no more than I had observed his entrance. Of course, I need not tell you that this was what you will call an hallucination, and I call an apparition. That room had only 2 doors, of which one was locked. The other led into a bedroom from which there was no exit. My feeling on realizing this is not an important part of the incident. Doubtless this seems to you a very commonplace ghost story, one constructed on the regular lines laid down by the old masters of the art. If that was so, I should not have related it, even if it were true. The man was not dead. I met him today in Union Street. He passed me in a crowd. Horver had finished his story, and both men were silent. Dr. Fraley absently drummed on the table with his fingers. "Did he say anything today?" he asked. "Anything from which you inferred that he was not dead?" Horver stared and did not reply. "Perhaps," continued Fraley, "he made a sign, a gesture, lifted a finger as if in warning. It's a trick he had, a habit when saying something serious, announcing the result of a diagnosis, for example." "Yes, he did, just as his apparition had done. But good God, did you ever know him?" Horver was apparently growing nervous. "I knew him. I've read his book, as will every physician some day. It's one of the most striking and important of the century's contributions to medical science. Yes, I knew him. I attended him in an illness 3 years ago. He died." Horver sprang from his chair, manifestly disturbed. He strode forward and back across the room, then approached his friend, and in a voice not altogether steady said, "Doctor, have you anything to say to me as a physician?" "No, Horver, you're the healthiest man I ever knew. As a friend, I advise you to go to your room. You play the violin like an angel. Play it. Play something light and lively. Get this cursed bad business off your mind." The next day, Horver was found dead in his room, the violin at his neck, the bow upon the string, his music open before him at Chopin's funeral march. That was A Diagnosis of Death by Ambrose Bierce. Reading by Teresa Elliott.
Dyed Deceiver by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Double-Dyed Deceiver by O. Henry. Read by Don W. Jenkins. 1. The trouble began in Laredo. It was the Llano kid's fault, for he should have confined his habit of manslaughter to Mexicans. But the kid was past 20, and to have only Mexicans to one's credit at 20 is to blush unseen on the Rio Grande border. It happened in old Justo Valdoz's gambling house. There was a poker game at which sat players who were not all friends, as happens often where men ride in from afar to shoot folly as she gallops. There was a row over so small a matter as a pair of queens, and when the smoke had cleared away, it was found that the kid had committed an indiscretion, and his adversary had been guilty of a blunder. For the unfortunate combatant, instead of being a greaser, was a high-blooded youth from the cow ranches of about the kid's own age, and possessed of friends and champions. His blunder in missing the kid's right ear only a 1/16 of an inch when he pulled his gun did not lessen the indiscretion of the better marksman. The kid, not being equipped with a retinue, nor bountifully supplied with personal admirers and supporters, on account of a rather umbrageous reputation even for the border, considered it not incompatible with his indisputable gameness to perform that judicious tractional act known as pulling his freight. Quickly the avengers gathered and sought him. 3 of them overtook him within a rod of the station. The kid turned and showed his teeth in that brilliant but mirthless smile that usually preceded his deeds of insolence and violence, and his pursuers fell back without making it necessary for him to even reach for his weapon. But in this affair the kid had not felt the grim thirst for encounter that usually urged him on to battle. It had been a purely chance row, born of the cards and certain epithets impossible for a gentleman to brook that had passed between the two. The kid had rather liked the slim, haughty, brown-faced young chap whom his bullet had cut off in the first pride of manhood, and now he wanted no more blood. He wanted to get away and have a good long sleep somewhere in the sun on the mesquite grass, with his handkerchief over his face. Even a Mexican might have crossed his path in safety while he was in this mood. The kid openly boarded the northbound passenger train that departed 5 minutes later. But at Webb, a few miles out, where it was flagged on to take a traveler, he abandoned that manner of escape. There were telegraph stations ahead, and the kid looked askance at electricity and steam. Saddle and spur were his rocks of safety. The man whom he had shot was a stranger to him, but the kid knew that he was of the Corralitos outfit from Hidalgo, and that the punchers from that ranch were more relentless and vengeful than Kentucky feudists when wrong or harm was done to one of them. So, with the wisdom that has characterized many great fighters, the kid decided to pile up as many leagues as possible of chaparral and pear between himself and the retaliation of the Corralitos bunch. Near the station was a store, and near the store, scattered among the mesquites and elms, stood the saddled horses of the customers. Most of them waited half asleep, with sagging limbs and drooping heads. But one, a long-legged roan with a curved neck, snorted and pawed the turf. Him the kid mounted, gripped with his knees, and slapped gently with the owner's own quirt. If the slaying of the temerarious card-player had cast a cloud over the kid's standing as a good and true citizen, this last act of his veiled his figure in the darkest shadows of disrepute. On the Rio Grande border, if you take a man's life, you sometimes take trash. But if you take his horse, you take a thing the loss of which renders him poor, indeed, and which enriches you not, if you are caught. For the kid there was no turning back now. With the springing roan under him, he felt little care or uneasiness. After a 5-mile gallop, he drew into the plainsman's jogging trot and rode northeastward toward the Nueces river bottoms. He knew the country well. Its most tortuous and obscure trails through the great wilderness of brush and pear, and its camps and lonesome ranches where one might find safe entertainment. Always he bore to the east, for the kid had never seen the ocean, and he had a fancy to lay his hand upon the mane of the great Gulf, the gamesome colt of the greater waters. So after 3 days he stood on the shore at Corpus Christi and looked out across the gentle ripples of a quiet sea. Captain Boone of the schooner Flyaway stood near his skiff, which one of his crew was guarding in the surf. When ready to sail, he had discovered that one of the necessaries of life in the parallelogrammatic shape of plug tobacco had been forgotten. A sailor had been dispatched for the missing cargo. Meanwhile, the captain paced the sands, chewing profanely at his pocket store. A slim, wiry youth in high-heeled boots came down to the water's edge. His face was boyish, but with a premature severity that hinted at a man's experience. His complexion was naturally dark, and the sun and wind of an outdoor life had burned it to a coffee brown. His hair was as black and straight as an Indian's. His face had not yet been upturned to the humiliation of a razor. His eyes were a cold and steady blue. He carried his left arm somewhat away from his body, for pearl-handled .45s are frowned upon by town marshals and are a little bulky when packed in the left armhole of one's vest. He looked beyond Captain Boone at the gulf with the impersonal and expressionless dignity of a Chinese emperor. "Thinking of buying that 'ere Gulf, buddy?" asked the captain, made sarcastic by his narrow escape from a tobaccoless voyage. "Why, no," said the kid gently. "I reckon not. I never saw it before. I was just looking at it. Not thinking of selling it, are you?" "Not this trip," said the captain. "I'll send it to you COD when I get back to Buenos Aires. Here comes that capstan-footed lubber with the chewin'. I ought to have waited anchor an hour ago." "Is that your ship out there?" asked the kid. "Why, yes," answered the captain. "If you want to call a schooner a ship, and I don't mind lying, but you better say Miller and Gonzales owners and ordinary plain Billy be damned old Samuel K. Boone skipper." "Where are you going to?" asked the refugee. "Buenos Aires, coast of South America. I forget what they called the country last time I was there. Cargo, lumber, corrugated iron, and machetes." "What kind of a country is it?" asked the kid. "Hot or cold?" "Warmish, buddy," said the captain, "but a regular paradise lost for elegance of scenery and beauty of geography. You're wakened every morning by the sweet singing of redbirds with 7 purple tails, and the sighing of breezes, and the posies and roses, and the inhabitants never work, for they can reach out and pick steamer baskets of the choicest hothouse fruit without getting out of bed. And there's no Sunday, and no ice, and no rent, and no troubles, and no use, and no nothing. It's a great country for men to go to sleep with and wait for something to turn up. The bananas and oranges and hurricanes and pineapples that you eat comes from there." "That sounds to me," said the kid, at last betraying interest. "What'll the expressage be to take me out there with you?" $24, said Captain Boone. "Grub and transportation. Second cabin. I haven't got a first cabin." "You've got my company," said the kid, pulling out a buckskin bag. With $300 he had gone to Laredo for his regular blowout. The duel in Valdo's had cut short his season of hilarity, but it had left him with nearly $200 for aid in the flight that it had made necessary. "All right, buddy," said the captain. "I hope your ma won't blame me for this little childish escapade of yours." He beckoned to one of the boat's crew. "Let Sanchez lift you out to the skiff so you won't get your feet wet." 2. Thacker, the United States consul at Buenos Aires, was not yet drunk. It was only 11 o'clock, and he never arrived at his desired state of beatitude, a state wherein he sang ancient maudlin vaudeville songs and pelted his screaming parrot with banana peels until the middle of the afternoon. So when he looked up from his hammock at the sound of a slight cough, and saw the kid standing in the door of the consulate, he was still in a condition to extend the hospitality and courtesy due from the representative of a great nation. "Don't disturb yourself," said the kid easily. "I just dropped in. They told me it was customary to light at your camp before starting in to round up the town. I just came in on a ship from Texas." "Glad to see you, Mr. " said the consul. The kid laughed. "Sprague Dalton," he said. "Sounds funny to me to hear it. I'm called the Llano Kid in the Rio Grande country." "I'm Thacker," said the consul. "Take that cane-bottomed chair. Now, if you've come to invest, you want somebody to advise you. These dinghies will cheat you out of the gold in your teeth if you don't understand their ways. Try a cigar?" "Much obliged," said the kid. "But if it wasn't for my corn shucks and the little bag in my back pocket, I couldn't live a minute." He took out his makings and rolled a cigarette. "They speak Spanish here," said the consul. "You'll need an interpreter. If there's anything I can do, why, I'd be delighted. If you're buying fruit lands or looking for a concession of any sort, you'll want somebody who knows the ropes to look out for you." "I speak Spanish," said the kid, "about 9 times better than I do English. Everybody speaks it in the range where I come from, and I'm not in the market for anything." "You speak Spanish?" said Thacker thoughtfully. He regarded the kid absorbedly. "You look like a Spaniard, too," he continued, "and you're from Texas, and you can't be more than 20 or 21. I wonder if you've got any nerve." "You've got a deal of some kind to put through?" asked the Texan, with unexpected shrewdness. "Are you open to a proposition?" said Thacker. "What's the use to deny it?" said the Kid. "I got into a little gun frolic down in Laredo and plugged a white man. There wasn't any Mexican handy, and I came down to your parrot and monkey range just for to smell the morning glories and marigolds. Now, do you sabe?" Thacker got up and closed the door. "Let me see your hand," he said. He took the Kid's left hand and examined the back of it closely. "I can do it," he said excitedly. "Your flesh is as hard as wood and as healthy as a baby's. It will heal in a week." "If it's a fist fight you want to back me for," said the Kid, "don't put your money up yet. Make it gun work and I'll keep you company, but no bare-handed scrapping like ladies at a tea party for me." "It's easier than that," said Thacker. "Just step here, will you?" Through the window he pointed to a 2-story white stuccoed house with wide galleries rising amid the deep green tropical foliage and a wooded hill that sloped gently from the sea. "In that house," said Thacker, "a fine old Castilian gentleman and his wife are yearning to gather you into their arms and fill your pockets with money. Old Santos Urique lives there. He owns half the gold mines in the country." "You haven't been eating loco weed, have you?" asked the Kid. "Sit down again," said Thacker, "and I'll tell you. 12 years ago they lost a kid. No, he didn't die, although most of 'em here do from drinking the surface water. He was a wild little devil, even if he wasn't but 8 years old. Everybody knows about it. Some Americans who were through here prospecting for gold had letters to Senor Urique, and the boy was a favorite with them. They filled his head with big stories about the States, and about a month after they left, the Kid disappeared too. He was supposed to have stowed himself away among the banana bunches on a fruit steamer and gone to New Orleans. He was seen once afterward in Texas, it was thought, but they never heard anything more of him. Old Urique has spent thousands of dollars having him looked for. The madam was broken up worst of all. The Kid was her life. She wears mourning yet, but they say she believes he'll come back to her some day, and never gives up hope. On the back of the boy's left hand was tattooed a flying eagle carrying a spear in his claws. That's old Urique's coat of arms, or something that he inherited in Spain. The Kid raised his left hand slowly and gazed at it curiously. "That's it," said Thacker, reaching behind the official desk for his bottle of smuggled brandy. "You're not so slow. I can do it. What was I consul at Sandakan for? I never knew till now. In a week I'll have the eagle bird with the frog sticker blended in so you'd think you were born with it. I bought a set of the needles and ink just because I was sure you'd drop in some day, Mr. Dalton." "Oh, hell," said the Kid. "I thought I told you." "All right, Kid, then. It won't be that long. How does Señorito Urique sound for a change?" "I never played son any that I remember of," said the Kid. "If I had any parents to mention, they went over the divide about the time I gave my first bleat. What is the plan of your roundup?" Thacker leaned back against the wall and held his glass up to the light. "We've come now," said he, "to the question of how far you're willing to go in a little matter of the sort." "I told you why I came down here," said the Kid simply. "A good answer," said the consul, "but you won't have to go that far. Here's the scheme. After I get the trademark tattooed on your hand, I'll notify old Urique. In the meantime, I'll furnish you with all of the family history I can find out, so you can be studying up points to talk about. You've got the looks, you speak Spanish, you know the facts, you can tell about Texas, you've got the tattoo mark. When I notify them that the rightful heir has returned and is waiting to know whether he will be received and pardoned, what will happen? They'll simply rush down here and fall on your neck, and the curtain goes down for refreshments and a stroll in the lobby." "I'm waiting," said the Kid. "I haven't had my saddle off in your camp long, partner, and I never met you before. But if you intend to let it go at a parental blessing, why, I'm mistaken in my man, that's all." "Thanks," said the consul. "I haven't met anybody in a long time that keeps up an argument as well as you do. The rest of it is simple. If they take you in only for a while, it's long enough. Don't give 'em time to hunt up the strawberry mark on your left shoulder. Old Urique keeps anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 in his house all the time in a little safe that you could open with a shoe buttoner. Get it. My skill as a tattooer is worth half the boodle. We go halves and catch a tramp steamer for Rio de Janeiro. Let the United States go to pieces if it can't get along without my services. ¿Qué dice, señor?" "Sounds to me," said the kid, nodding his head. "I'm out for the dust." "All right, then," said Thacker. "You'll have to keep close until we get the bird on you. You can live in the back room here. I do my own cooking, and I'll make you as comfortable as a parsimonious government will allow me." Thacker had set the time at a week, but it was 2 weeks before the design that he patiently tattooed upon the kid's hand was to his notion. And then Thacker called a muchacho and dispatched this note to the intended victim. "El Señor Don Santos Urique, La Casa Blanca. My dear sir, I beg permission to inform you that there is in my house, as a temporary guest, a young man who arrived in Buenos Aires from the United States some days ago. Without wishing to excite any hopes that may not be realized, I think there is a possibility of his being your long-absent son. It might be well for you to call and see him. If he is, it is my opinion that his intention was to return to his home, but upon arriving here, his courage failed him from doubts as to how he would be received. Your true servant, Thompson Thacker." Half an hour afterward, quick time for Buenos Aires, Señor Urique's ancient landau drove to the consul's door with the barefooted coachman beating and shouting at the team of fat, awkward horses. A tall man with a white moustache alighted and assisted to the ground a lady who was dressed and veiled in unrelieved black. The two hastened inside and were met by Thacker with his best diplomatic bow. By his desk stood a slender young man with clear-cut, sun-browned features and smoothly brushed black hair. Señora Urique threw back her heavy veil with a quick gesture. She was past middle age, and her hair was beginning to silver, but her full, proud figure and clear olive skin retained traces of the beauty peculiar to the Basque province. But once you had seen her eyes and comprehended the great sadness that was revealed in their deep shadows and hopeless expression, you saw that the woman lived only in some memory. She bent upon the young man a long look of the most agonized questioning. Then her great black eyes turned, and her gaze rested upon his left hand. And then with a sob, not loud, but seeming to shake the room, she said, "Hijo mío!" and caught the Llano kid to her heart. 3. A month afterward, the kid came to the consulate in response to a message sent by Thacker. He looked the young Spanish caballero. His clothes were imported, and the wiles of the jewelers had not been spent upon him in vain. A more than respectable diamond shone on his finger as he rolled a shuck cigarette. "What's doing?" asked Thacker. "Nothing much," said the kid calmly. "I ate my first iguana steak today. They're them big lizards, you sabe. I reckon, though, that frijoles and side bacon would do me about as well. Do you care for iguanas, Thacker?" "No, nor for some other kinds of reptiles," said Thacker. It was 3 in the afternoon, and in another hour he would be in his state of beatitude. "It's time you were making good, sonny," he went on, with an ugly look on his reddened face. "You're not playing up to me square. You've been this prodigal son for 4 weeks now, and you could have had veal for every meal on a gold dish if you'd wanted it. Now, Mr. Kid, do you think it's right to leave me out so long on a husk diet? What's the trouble? Don't you get your filial eyes on anything that looks like cash in the Casa Blanca? Don't tell me you don't. Everybody knows where old Urique keeps his stuff. It's U.S. currency, too. He don't accept anything else. What's doing? Don't say nothing this time." "Why, sure," said the kid, admiring his diamond. "There's plenty of money up there. I'm no judge of collateral and bunches, but I will undertake for to say I've seen the rise of $50,000 at a time in that tin grub box that my adopted father calls his safe, and he lets me carry the key sometimes just to show me that he knows I'm the real little Francisco that strayed from the herd a long time ago." "Well, what are you waiting for?" asked Thacker angrily. "Don't you forget that I can upset your apple cart any day I want to? If old Urique knew you were an impostor, what sort of things would happen to you?" "Oh, you don't know this country, Mr. Texas Kid. The laws here have got mustard spread between 'em. These people here'd stretch you out like a frog that had been stepped on, and give you about 50 sticks at every corner of the plaza. And they'd wear every stick out, too. What was left of you they'd feed to alligators." "I might as well tell you now, partner," said the kid, sliding down low in his steamer chair, "that things are going to stay just as they are. They're about right now." "What do you mean?" asked Thacker, rattling the bottom of his glass on his desk. "The scheme's off," said the kid, "and whenever you have the pleasure of speaking to me, address me as Don Francisco Urique. I'll guarantee I'll answer to it. We'll let Colonel Urique keep his money. His little tin safe is as good as the time locker in the First National Bank of Laredo, as far as you and me are concerned." "You're going to throw me down, then, are you?" asked the consul. "Sure," said the kid cheerfully. "Throw you down, that's it. And now I'll tell you why. The first night I was up at the colonel's house, they introduced me to a bedroom. No blankets on the floor, a real room with a bed and things in it, and before I was asleep, in comes this artificial mother of mine and tucks in the covers. 'Panchito,' she says, 'my little lost one, God has brought you back to me. I bless his name forever.' It was that, or some truck like that, she said, and down comes a drop or two of rain, and it hits me on the nose. And all that stuck by me, Mr. Thacker, and it's been that way ever since, and it's got to stay that way. Don't you think that it's for what's in it for me, either, that I say so. If you have any such ideas, keep 'em to yourself. I haven't had much truck with women in my life, and no mothers to speak of, but here's a lady that we've got to keep fooled. Once she stood it, twice she won't. I'm a low-down wolf, and the devil may have sent me on this trail instead of God, but I'll travel it to the end. And now don't forget that I'm Don Francisco Urique whenever you happen to mention my name." "I'll expose you today, you double-dyed traitor," stammered Thacker. The kid arose and without violence took Thacker by the throat with a hand of steel and shoved him slowly into a corner. Then he drew from under his left arm his pearl-handled .45 and poked the cold muzzle of it against the consul's mouth. "I told you why I come here," he said with his old freezing smile. "If I leave here, you'll be the reason. Never forget it, partner. Now, what is my name?" Don Francisco Urique," gasped Thacker. From outside came a sound of wheels and the shouting of someone and the sharp thwacks of a wooden whipstock upon the backs of fat horses. The kid put up his gun and walked toward the door, but he turned again and came back to the trembling Thacker and held up his left hand with its back toward the consul. "There's one more reason," he said slowly, "why things have got to stand as they are. The fellow I killed in Laredo had one of them same pictures on his left hand." Outside, the ancient landau of Don Santos Urique rattled to the door. The coachman ceased his bellowing. Senora Urique, in a voluminous gay gown of white lace and flying ribbons, leaned forward with a happy look in her great soft eyes. "Are you within, dear son?" she called in the rippling Castilian. "Madre mio, yo vengo." "Mother, I come," answered the young Don Francisco Urique. End of A Double-Dyed Deceiver by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Evelyn by James Joyce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. She sat at the window watching the evening invade the avenue. Her head was leaned against the window curtains, and in her nostrils was the odor of dusty cretonne. She was tired. Few people passed. The man out of the last house passed on his way home. She heard his footsteps clacking along the concrete pavement, and afterwards crunching on the cinder path before the new red houses. One time there used to be a field there, in which they used to play every evening with other people's children. Then a man from Belfast bought the field and built houses in it, not like their little brown houses, but bright brick houses with shining roofs. The children of the avenue used to play together in that field, the Devines, the Waters, the Duns, little Kirk the cripple, she and her brothers and sisters. Ernest, however, never played. He was too grown up. Her father used often to hunt them in and out of the field with his blackthorn stick, but usually little Keogh used to keep nix and call out when he saw her father coming. Still, they seemed to have been rather happy then. Her father was not so bad then, and besides, her mother was alive. That was a long time ago. She and her brothers and sisters were all grown up. Her mother was dead. Tizzie Dunn was dead too, and the Waters had gone back to England. Everything changes. Now she was going to go away like the others, to leave her home. Home. She looked round the room, reviewing all its familiar objects, which she had dusted once a week for so many years, wondering where on earth all the dust came from. Perhaps she would never see again those familiar objects from which she had never dreamed of being divided. And yet, during all those years, she had never found out the name of the priest whose yellowing photograph hung on the wall above the broken harmonium, beside the coloured print of the promises made to Blessed Margaret Mary Alacoque. He had been a school friend of her father. Whenever he showed the photograph to a visitor, her father used to pass it with a casual word. "He's in Melbourne now." She had consented to go away, to leave her home. Was that wise? She tried to weigh each side of the question. In her home, anyway, she had shelter and food. She had those whom she had known all her life about her. Of course she had to work hard, both in the house and at business. What would they say of her in the stores when they found out that she had run away with a fellow? Say she was a fool, perhaps, and her place would be filled up by advertisement. Miss Gavan would be glad. She had always had an edge on her, especially whenever there were people listening. "Miss Hill, don't you see these ladies are waiting? Look lively, Miss Hill, please." She wouldn't cry many tears at leaving the stores. But in her new home, in a distant unknown country, it would not be like that. Then she would be married, she, Evelyn. People would treat her with respect then. She would not be treated as her mother had been. Even now, though she was over 19, she sometimes felt herself in danger of her father's violence. She knew it was that had given her the palpitations. When they were growing up, he had never gone for her like he used to go for Harry and Ernest, because she was a girl, but latterly he had begun to threaten her and say what he would do to her only for her dead mother's sake. And no, she had nobody to protect her. Ernest was dead, and Harry, who was in the church decorating business, was nearly always down somewhere in the country. Besides, the invariable squabble for money on Saturday nights had begun to weary her unspeakably. She always gave her entire wages, 7 shillings, and Harry always sent up what he could, but the trouble was to get any money from her father. He said she used to squander the money, that she had no head, that he wasn't going to give her his hard-earned money to throw about the streets, and much more, for he was usually fairly bad on Saturday night. In the end, he would give her the money and ask her had she any intention of buying Sunday's dinner. Then she had to rush out as quickly as she could and do her marketing, holding her black leather purse tightly in her hand as she elbowed her way through the crowds, and returning home late under a load of provisions. She had hard work to keep the house together and to see that the 2 young children who had been left to her charge went to school regularly and got their meals regularly. It was hard work, a hard life, but now that she was about to leave it, she didn't find it a wholly undesirable life. She was about to explore another life with Frank. Frank was very kind, manly, open-hearted. She was to go away with him by the night boat to be his wife, and to live with him in Buenos Aires, where he had a home waiting for her. How well she remembered the first time she had seen him. He was lodging in a house on the main road where she used to visit. It seemed a few weeks ago. He was standing at the gate, his peaked cap pushed back on his head, and his hair tumbled forward over a face of bronze. Then they had come to know each other. He used to meet her outside the stores every evening and see her home. He took her to see The Bohemian Girl, and she felt elated as she sat in an accustomed part of the theatre with him. He was awfully fond of music, and sang a little. People knew that they were courting, and when he sang about the lass that loves a sailor, she always felt pleasantly confused. He used to call her Poppens out of fun. First of all it had been excitement for her to have a fellow, and then she had begun to like him. He had tales of distant countries. He had started as a deck boy at £1 a month on a ship of the Allan Line, going out to Canada. He told her the names of the ships he had been on, and the names of the different services. He had sailed through the Straits of Magellan, and he told her stories of the terrible Patagonians. He had fallen on his feet in Buenos Aires, he said, and had come over to the old country just for a holiday. Of course, her father had found out the affair, and had forbidden her to have anything to say to him. "I know these sailor chaps," he said. One day he had quarrelled with Frank, and after that she had to meet her lover secretly. The evening deepened in the avenue. The white of the 2 letters in her lap grew indistinct. One was to Harry, the other was to her father. Ernest had been her favourite, but she liked Harry too. Her father was becoming old lately, she noticed. He would miss her. Sometimes he could be very nice. Not long before, when she had been laid up for a day, he had read her out a ghost story and made toast for her at the fire. Another day, when their mother was alive, they had all gone for a picnic to the Hill of Howth. She remembered her father putting on her mother's bonnet to make the children laugh. Her time was running out, but she continued to sit by the window, leaning her head against the window curtain, inhaling the odour of dusty cretonne. Down far in the avenue she could hear a street organ playing. She knew the air. Strange that he should come that very night to remind her of the promise to her mother, her promise to keep the home together as long as she could. She remembered the last night of her mother's illness. She was again in the close dark room at the other side of the hall, and outside she heard a melancholy air of Italy. The organ player had been ordered to go away and given 6 pence. She remembered her father strutting back into the sick room saying, "Damned Italians, coming over here." As she mused, a pitiful vision of her mother's life laid its spell on the very quick of her being, that life of commonplace sacrifices closing in final craziness. She trembled as she heard again her mother's voice saying constantly, with foolish insistence, "Deveran, Deveran." She stood up, in a sudden impulse of terror. Escape. She must escape. Frank would save her. He would give her life, perhaps love too. But she wanted to live. Why should she be unhappy? She had a right to happiness. Frank would take her in his arms, fold her in his arms. He would save her. She stood among the swaying crowd in the station at the north wall. He held her hand, and she knew that he was speaking to her, saying something about the passage over and over again. The station was full of soldiers with brown baggages. Through the wide doors of the sheds she caught a glimpse of the black mass of the boat, lying in beside the quay wall, with illuminated portholes. She answered nothing. She felt her cheek pale and cold, and out of a maze of distress she prayed to God to direct her, to show her what was her duty. The boat blew a long mournful whistle into the mist. If she went, tomorrow she would be on the sea with Frank, steaming towards Buenos Aires. Their passage had been booked. Could she still draw back after all he had done for her? Her distress awoke a nausea in her body, and she kept moving her lips in silent, fervent prayer. A bell clanged upon her heart. She felt him seize her hand. "Come!" All the seas of the world tumbled about her heart. He was drawing her into them. He would drown her. She gripped with both hands at the iron railing. "Come!" No, no, no! It was impossible. Her hands clutched the iron in frenzy. Amid the seas she sent a cry of anguish. "Evelyn! Evie!" He rushed beyond the barrier and called to her to follow. He was shouted at to go on, but he still called to her. She set her white face to him, passive, like a helpless animal. Her eyes gave him no sign of love, or farewell, or recognition. End of Evelyn by James Joyce. Read by Maria Grazia Tundo.
By Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lon McFane was a bit grumpy, what of losing his tobacco pouch, or else he might have told me before we got to it something about the cabin at Surprise Lake. All day, turn and turn about, we had spelled each other at going to the fore and breaking trail for the dogs. It was heavy snowshoe work and did not tend to make a man voluble. Yet Lon McFane might have found breath enough at noon when we stopped to boil coffee with which to tell me. But he didn't. Surprise Lake? It was Surprise Cabin to me. I had never heard of it before. I confess I was a bit tired. I had been looking for Lon to stop and make camp at any time for an hour, but I had too much pride to suggest making camp or to ask him his intentions. And yet he was my man, lured at a handsome wage to mush my dogs for me and to obey my commands. I guess I was a bit grumpy myself. He said nothing, and I was resolved to ask nothing, even if we tramped on all night. We came upon the cabin abruptly. For a week of trail we had met no one, and in my mind there had been little likelihood of meeting any one for a week to come. And yet there it was, right before my eyes, a cabin, with a dim light in the window and smoke curling up from the chimney. "Why didn't you tell me?" I began, but was interrupted by Lon, who muttered, "Surprise Lake. It lies up a small feeder half a mile on. It's only a pond." "Yes, but the cabin. Who lives in it?" "A woman," was the answer, and the next moment Lon had rapped on the door, and a woman's voice bade him enter. "Have you seen Dave recently?" she asked. "Nope," Lon answered carelessly. "I've been in the other direction, down Circle City way. Dave's up Dawson way, ain't he?" The woman nodded, and Lon fell to unharnessing the dogs while I unlashed the sled and carried the camp outfit into the cabin. The cabin was a large one-room affair, and the woman was evidently alone in it. She pointed to the stove, where water was already boiling, and Lon set about the preparation of supper, while I opened the fish bag and fed the dogs. I looked for Lon to introduce us, and was vexed that he did not, for they were evidently old friends. "You are Lon McFane, aren't you?" I heard her ask him. "Why, I remember you now. The last time I saw you it was on a steamboat, wasn't it?" "I remember." Her speech seemed suddenly to be frozen by the spectacle of dread which, I knew from the tenor I saw mounting in her eyes, must be on her inner vision. To my astonishment, Lon was affected by her words and manner. His face showed desperate, for all his voice sounded hearty and genial, as he said, "The last time we met was at Dawson, Queen's Jubilee, or birthday, or something, don't you remember? The canoe races in the river, and the obstacle races down the main street?" The terror faded out of her eyes, and her whole body relaxed. "Oh, yes, I do remember," she said. "And you won one of the canoe races." "How's Dave been making it lately? Striking it rich as ever, I suppose?" Lon asked, with apparent irrelevance. She smiled and nodded, and then, noticing that I had unlashed the bed-roll, she indicated the end of the cabin where I might spread it. Her own bunk, I noticed, was made up at the opposite end. "I thought it was Dave coming when I heard your dogs," she said. After that she said nothing, contenting herself with watching Lon's cooking operations and listening the while as for the sound of dogs along the trail. I lay back on the blankets and smoked and watched. Here was a mystery. I could make that much out, but no more could I make out. Why in the deuce hadn't Lon given me the tip before we arrived? I looked at her face, unnoticed by her, and the longer I looked the harder it was to take my eyes away. It was a wonderfully beautiful face, unearthly, I might say, with a light in it or an expression or something that was never on land or sea. Fear and terror had completely vanished, and it was a placidly beautiful face, if by placid one can characterize that intangible and occult something that I cannot say was a radiance or a light any more than I can say it was an expression. Abruptly, as if for the first time, she became aware of my presence. "Have you seen Dave recently?" she asked me. It was on the tip of my tongue to say, "Dave who?" when Lon coughed in the smoke that arose from the sizzling bacon. The bacon might have caused that cough, but I took it as a hint and left my question unasked. "No, I haven't," I answered. "I'm new in this part of the country." "But you don't mean to say," she interrupted, "that you've never heard of Dave, of Big Dave Walsh?" "You see," I apologized, "I'm new in the country. I've put in most of my time in the lower country, down Nome way." "Tell him about Dave," she said to Lon. Lon seemed put out, but he began in that hearty, genial manner that I had noticed before. It seemed a shade too hearty and genial, and it irritated me. "Oh, Dave is a fine man," he said. "He's a man, every inch of him, and he stands 6 feet 4 in his socks. His word is as good as his bond. The man lies who ever says Dave told a lie, and that man will have to fight with me too as well, if there's anything left of him when Dave gets done with him. For Dave is a fighter. Oh, yes, he's a scrapper from way back. He got a grizzly with a .38 pop gun. He clawed some, but he knew what he was doing. He went into the cave on purpose to get that grizzly, 'fraid of nothing, free and easy with his money, or his last shirt and match when out of money. Why, he drained Surprise Lake here in 3 weeks and took out 90,000, didn't he?" She flushed and nodded her head proudly. Through his recital she had followed every word with keenest interest. "And I must say," Lon went on, "that I was disappointed sore on not meeting Dave here tonight." Lon served supper at one end of the table of whipsawed spruce, and we fell to eating. A howling of the dogs took the woman to the door. She opened it an inch and listened. "Where is Dave Walsh?" I asked in an undertone. "Dead," Lon answered. "In hell, maybe. I don't know. Shut up." "But you just said you expected to meet him here tonight," I challenged. "Oh, shut up, can't you?" was Lon's reply, in the same cautious undertone. The woman had closed the door and was returning, and I sat and meditated upon the fact that this man who told me to shut up received from me a salary of $250 a month and his board. Lon washed the dishes while I smoked and watched the woman. She seemed more beautiful than ever, strangely and weirdly beautiful, it is true. After looking at her steadfastly for 5 minutes, I was compelled to come back to the real world and to glance at Lon McFane. This enabled me to know without discussion that the woman, too, was real. At first I had taken her for the wife of Dave Walsh, but if Dave Walsh were dead, as Lon had said, then she could only be his widow. It was early to bed, for we faced a long day on the morrow, and as Lon crawled in beside me under the blankets, I ventured a question. "That woman's crazy, isn't she?" "Crazy as a loon," he answered. And before I could formulate my next question, Lon McFane, I swear, was off to sleep. He always went to sleep that way, just crawled into the blankets, closed his eyes, and was off, a demure little heavy breathing rising on the air. Lon never snored. And in the morning it was quick breakfast, feed the dogs, load the sled, and hit the trail. We said good-bye as we pulled out, and the woman stood in the doorway and watched us off. I carried the vision of her unearthly beauty away with me, just under my eyelids, and all I had to do any time was to close them to see her again. The way was unbroken, Surprise Lake being far off the travelled trails, and Lon and I took turn about at beating down the feathery snow with our big webbed shoes so that the dogs could travel. "But you said you expected to meet Dave Walsh at the cabin," trembled on the tip of my tongue a score of times. I did not utter it. I could wait until we knocked off in the middle of the day. And when the middle of the day came, we went right on, for, as Lon explained, there was a camp of moose hunters at the forks of the Teelee, and we could make there by dark. But we didn't make there by dark, for Bright, the lead dog, broke his shoulder blade, and we lost an hour over him before we shot him. Then, crossing a timber jam on the frozen bed of the Teelee, the sled suffered a wrenching capsize, and it was a case of make camp and repair the runner. I cooked supper and fed the dogs while Lon made the repairs, and together we got in the night's supply of ice and firewood. Then we sat on our blankets, our moccasins steaming on upended sticks before the fire, and had our evening smoke. "You didn't know her?" Lon queried suddenly. I shook my head. "You noticed the color of her hair and eyes and her complexion? Well, that's where she got her name. She was like the first warm glow of a golden sunrise. She was called Flush of Gold. Ever heard of her?" Somewhere I had a confusing and misty remembrance of having heard the name, yet it meant nothing to me. "Flush of Gold," I repeated. "Sounds like the name of a dance-house girl." Lon shook his head. "No, she was a good woman, at least in that sense, though she sinned greatly just the same." "But why do you speak always of her in the past tense, as though she were dead?" "Because of the darkness on her soul that is the same as the darkness of death. The Flush of Gold that I knew, that Dawson knew, and that 40 Mile knew before that, is dead. That dumb lunatic creature we saw last night was not Flush of Gold." "And Dave?" I queried. "He built that cabin," Lon answered. "He built it for her and for himself. He is dead. She is waiting for him there. She half believes he is not dead. But who can know the whim of a crazed mind? Maybe she wholly believes he is not dead. At any rate, she waits for him there in the cabin he built. Who would rouse the dead? Then who would rouse the living that are dead? Not I, and that is why I let on to expect to meet Dave Walsh there last night. I'll bet a stack that I'd have been more surprised than she if I had met him there last night." "I do not understand," I said. "Begin at the beginning, as a white man should, and tell me the whole tale." And Lon began. Victor Chauvet was an old Frenchman born in the south of France. He came to California in the days of gold. He was a pioneer. He found no gold, but instead became a maker of bottled sunshine, in short, a grape grower and winemaker. Also, he followed gold excitements. That is what brought him to Alaska in the early days, and over the Chilkoot and down the Yukon long before the Carmack strike. The old town site of 10 Mile was Chauvet's. He carried the first mail into Arctic City. He staked those coal mines on the Porcupine a dozen years ago. He grub-staked Loftus into the Nippentuck country. Now it happened that Victor Chauvet was a good Catholic, loving two things in this world, wine and woman. Wine of all kinds he loved, but of woman only one, and she was the mother of Marie Chauvet. Here I groaned aloud, having meditated beyond self-control over the fact that I paid this man $250 a month. "What's the matter now?" he demanded. "Matter?" I complained. "I thought you were telling the story of Flush of Gold. I don't want a biography of your old French wine-bibber." Lon calmly lighted his pipe, took one good puff, then put the pipe aside. "And you asked me to begin at the beginning," he said. "Yes," I said, "the beginning. And the beginning of Flush of Gold is the old French wine-bibber, for he was the father of Marie Chauvet, and Marie Chauvet was the Flush of Gold. What more do you want? Victor Chauvet never had much luck to speak of. He managed to live and to get along and to take good care of Marie, who resembled the one woman he had loved. He took very good care of her. Flush of Gold was the pet name he gave her. Flush of Gold Creek was named after her. Flush of Gold town site, too. The old man was great on town sites, only he never landed them." "Now, honestly," Lon said, with one of his lightning changes, "you've seen her. What do you think of her? Of her looks, I mean. How does she strike your beauty sense?" "She is remarkably beautiful," I said. "I never saw anything like her in my life. In spite of the fact last night that I guessed she was mad, I could not keep my eyes off her. It wasn't curiosity, it was wonder, sheer wonder. She was so strangely beautiful." "She was more strangely beautiful before the darkness fell upon her," Lon said softly. "She was truly the Flush of Gold. She turned all men's hearts and heads. She recalls with an effort that I once won a canoe race in Dawson. I, who once loved her, and was told by her of her love for me. It was her beauty that made all men love her. She'd got the apple from Paris, on application, and there wouldn't have been any Trojan War, and to top it off she'd have thrown Paris down. And now she lives in darkness, and she who was always fickle for the first time is constant, and constant to a shade, to a dead man she does not realize is dead. And this is the way it was. You remember what I said last night of Dave Walsh, big Dave Walsh? He was all that I said, and more, many times more. He came into this country in the late '80s. That's a pioneer for you. He was 20 years old then. He was a young bull. When he was 25 he could lift clear of the ground 13 50-pound sacks of flour. At first, each fall of the year, famine drove him out. It was a lone land in those days. No river steamboats, no grub, nothing but salmon bellies and rabbit tracks. But after famine chased him out 3 years, he said he'd had enough of being chased, and the next year he stayed. He lived on straight meat when he was lucky enough to get it. He ate 11 dogs that winter, but he stayed. And the next winter he stayed, and the next. He never did leave the country again. He was a bull, a great bull. He could kill the strongest man in the country with hard work. He could outpack a Chilcat Indian. He could outpaddle a stick. And he could travel all day with wet feet when the thermometer registered 50 below zero, and that's going some, I'll tell you, for vitality. You'd freeze your feet at 25 below if you wet them and tried to keep on. Dave Walsh was a bull for strength, and yet he was soft and easy-natured. Everybody could do him. The latest shorthorn in camp could lie his last dollar out of him. But it doesn't worry me. He had a way of laughing off his softness. It doesn't keep me awake nights. Now don't get the idea that he had no backbone. You remember about the bear he went after with the pop gun? When it came to fighting, Dave was the blamedest ever. He was the limit, if by that I may describe his unlimitedness when he got into action. He was easy and kind with the weak, but the strong had to give trail when he went by. And he was a man that men liked, which is the finest word of all, a man's man. Dave never took part in the big stampede to Dawson when Carmack made the Bonanza strike. You see, Dave was just then over on Mammon Creek striking it himself. He discovered Mammon Creek, cleaned 84,000 up that winter, and opened up the claim so that it promised a couple of 100,000 for the next winter. Then, summer being on and the ground sloshy, he took a trip up the Yukon to Dawson to see what Carmack's strike looked like. And there he saw a flush of gold. I remember the night. I shall always remember. It was something sudden, and it makes one shiver to think of a strong man with all the strength withered out of him by one glance from the soft eyes of a weak, blonde, female creature like Flush of Gold. It was at her dad's cabin, old Victor Chauvet's. Some friend had brought Dave along to talk over town sights on Mammon Creek. But little talking did he do, and what he did was mostly gibberish. I tell you, the sight of Flush of Gold had sent Dave clean daffy. Old Victor Chauvet insisted after Dave left that he had been drunk, and so he had. He was drunk, but Flush of Gold was the strong drink that made him so. That settled it, that first glimpse he caught of her. He did not start back down the Yukon in a week as he had intended. He lingered on a month, 2 months, all summer, and we who had suffered understood and wondered what the outcome would be. Undoubtedly, in our minds it seemed that Flush of Gold had met her master. And why not? There was romance sprinkled all over Dave Walsh. He was a Mammon king. He had made the Mammon Creek site. He was an old sour dog, one of the oldest pioneers in the land. Men turned to look at him when he went by, and said to one another in awed undertones, "There goes Dave Walsh." And why not? He stood 6'4". He had yellow hair himself that curled on his neck. And he was a bull, a yellow-maned bull just turned 31. And Flush of Gold loved him, and, having danced with him through a whole summer's courtship, at the end their engagement was made known. The fall of the year was at hand. Dave had to be back for the winter's work on Mammon Creek, and Flush of Gold refused to be married right away. Dave put Dusky Burns in charge of the Mammon Creek claim, and himself lingered on in Dawson. Little use. She wanted her freedom a while longer. She must have it, and she would not marry until next year. And so, on the first ice, Dave Walsh went alone down the Yukon behind his dogs, with the understanding that the marriage would take place when he arrived on the first steamboat of the next year. Now Dave was as true as the pole star, and she was as false as a magnetic needle in a cargo of lodestone. Dave was as steady and solid as she was fickle and flyaway, and in some way Dave, who never doubted anybody, doubted her. It was the jealousy of his love, perhaps, and maybe it was the message ticked off from her soul to his, but at any rate Dave was worried by fear of her inconstancy. He was afraid to trust her till the next year. He had so to trust her, and he was pretty well beside himself. Some of it I got from old Victor Chauvet afterwards, and from all that I have pieced together I conclude that there was something of a scene before Dave pulled north with his dogs. He stood up before the old Frenchman, with Flush of Gold beside him, and announced that they were plighted to each other. He was very dramatic, with fire in his eyes, old Victor said. He talked something about "until death do us part," and old Victor especially remembered that at one place Dave took her by the shoulder with his great paw and almost shook her as he said, "Even unto death are you mine. I would rise from the grave to claim you." Old Victor distinctly remembered these words, "Even unto death are you mine, and I would rise from the grave to claim you." And he told me afterwards that Flush of Gold was pretty badly frightened, and that he afterwards took Dave to one side privately and told him that wasn't the way to hold Flush of Gold, that he must humor her and gentle her if he wanted to keep her. There is no discussion in my mind but that Flush of Gold was frightened. She was a savage herself in her treatment of men, while men had always treated her as a soft and tender and too utterly utter something that must not be hurt. She didn't know what harshness was until Dave Walsh, standing his 6'4", a big bull, gripped her and pawed her and assured her that she was his until death, and then some. And besides, in Dawson that winter was a music player, one of those macaroni-eating, greasy tenor Italian Dago propositions, and Flush of Gold lost her heart to him. Maybe it was only fascination, I don't know. Sometimes it seems to me that she really did love Dave Walsh. Perhaps it was because he had frightened her with that "even unto death rise from the grave" stunt of his that she in the end inclined to the Dago music player. But it is all guesswork, and the facts are sufficient. He wasn't a Dago, he was a Russian count, this was straight, and he wasn't a professional piano player or anything of the sort. He played the violin and the piano, and he sang well, but it was for his own pleasure and for the pleasure of those he sang for. He had money, too, and right here let me say that Flush of Gold never cared a rap for money. She was fickle, but she was never sordid. But to be getting along. She was plighted to Dave, and Dave was coming up on the first steamboat to get her. That was the middle of the summer of '98, and the first steamboat was to be expected the middle of June. And Flush of Gold was afraid to throw Dave down and face him afterwards. It was all planned suddenly. The Russian music player, the Count, was her obedient slave. She planned it, I know. I learned as much from old Victor afterwards. The Count took his orders from her and caught that first steamboat down. It was the Golden Rocket. And so did Flush of Gold catch it. And so did I. I was going to Circle City, and I was flabbergasted when I found Flush of Gold on board. I didn't see her name down on the passenger list. She was with the Count fellow all the time, happy and smiling. And I noticed that the Count fellow was down on the list as having his wife along. There it was, stateroom, number, and all. The first I knew that he was married, only I didn't see anything of the wife, unless Flush of Gold was so counted. I wondered if they'd got married ashore before starting. There'd been talk about them in Dawson, you see, and bets had been laid that the Count fellow had cut Dave out. I talked with the purser. He didn't know anything more about it than I did. He didn't know Flush of Gold anyway, and besides, he was almost rushed to death. You know what a Yukon steamboat is, but you can't guess what the Golden Rocket was when it left Dawson that June of 1898. She was a hummer. Being the first steamer out, she carried all the scurvy patients and hospital wrecks. Then she must have carried a couple of millions of Klondike dust and nuggets, to say nothing of a packed and jammed passenger list, deck passengers galore, and bucks and squaws and dogs without end. And she was loaded down to the guards with freight and baggage. There was a mountain of the same on the forward lower deck, and each little stop along the way added to it. I saw the box come aboard at Teelee Portage, and I knew it for what it was, though I little guessed the joker that was in it. And they piled it on top of everything else on the fore lower deck, and they didn't pile it any too securely either. The mate expected to come back to it again, and then forgot about it. I thought at the time there was something familiar about the big husky dog that climbed over the baggage and freight and lay down next to the box. And then we passed the Glendale, bound up for Dawson. As she saluted us, I thought of Dave on board of her and hurrying to Dawson to Flush of Gold. I turned and looked at her where she stood by the rail. Her eyes were bright, but she looked a bit frightened by the sight of the other steamer, and she was leaning closely to the Count fellow as for protection. She needn't have leaned so safely against him, and I needn't have been so sure of a disappointed Dave Walsh arriving at Dawson, for Dave Walsh wasn't on the Glendale. There were a lot of things I didn't know, but was soon to know. For instance, that the pair were not yet married. Inside half an hour, preparations for the marriage took place. What of the sick men in the main cabin, and of the crowded condition of the Golden Rocket? The likeliest place for the ceremony was found forward on the lower deck, in an open space next to the rail and gangplank, and shaded by the mountain of freight with the big box on top and the sleeping dog beside it. There was a missionary on board, getting off at Eagle City, which was the next step, so they had to use him quick. That was what they'd planned to do, get married on the boat. But I've run ahead of the facts. The reason Dave Walsh wasn't on the Glendale was because he was on the Golden Rocket. It was this way. After loitering in Dawson on account of Flush of Gold, he went down to Mammon Creek on the ice. There he found Dusky Burns doing so well with the claim there was no need for him to be around. So he put some grub on the sled, harnessed the dogs, took an Indian along, and pulled out for Surprise Lake. He always had a liking for that section. Maybe you don't know how the creek turned out to be a four-flusher, but the prospects were good at the time, and Dave proceeded to build his cabin and hers. That's the cabin we slept in. After he finished it, he went off on a moose hunt to the forks of the Teely, taking the Indian along. And this is what happened. Come on a cold snap. The juice went down 40, 50, 60 below zero. I remember that snap. I was at 40 Mile, and I remember the very day. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the spirit thermometer in the NAT&T Company's store went down to 75 below zero. And that morning, near the forks of the Teely, Dave Walsh was out after moose with that blessed Indian of his. I got it all from the Indian afterwards. We made a trip over the ice together to Daya. That morning Mr. Indian broke through the ice and wet himself to the waist. Of course he began to freeze right away. The proper thing was to build a fire, but Dave Walsh was a bull. It was only half a mile to camp, where a fire was already burning. What was the good of building another? He threw Mr. Indian over his shoulder and ran with him half a mile, with the thermometer at 75 below. You know what that means. Suicide. There's no other name for it. Why, that buck Indian weighed over 200 himself, and Dave ran half a mile with him. Of course he froze his lungs. Must have frozen them near solid. It was a tomfool trick for any man to do. And anyway, after lingering horribly for several weeks, Dave Walsh died. The Indian didn't know what to do with the corpse. Ordinarily he'd have buried him and let it go at that. But he knew that Dave Walsh was a big man worth lots of money, a Hi-U-Skookum chief. Likewise, he'd seen the bodies of other Hi-U-Skookums carted around the country like they were worth something. So he decided to take Dave's body to 40 Mile, which was Dave's headquarters. You know how the ice is on the grassroots in this country. Well, the Indian planted Dave under a foot of soil. In short, he put Dave on ice. Dave could have stayed there 1,000 years and still been the same old Dave. You understand, just the same as a refrigerator. Then the Indian brings over a whipsaw from the cabin at Surprise Lake and makes lumber enough for the box. Also, waiting for the thaw, he goes out and shoots about 10,000 pounds of moose. This he keeps on ice, too. Come the thaw, the Teely broke. He built a raft, loaded it with the meat, the big box with Dave inside, and Dave's team of dogs, and away they went down the Teely. The raft got caught on a timber jam, hung up 2 days. It was scorching hot weather, and Mr. Indian nearly lost his moose meat. So when he got to Teely Portage, he figured a steamboat would get to 40 Mile quicker than his raft. He transferred his cargo, and there you are, 4 lower deck of the Golden Rocket, Flush of Gold being married, and Dave Walsh in his big box casting the shade for her. And there's one thing I clean forgot. No wonder I thought the husky dog that came aboard at Teely Portage was familiar. It was Pelat, Dave Walsh's lead dog and favorite, a terrible fighter, too. He was lying down beside the box. Flush of Gold caught sight of me, called me over, shook hands with me, and introduced me to the Count. She was beautiful. I was as mad for her then as ever. She smiled into my eyes and said I must sign as one of the witnesses. And there was no refusing her. She was ever a child, cruel as children are cruel. Also, she told me she was in possession of the only 2 bottles of champagne in Dawson, or that had been in Dawson the night before, and before I knew it I was scheduled to drink her and the Count's health. Everybody crowded round, the captain of the steamboat very prominent, trying to ring in on the wine, I guess. It was a funny wedding. On the upper deck the hospital wrecks with various feet in the grave gathered and looked down to see. There were Indians all jammed in the circle, too, big bucks and their squaws and kids, to say nothing of about 75 snarling wolf dogs. The missionary lined the 2 of them up and started in with the service. And just then a dog fight started high up on the pile of freight, Pelat lying beside the big box and a white-haired brute belonging to one of the Indians. The fight wasn't explosive at all. The brutes just snarled at each other from a distance, tapping at each other long distance, you know, saying dast and dassent, dast and dassent. The noise was rather disturbing, but you could hear the missionary's voice above it. There was no particularly easy way of getting at the 2 dogs, except from the other side of the pile. But nobody was on that side. Everybody watching the ceremony, you see. Even then, everything might have been all right if the captain hadn't thrown a club at the dogs. That was what precipitated everything. As I say, if the captain hadn't thrown that club, nothing might have happened. The missionary had just reached the point where he was saying, "In sickness and in health, and till death do us part," and just then the captain threw the club. I saw the whole thing. It landed on Pelat, and at that instant the white brute jumped him. The club caused it. Their 2 bodies struck the box, and it began to slide, its lower end tilting down. It was a long, oblong box, and it slid down slowly until it reached the perpendicular, when it came down on the run. The onlookers on that side the circle had time to get out from under. Flush of Gold and the Count, on the opposite side the circle, were facing the box. The missionary had his back to it. The box must have fallen 10 feet straight up and down, and it hit end on. Now mind, not one of us knew that Dave Walsh was dead. We thought he was on the Glendale, bound for Dawson. The missionary had edged off to one side, and so Flush of Gold faced the box when it struck. It was like in a play. It couldn't have been better planned. It struck on end and on the right end. The whole front of the box came off, and out swept Dave Walsh on his feet, partly wrapped in a blanket, his yellow hair flying and showing bright in the sun. Right out of the box, on his feet, he swept upon Flush of Gold. She didn't know he was dead, but it was unmistakable after hanging up 2 days on a timber jam that he was rising all right from the dead to claim her. Possibly that is what she thought. At any rate, the sight froze her. She couldn't move. She just sort of wilted and watched Dave Walsh coming for her. And he got her. It looked almost as though he threw his arms around her. But whether or not this happened, down to the deck they went together. We had to drag Dave Walsh's body clear before we could get hold of her. She was in a faint, but it would have been just as well if she had never come out of that faint, for when she did, she fell to screaming the way insane people do. She kept it up for hours till she was exhausted. Oh, yes, she recovered. You saw her last night and know how much recovered she is. She is not violent, it is true, but she lives in darkness. She believes that she is waiting for Dave Walsh, and so she waits in the cabin he built for her. She is no longer fickle. It is 9 years now that she has been faithful to Dave Walsh, and the outlook is that she'll be faithful to him to the end. Lon McFarlane pulled down the top of the blankets and prepared to crawl in. "We have her grub hauled to her each year," he added, "and in general keep an eye on her. Last night was the first time she ever recognized me, though." "Who are the we?" I asked. "Oh," was the answer, "the Count and old Victor Chauvet and me. Do you know, I think the Count is the one to be really sorry for. Dave Walsh never did know that she was false to him. And she does not suffer. Her darkness is merciful to her." I lay silently under the blankets for the space of a minute. "Is the Count still in the country?" I asked. But there was a gentle sound of breathing, and I knew Lon McFarlane was asleep. End of Flush of Gold by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com Ghost by Thomas Hardy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I never passed through Chalk Newton without turning to regard the neighbouring upland at a point where a lane crosses the lone straight highway dividing this from the next parish, a sight which does not fail to recall the event that once happened there, and, though it may seem superfluous at this date to disinter more memories of village history, the whispers of that spot may claim to be preserved. It was on a dark, yet mild and exceptionally dry evening at Christmas time, according to the testimony of William Dewey of Mellstock, Michael Mayle, and others, that the choir of Chalk Newton, a large parish situate about halfway between the towns of Ivell and Casterbridge, and now a railway station, left their homes just before midnight to repeat their annual harmonies under the windows of the local population. The band of instrumentalists and singers was one of the largest in the county, and unlike the smaller and finer Mellstock string band, which eschewed all but the catgut, it included brass and reed performers at full Sunday services and reached all across the West Gallery. On this night there were 2 or 3 violins, 2 cellos, a tenor viol, double bass, hautboy, clarionets, serpent, and 7 singers. It was, however, not the choir's labours, but what its members chanced to witness that particularly marked the occasion. They had pursued their rounds for many years without meeting with any incident of an unusual kind, but tonight, according to the assertions of several, there prevailed, to begin with, an exceptionally solemn and thoughtful mood among 2 or 3 of the oldest in the band, as if they were thinking they might be joined by the phantoms of dead friends who had been their number in earlier years, and now were mute in the churchyard under flattening mounds. Friends who had shown greater zest for melody in their time than was shown in this, or that some past voice of a semi-transparent figure might quaver from some bedroom window its acknowledgment of their nocturnal greeting, instead of a familiar living neighbour. Whether this were fact or fancy, the younger members of the choir met together with their customary thoughtlessness and buoyancy. When they had gathered by the stone stump of the cross in the middle of the village, near the White Horse Inn, which they made their starting point, someone observed that they were full early, and that it was not yet 12 o'clock. The local waits of those days mostly refrained from sounding a note before Christmas morning had astronomically arrived, and not caring to return to their beer, they decided to begin with some outlying cottages in Sidlinch Lane, where the people had no clocks and would not know whether it were night or morning. In that direction they accordingly went, and as they ascended to higher ground their attention was attracted by a light beyond the houses, quite at the top of the lane. The road from Chalk Newton to Broad Sidlinch is about 2 miles long, and in the middle of its course, where it passes over the ridge dividing the 2 villages, it crosses at right angles, as has been stated, the lonely, monotonous old highway known as Long Ash Lane, which runs, straight as a surveyor's line, many miles north and south of this spot, on the foundation of a Roman road, and has often been mentioned in these narratives. Though now quite deserted and grass-grown, at the beginning of the century it was well kept and frequented by traffic. The glimmering light appeared to come from the precise point where the roads intersected. "I think I know what that mid mean," one of the group remarked. They stood a few moments discussing the probability of the light having origin in an event of which rumours had reached them, and resolved to go up the hill. Approaching the high land, their conjectures were strengthened. Long Ash Lane cut athwart them, right and left, and they saw that, at the junction of the 4 ways, under the hand-post, a grave was dug, into which, as the choir drew nigh, a corpse had just been thrown by the 4 Sidlinch men employed for the purpose. The cart and horse which had brought the body thither stood silently by. The singers and musicians from Chalk Newton halted, and looked on while the grave diggers shovelled in and trod down the earth, till, the hole being filled, the latter threw their spades into the cart, and prepared to depart. "Who mid ye be a burying there?" asked Lot Swanhills in a raised voice. "Not the sergeant." The Sidlinch men had been so deeply engrossed in their task that they had not noticed the lanterns of the Chalk Newton choir till now. "What, be you the Newton carol singers?" returned the representatives of Sidlinch. "Ay, sure. Can it be that it is old Sergeant Holway you've a buried there?" "'Tis so. You've heard about it, then?" The choir knew no particulars, only that he had shot himself in his apple closet on the previous Sunday. "Nobody seemeth to know what a did it, for a believe. Leastwise, we don't know at Chalk Newton," continued Lot. "Oh, yes, it all came out at the inquest." The singers drew close, and the Sidlinch men, pausing to rest after their labours, told the story. "It was all owing to that son of his, poor old man. It broke his heart." "But the son is a soldier, surely, now with his regiment in the East Indies." "Ay, and it have been rough with the army over there lately. 'Twas a pity his father persuaded him to go, but Luke shouldn't have twited the sergeant out, since I did it for the best." The circumstances, in brief, were these. The sergeant who had come to this lamentable end, father of the young soldier who had gone with his regiment to the East, had been singularly comfortable in his military experiences, these having ended long before the outbreak of the Great War with France. On his discharge, after duly serving his time, he had returned to his native village and married, and taken kindly to domestic life. But the war in which England next involved herself had cost him many frettings that age and infirmity prevented him from being ever again an active unit of the army. When his only son grew to young manhood, and the question arose of his going out in life, the lad expressed his wish to be a mechanic. But his father advised enthusiastically for the army. "Trade is coming to nothing in these days," he said, "and if the war with the French lasts, as it will, trade will be still worse. The army, Luke, that's the thing for 'ee. 'Twas the making of me, and 'twill be the making of you. I hadn't half such a chance as you'll have in these splendid hotter times." Luke demurred, for he was a home-keeping, peace-loving youth. But putting respectful trust in his father's judgment, he at length gave way and enlisted in the Division Foot. In the course of a few weeks he was sent out to India to his regiment, which had distinguished itself in the East under General Wellesley. But Luke was unlucky. News came home indirectly that he lay sick out there, and then on one recent day, when his father was out walking, the old man had received tidings that a letter awaited him at Casterbridge. The sergeant sent a special messenger the whole 9 miles, and the letter was paid for and brought home. But though, as he had guessed, it came from Luke, its contents were of an unexpected tenor. The letter had been written during a time of deep depression. Luke said that his life was a burden and a slavery, and bitterly reproached his father for advising him to embark on a career for which he felt unsuited. He found himself suffering fatigues and illnesses without gaining glory, and engaged in a cause which he did not understand or appreciate. If it had not been for his father's bad advice, he, Luke, would now have been working comfortably at a trade in the village that he had never wished to leave. After reading the letter, the sergeant advanced a few steps till he was quite out of sight of everybody, and then sat down on the bank by the wayside. When he arose, half an hour later, he looked withered and broken, and from that day his natural spirits left him. Wounded to the quick by his son's sarcastic stings, he indulged in liquor more and more frequently. His wife had died some years before this date, and the sergeant lived alone in the house which had been hers. One morning in the December under notice, the report of a gun had been heard on his premises, and on entering, the neighbours found him in a dying state. He had shot himself with an old firelock that he used for scaring birds, and from what he had said the day before, and the arrangements he had made for his decease, there was no doubt that his end had been deliberately planned, as a consequence of the despondency into which he had been thrown by his son's letter. The coroner's jury returned a verdict of felo de se. "Here's his son's letter," said one of the Sidlinch men. "'Twas found in his father's pocket. You can see by the state o't how many times he read it over. Howsomever, the Lord's will be done, since it must, whether or no." The grave was filled up and levelled, no mound being shaped over it. The Sidlinch men then bade the Chalk Newton choir good night and departed with the cart in which they had brought the sergeant's body to the hill. When their tread had died away from the ear, and the wind swept over the isolated grave with its customary siffle of indifference, Lot Swanhills turned and spoke to old Richard Toller, the hautboy player. "'Tis hard upon a man, and he wold soldier, to serve so, Richard. Not that the sergeant was ever in a battle bigger than would go into a half-acre paddock, that's true. Still his soul ought to ha' as good a chance as another man's, all the same, hey?" Richard replied that he was quite of the same opinion. "What d'ye say to lifting up a carol over his grave, as 'tis Christmas, and no hurry to begin down in parish, and 'twouldn't take up 10 minutes, and not a soul up here to say us nay, or know anything about it?" Lot nodded assent. "The man ought to ha' his chances," he repeated. "Ye may as well spet upon his grave, for all the good we shall do en by what we lift up, now he's got so far," said Naughton, the clarionet man, and professed sceptic of the choir. "But I'm agreed if the rest be." They thereupon placed themselves in a semicircle by the newly stirred earth, and roused the dull air with the well-known "Number 16" of their collection, which Lot gave out as being the one he thought best suited to the occasion and the mood. "He comes the prisoners to release, in Satan's bondage held." "Jown it we've never played to a dead man afore," said Ezra Catstock, when, having concluded the last verse, they stood reflecting for a breath or two. "But it do seem more merciful than to go away and leave en, as the t'other fellers have done. Now back along to Newton, and by the time we get o'er right the passons 'twill be half after 12, said the leader. They had not, however, done more than gather up their instruments, when the wind brought to their notice the noise of a vehicle rapidly driven up the same lane from Sidlinch which the grave-diggers had lately retraced. To avoid being run over when moving on, they waited till the benighted traveller, whoever he might be, should pass them where they stood in the wider area of the cross. In a half-minute the light of the lanterns fell upon a hired fly, drawn by a steaming and jaded horse. It reached the hand-post, when a voice from the inside cried, "Stop here!" The driver pulled rein. The carriage door was opened from within, and there leaped out a private soldier in the uniform of some line regiment. He looked around, and was apparently surprised to see the musician standing there. "Have you buried a man here?" he asked. "No, we bain't Sidlinch folk, thank God. We be Newton choir. Though a man is just buried here, that's true, and we've raised a carol over the poor mortal's natomy. What, do my eyes see before me young Luke Holway, that went wi' his regiment to the East Indies, or do I see his spirit straight from the battlefield? Be you the son that wrote the letter? Don't ask me. The funeral is over, then?" "There were no funeral, in a Christian manner of speaking, but's buried sure enough. You must have met the men going back in the empty cart." "Like a dog in a ditch, and all through me." He remained silent, looking at the grave, and they could not help pitying him. "My friends," he said, "I understand better now. You have, I suppose, in neighbourly charity sung peace to his soul? I thank you from my heart for your kind pity. Yes, I am Sergeant Holway's miserable son. I am the son who has brought about his father's death, as truly as if I had done it with my own hand." No, don't ye take on so, young man. He'd been naturally low for a good while, off and on, so we hear. We were out in the East when I wrote to him. Everything had seemed to go wrong with me. Just after my letter had gone, we were ordered home. That's how it is you see me here. As soon as we got into barracks at Casterbridge, I heard of this. Damn me! I'll dare to follow my father, and make away with myself too. It is the only thing left to do. Don't ye be rash, Luke Holloway, I say again, but try to make amends by your future life, and maybe your father will smile a smile down from heaven on 'ee for it." He shook his head. "I don't know about that," he answered bitterly. "Try to be worthy of your father at his best. 'Tis not too late." "Do you think not? I fancy it is. Well, I'll turn it over. Thank you for your good counsel. I'll live for one thing at any rate. I'll move father's body to a decent Christian churchyard if I do it with my own hands. I can't save his life, but I can give him an honourable grave. He shan't lie in this accursed place. Ay, as our parson says, 'tis a barbarous custom they keep up at Sidlinch, and ought to be done away with. The man a old soldier, too. You see, our parson is not like yours at Sidlinch." "He says it's barbarous, does he? So it is," cried the soldier. "Now hearken, my friends." Then he proceeded to inquire if they would increase his indebtedness to them by undertaking the removal privately of the body of the suicide to the churchyard, not of Sidlinch, a parish he now hated, but of Chalk Newton. He would give them all he possessed to do it. Lot asked Ezra Catstock what he thought of it. Catstock, the cello player, who was also the sexton, demurred, and advised the young soldier to sound the rector about it first. "Mid be he would object, and yet a midn't. The Parson o' Sidlinch is a hard man, I own ye, and a said if folk will kill themselves in hot blood they must take the consequences. But ours don't think like that at all, and might allow it." "What's his name?" "The Honourable and Reverent Mr. Oldham, brother to Lord Wessex. But you needn't be afeard on that account. He'll talk to ye like a common man, if so be ye haven't had enough drink to gie ye bad breath." "Oh, the same as formerly. I'll ask him. Thank you." And that duty done. What then? "There's war in Spain. I hear our next move is there. I'll try to show myself to be what my father wished me. I don't suppose I shall, but I'll try in my feeble way. That much I swear. Here over his body. So help me God." Luke smacked his palm against the white hand-post with such force that it shook. "Yes, there's war in Spain, and another chance for me to be worthy of my father." So the matter ended that night. That the private acted in one thing as he had vowed to do soon became apparent, for during the Christmas week the rector came into the churchyard when Catstock was there, and asked him to find a spot that would be suitable for the purpose of such an interment, adding that he had slightly known the late sergeant, and was not aware of any law which forbade him to assent to the removal, the letter of the rule having been observed. But as he did not wish to seem moved by opposition to his neighbour at Sidlinch, he had stipulated that the act of charity should be carried out at night and as privately as possible, and that the grave should be in an obscure part of the enclosure. "You had better see the young man about it at once," added the rector. But before Ezra had done anything, Luke came down to his house. His furlough had been cut short, owing to new developments of the war in the peninsula, and being obliged to go back to his regiment immediately, he was compelled to leave the exhumation and reinterment to his friends. Everything was paid for, and he implored them all to see it carried out forthwith. With this the soldier left. The next day Ezra, on thinking the matter over again, went across to the rectory, struck with sudden misgiving. He had remembered that the sergeant had been buried without a coffin, and he was not sure that a stake had not been driven through him. The business would be more troublesome than they had first supposed. "Yes, indeed," murmured the rector. "I am afraid it is not feasible after all." The next event was the arrival of a headstone by carrier from the nearest town, to be left at Mr. Ezra Catstock's, all expenses paid. The sexton and the carrier deposited the stone in the former's outhouse, and Ezra, left alone, put on his spectacles to read the brief and simple inscription. "Here lieth the body of Samuel Holloway, late sergeant in His Majesty's D Regiment of Foot, who departed this life December the 20th, 1800 . Erected by L.H. I am not worthy to be called thy son." Ezra again called at the Riverside Rectory. "The stone is come, sir, but I am afeard we can't do it nohow." "I should like to oblige him," said the gentlemanly old incumbent, "and I would forego all fees willingly. Still, if you and the others don't think you can carry it out, I am in doubt what to say." "Well, sir, I've made inquiry of a Sidlinch woman as to his burial, and what I thought seems true. They buried him wi' a new 6-foot hurdle sawed through his body, from the sheep pen up in North Irwellies, though they don't own to it now, and the question is the moving worth while, considering the awkwardness." "Have you heard anything more of the young man?" Ezra had only heard that he had embarked that week for Spain with the rest of the regiment. "And if he's as desperate as a seemed, we shall never see him here in England again." "It is an awkward case," said the rector. Ezra talked it over with the choir, one of whom suggested that the stone might be erected at the crossroads. This was regarded as impracticable. Another said that it might be set up in the churchyard without removing the body, but this was seen to be dishonest. So nothing was done. The headstone remained in Ezra's outhouse until, growing tired of seeing it there, he put it away among the bushes at the bottom of his garden. The subject was sometimes revived among them, but it always ended with, Considering how 'a's buried, we can hardly make a job of it." There was always the consciousness that Luke would never come back, an impression strengthened by the disasters which were rumoured to have befallen the army in Spain. This tended to make their inertness permanent. The headstone grew green as it lay on its back under Ezra's bushes. Then a tree by the river was blown down, and, falling across the stone, cracked it in 3 pieces. Ultimately, the pieces became buried in the leaves and mould. Luke had not been born a Chalk Newton man, and he had no relations left in Sidlinch, so that no tidings of him reached either village throughout the war. But after Waterloo and the fall of Napoleon, there arrived at Sidlinch one day an English sergeant major covered with stripes, and, as it turned out, rich in glory. Foreign service had so totally changed Luke Holloway that it was not until he told his name that the inhabitants recognized him as the sergeant's only son. He had served with unswerving effectiveness through the peninsular campaigns under Wellington, had fought at Busaco, Fuentes d'Onore, Ciudad Rodrigo, Badajoz, Salamanca, Vitoria, Quatre Bras, and Waterloo, and had now returned to enjoy a more than earned pension and repose in his native district. He hardly stayed in Sidlinch longer than to take a meal on his arrival. The same evening he started on foot over the hill to Chalk Newton, passing the handpost and saying, as he glanced at the spot, "Thank God he's not there." Nightfall was approaching when he reached the latter village, but he made straight for the churchyard. On his entering it there remained light enough to discern the headstones by, and these he narrowly scanned. But though he searched the front part by the road and the back part by the river, what he sought he could not find: the grave of Sergeant Holloway, and a memorial bearing the inscription, "I am not worthy to be called thy son." He left the churchyard and made inquiries. The honourable and reverend old rector was dead, and so were many of the choir. But by degrees the sergeant major learned that his father still lay at the crossroads in Long Ash Lane. Luke pursued his way moodily homewards, to do which, in the natural course, he would be compelled to repass the spot, there being no other road between the 2 villages. But he could not now go by that place, vociferous with reproaches in his father's tones, and he got over the hedge and wandered deviously through the ploughed fields to avoid the scene. Through many a fight and fatigue, Luke had been sustained by the thought that he was restoring the family honour and making noble amends. Yet his father lay still in degradation. It was rather a sentiment than a fact that his father's body had been made to suffer for his own misdeeds. But to his supersensitiveness it seemed that his efforts to retrieve his character and to propitiate the shade of the insulted one had ended in failure. He endeavoured, however, to shake off his lethargy, and, not liking the associations of Sidlinch, hired a small cottage at Chalk Newton, which had long been empty. Here he lived alone, becoming quite a hermit, and allowing no woman to enter the house. The Christmas after taking up his abode herein, he was sitting in the chimney corner by himself when he heard faint notes in the distance, and soon a melody burst forth immediately outside his own window. It came from the carol singers, as usual, and though many of the old hands, Ezra and Lot included, had gone to their rest, the same old carols were still played out of the same old books. There resounded through the sergeant major's window shutters the familiar lines that the deceased choir had rendered over his father's grave. "He comes the prisoners to release, in Satan's bondage held." When they had finished, they went on to another house, leaving him to silence and loneliness as before. The candle wanted snuffing, but he did not snuff it, and he sat on till it had burned down into the socket and made waves of shadow on the ceiling. The Christmas cheerfulness of next morning was broken at breakfast time by tragic intelligence which went down the village like wind. Sergeant Major Holloway had been found shot through the head by his own hand at the crossroads in Long Ash Lane, where his father lay buried. On the table in the cottage he had left a piece of paper, on which he had written his wish that he might be buried at the cross beside his father. But the paper was accidentally swept to the floor and overlooked until after his funeral, which took place in the ordinary way in the churchyard. Christmas, 1897. End of The Grave by the Handpost, by Thomas Hardy. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com
Her Letters by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. She had given orders that she wished to remain undisturbed, and moreover had locked the doors of her room. The house was very still. The rain was falling steadily from a leaden sky, in which there was no gleam, no rift, no promise. A generous wood fire had been lighted in the ample fireplace, and it brightened and illumined the luxurious apartment to its furthermost corner. From some remote nook of a writing desk, the woman took a thick bundle of letters, bound tightly together with strong, coarse twine, and placed it upon the table in the centre of the room. For weeks she had been schooling herself for what she was about to do. There was a strong deliberation in the lines of her long, thin, sensitive face. Her hands, too, were long and delicate and blue-veined. With a pair of scissors she snapped the cord binding the letters together. Thus released, the ones which were topmost slid down to the table, and she, with a quick movement, thrust her fingers among them, scattering and turning them over till they quite covered the broad surface of the table. Before her were envelopes of various sizes and shapes, all of them addressed in the handwriting of one man and one woman. He had sent her letters all back to her one day, when, sick with dread of possibilities, she had asked to have them returned. She had meant, then, to destroy them all, his and her own. That was 4 years ago, and she had been feeding upon them ever since. They had sustained her, she believed, and kept her spirit from perishing utterly. But now the days had come when the premonition of danger could no longer remain unneeded. She knew that before many months were past she would have to part from her treasure, leaving it unguarded. She shrank from inflicting the pain, the anguish which the discovery of those letters would bring to others, to one, above all, who was near to her, and whose tenderness and years of devotion had made him, in a manner, dear to her. She calmly selected a letter at random from the pile, and cast it into the roaring fire. A second one followed almost as calmly. With the third her hand began to tremble, when, in a sudden paroxysm, she cast a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth into the flames, in breathless succession. Then she stopped, and began to pant, for she was far from strong, and she stayed staring into the fire with pained and savage eyes. Oh, what had she done? What had she not done? With feverish apprehension she began to search among the letters before her. Which of them had she so ruthlessly, so cruelly put out of her existence? Heaven grant, not the first, that very first one written before they had learned or dared to say to each other, "I love you." No, no, there it was, safe enough. She laughed with pleasure and held it to her lips. But what if that other most precious and most imprudent one were missing, in which every word of untempered passion had long ago eaten its way into her brain, and which stirred her still to-day, as it had done 100 times before when she thought of it? She crushed it between her palms when she found it. She kissed it again and again. With her sharp white teeth she tore the far corner from the letter, where the name was written. She bit the torn scrap and tasted it between her lips and upon her tongue, like some God-given morsel. What unbounded thankfulness she felt at not having destroyed them all! How desolate and empty would have been her remaining days without them! With only her thoughts, elusive thoughts that she could not hold in her hands and press, as she did these, to her cheeks and her heart. This man had changed the water in her veins to wine, whose taste had brought delirium to both of them. It was all one and past now, save for these letters that she had encircled in her arms. She stayed, breathing softly and contentedly, with a hectic cheek resting upon them. She was thinking of a way to keep them without possible ultimate injury to that other one, whom they would stab more cruelly than keen knife blades. At last she found the way. It was a way that frightened and bewildered her to think at first that she had reached it by deduction too sure to admit of doubt. She meant, of course, to destroy them herself before the end came. But how does the end come, and when? Who may tell? She would guard against the possibility of accident by leaving them in charge of the very one who, above all, should be spared the knowledge of their contents. She roused herself, the stupor of thought, and gathered the scattered letters once more together, binding them again with a tough twine. She wrapped the compact bundle in a thick sheet of white polished paper. Then she wrote in ink upon the back of it, in large, firm characters, "I leave this package to the care of my husband, with perfect faith in his loyalty and his love. I ask him to destroy it unopened." It was not sealed. Only a bit of string held the wrapper, which she could remove and replace at will whenever the humour came to her to pass an hour in some intoxicating dream of the days when she felt she had lived. If it had come upon that bundle of letters in the first flush of his poignant sorrow, there wouldn't have been an instant hesitancy. To destroy it promptly and without question would have seemed a welcome expression of devotion, a way of reaching her, of crying out his love at her while the world was still filled with the illusion of her presence. But months had passed since that spring day when they had found her stretched upon the floor, clutching the key of her writing desk, which she appeared to have been attempting to reach when death overtook her. The day was much like that day a year ago, when the leaves were falling and the rain pouring steadily from a leaden sky which held no green, no promise. He had happened accidentally upon the package in that remote nook of her desk, and just as she herself had done a year ago, he carried it to the table and laid it down there, standing, staring with puzzled eyes at the message which confronted him. "I leave this package to the care of my husband, with perfect faith in his loyalty and his love. I ask him to destroy it unopened." She had made no mistake. Every line of his face, no longer young, spoke loyalty and honesty, and his eyes were as faithful as a dog's and as loving. He was a tall, powerful man, standing there in the firelight, with shoulders that stooped a little, and hair that was growing somewhat thin and grey, and a face that was distinguished and must have been handsome when he smiled. But he was slow. "Destroy it unopened," he reread, half aloud. But why unopened? He took the package again in his hands, and turning it about and feeling it, discovered that it was composed of many letters tightly packed together. So here were letters which she was asking him to destroy unopened. She had never seemed in her lifetime to have had a secret from him. He knew her to have been cold and passionless, but true, and watchful of his comfort and his happiness. Might he not be holding in his hands the secrets of some other one which had been confided to her and which she had promised to guard? But no, she would have indicated the fact by some additional word or line. The secret was her own, something contained in these letters, and she wanted it to die with her. If he could have thought of her as on some distant, shadowy shore waiting for him throughout the years, with outstretched hands to come and join her again, he wouldn't have hesitated. With hopeful confidence he would have thought, in that blessed meeting time, soul to soul, she will tell me all, till when I can wait and trust. But he couldn't think of her in any far-off paradise awaiting him. He felt that there was no smallest part of her anywhere in the universe, more than there had been before she was born in the world. But she had embodied herself with terrible significance in an intangible wish, uttered when life was still coursed through her veins, knowing that it would reach him when the annihilation of death was between them, but uttered with all confidence in its power and potency. He was moved by the splendid daring, the magnificence of the act, which at the same time exalted him and lifted him above the head of common mortals. What secret, say one, could a woman choose to have die with her? As quickly as the suggestion came to his mind, so swiftly did the man instinct of possession creep into his blood. His fingers cramped about the package in his hands, and he sank into a chair beside the table. The agonizing suspicion that perhaps another hand shared with him her thoughts, her affections, her life, deprived him for a swift instant of honour and reason. He thrust the end of his strong thumb beneath the string, which with a single turn would have yielded. With perfect faith in your loyalty and your love. It was not the written characters addressing themselves to the eye. It was like a voice speaking to his soul. With a tremor of anguish he bowed his head down upon the letters. He had once seen a clairvoyant hold the letter to his forehead, and purport in so doing to discover its contents. He wondered for a wild moment if such a gift, for force of wishing it, might not come to him, but he was only conscious of the smooth surface of the paper, cold against his brow, like the touch of a dead woman's hand. A half-hour passed before he lifted his head. An unspeakable conflict had raged within him, but his loyalty and his love had conquered. His face was pale, and lined with suffering, but there was no more hesitancy to be seen there. He did not for a moment think of casting the thick package into the flames, to be licked by the fiery tongues, and charred and half revealed to his eyes. This was not what she meant. He arose, and taking a heavy bronze paper weight from the table, bound it securely to the package. He walked to the window and looked out into the street below. Darkness had come, and it was still raining. He could hear the rain dashing against the window panes, and could see it falling through the dull yellow rim of light cast by the lighted street lamp. He prepared himself to go out, and when quite ready to leave the house, thrust the weighted package into the deep pocket of his top coat. He didn't hurry along the street as most people were doing at that hour, but walked with a long, slow, deliberate step, not seeming to mind the penetrating chill and rain driving into its face, despite the shelter of his umbrella. His dwelling was not far removed from the business section of the city, and it was not a great while before he found himself at the entrance of the bridge that spanned the river, the deep, broad, swift, black river dividing two states. He walked on and out to the very centre of the structure. The wind was blowing fiercely and keenly. The darkness where he stood was impenetrable. The thousands of lights in the city he had left seemed like all the stars of heaven massed together, sinking into some distant, mysterious horizon, leaving him alone in a black, boundless universe. He drew the package from his pocket, and leaning as far as he could over the broad stone rail of the bridge, cast it from him into the river. It fell straight and swiftly from his hand. He couldn't follow its descent through the darkness, nor hear its dipping to the water far below. It vanished silently, seemingly into some inky, unfathomable space. He felt as if he were flinging it back to her, in that unknown world whither she had gone. An hour or two later he sat at his table in the company of several men whom he had invited that day to dine with him. A weight had settled upon his spirit, a conviction, a certitude that there could be but one secret which a woman would choose to have died with her. This one thought was possessing him. It occupied his brain, keeping it nimble and alert with suspicion. It clutched his heart, making every breath of existence a fresh moment of pain. The men about him were no longer the friends of yesterday. In each one he discerned a possible enemy. He attended absently to their talk. He was remembering how she had conducted herself toward this one and that one, striving to recall conversations, subtleties of facial expression that might have meant what he didn't suspect at the moment, shades of meaning in words that had seemed the ordinary interchange of social amenities. He led the conversation to the subject of women, probing these men for their opinions and experiences. There was not one but claimed some infallible power to command the affections of any woman whom his fancy might select. He had heard the empty boast before from the same group, and had always met it with good-humoured contempt, but tonight every flagrant, inane utterance was charged with a new meaning, revealing possibilities that he had hitherto never taken into account. He was glad when they were gone. He was eager to be alone, not from any desire or intention to sleep. He was impatient to regain her room, that room in which she had lived a large portion of her life, and where he had found those letters. There must surely be more of them somewhere, he thought, some forgotten scrap, some written thought of expression, lying unguarded by an inviolable command. At the hour when he usually retired for the night, he sat himself down before a writing desk, and began the search of drawers, slides, pigeonholes, nooks and corners. He didn't leave a scrap of anything unread. Many of the letters which he found were old, some he had read before, others were new to him, but in none did he find the faintest evidence that his wife hadn't been the true and loyal woman he had always believed her to be. The night was nearly spent before the fruitless search ended. The brief, troubled sleep which he snatched before his hour for rising was freighted with feverish, grotesque dreams, through all of which he could hear and could see dimly the dark river rushing by, carrying away his heart, his ambitions, his life. But it was not alone in letters that women betrayed their emotions, he thought. Often he had known them, especially when in love, to mark fugitive sentimental passages in books of verse or prose, thus expressing and revealing their hidden thought. Might she not have done the same? Then began a second and far more exhausting and arduous quest than the first, turning page by page the volumes that crowded her room, books of fiction, poetry, philosophy. She had read them all, but nowhere by the shadow of a sign could he find that the author had acted the secret of her existence, the secret which he had held in his hand and had cast into the river. He began cautiously and gradually to question this one and that one, striving to learn by indirect ways what each had thought of her. For most he learned that she had been unsympathetic because of her coldness of manner. One had admired her intellect, another her accomplishments, a third had thought her beautiful before disease claimed her, regretting, however, that her beauty had lacked warmth of colour and expression. She was praised by some for gentleness and kindness, and by others for cleverness and tact. Oh, it was useless to try to discover anything from men. He might have known. It was women who would talk of what they knew. They did talk, unreservedly. Most of them had loved them. Those who had not had held her in respect and esteem. And yet, there is but one secret which a woman would choose to have die with her, was the thought which continued to haunt him and deprive him of rest. Days and nights of uncertainty began slowly to unnerve him and to torture him. An assurance of the worst that he dreaded would have offered him peace, most welcome, even at the price of happiness. It seemed no longer of any moment to him that men should come and go, and fall or rise in the world, and wed and die. It didn't signify if money came to him by a turn of chance or eluded him. Empty and meaningless seemed to him all devices which the world offers for man's entertainment. The food and the drink set before him had lost their flavour. He didn't no longer know or care if the sun shone or the clouds lowered about him. A cruel hazard had struck him there where he was weakest, shattering his whole being, leaving him with but one wish in his soul, one knowing desire, to know the mystery which he had held in his hands and had cast into the river. One night, when there were no stars shining, he wandered, restless, upon the streets. He no longer sought to know from men and women what they dared not or could not tell him. Only the river knew. He went and stood again upon the bridge where he had stood many an hour since that night, when the darkness then had closed around him and engulfed his manhood. Only the river knew. It babbled, and he listened to it, and it told him nothing, but it promised all. He could hear it promising him with caressing voice peace and sweet repose. He could hear the sweep, the song of the water inviting him. A moment more, and he had gone to seek her and to join her and her secret thought in the immeasurable rest. End of Her Letters by Kate Chopin. Read by Maria Grazia Tundo.
Gulch by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sandy was very drunk. He was lying under an azalea bush in pretty much the same attitude in which he had fallen some hours before. How long he had been lying there he could not tell, and didn't care. How long he should lie there was a matter equally indefinite and unconsidered. A tranquil philosophy, born of his physical condition, suffused and saturated his moral being. The spectacle of a drunken man, and of this drunken man in particular, was not, I grieve to say, of sufficient novelty in Red Gulch to attract attention. Earlier in the day some local satirist had erected a temporary tombstone at Sandy's head, bearing the inscription, "Effects of McCorkle's Whiskey. Kills at 40 rods," with a hand pointing to McCorkle's saloon. But this, I imagine, was, like most local satire, personal, and was a reflection upon the unfairness of the process rather than a commentary upon the impropriety of the result. With this facetious exception, Sandy had been undisturbed. A wandering mule, released from his pack, had cropped the scant herbage beside him, and sniffed curiously at the prostrate man. A vagabond dog, with that deep sympathy which the species have for drunken men, had licked his dusty boots, and curled himself up at his feet, and lay there, blinking one eye in the sunlight, with a simulation of dissipation that was ingenious and dog-like in its implied flattery of the unconscious man beside him. Meanwhile, the shadows of the pine trees had slowly swung around until they crossed the road, and their trunks barred the open meadow with gigantic parallels of black and yellow. Little puffs of red dust, lifted by the plunging hoofs of passing teams, dispersed in a grimy shower upon the recumbent man. The sun sank lower and lower, and still Sandy stirred not. And then the repose of this philosopher was disturbed, as other philosophers have been, by the intrusion of an unphilosophical sex. Miss Mary, as she was known to the little flock that she had just dismissed from the log schoolhouse beyond the pines, was taking her afternoon walk. Observing an unusually fine cluster of blossoms on the azalea bush opposite, she crossed the road to pluck it, picking her way through the red dust, not without certain fierce little shivers of disgust and some feline circumlocution. And then she came suddenly upon Sandy. Of course she uttered the little staccato cry of her sex. But when she had paid that tribute to her physical weakness, she became overbold and halted for a moment, at least 6 feet from this prostrate monster, with her white skirts gathered in her hand, ready for flight. But neither sound nor motion came from the bush. With one little foot she then overturned the satirical headboard and muttered, "Beasts!" an epithet which probably at the moment conveniently classified in her mind the entire male population of Red Gulch. For Miss Mary, being possessed of certain rigid notions of her own, had not, perhaps, properly appreciated the demonstrative gallantry for which the Californian has been so justly celebrated by his brother Californians, and had, as a newcomer, perhaps fairly earned the reputation of being "stuck up." As she stood there, she noticed also that the slant sunbeams were heating Sandy's head to what she judged to be an unhealthy temperature, and that his hat was lying uselessly at his side. To pick it up and to place it over his face was a work requiring some courage, particularly as his eyes were open. Yet she did it and made good her retreat. But she was somewhat concerned, on looking back, to see that the hat was removed and that Sandy was sitting up and saying something. The truth was that in the calm depths of Sandy's mind he was satisfied that the rays of the sun were beneficial and healthful, that from childhood he had objected to lying down in a hat, that no people but condemned fools, past redemption, ever wore hats, and that his right to dispense with them when he pleased was inalienable. This was the statement of his inner consciousness. Unfortunately, its outward expression was vague, being limited to a repetition of the following formula. "Sunshine all right. What's her mar, eh? What's up, Sunshine?" Miss Mary stopped, and taking fresh courage from her vantage of distance, asked him if there was anything that he wanted. "What's up? What's her mar?" continued Sandy in a very high key. "Get up, you horrid man," said Miss Mary, now thoroughly incensed. "Get up and go home." Sandy staggered to his feet. He was 6 feet high, and Miss Mary trembled. He started forward a few paces and then stopped. "What's I go home for?" he suddenly asked, with great gravity. "Go and take a bath," replied Miss Mary, eyeing his grimy person with great disfavour. To her infinite dismay, Sandy suddenly pulled off his coat and vest, threw them on the ground, kicked off his boots, and, plunging wildly forward, darted headlong over the hill in the direction of the river. "Goodness heavens, the man will be drowned," said Miss Mary, and then, with feminine inconsistency, she ran back to the schoolhouse and locked herself in. That night, while seated at supper with her hostess, the blacksmith's wife, it came to Miss Mary to ask demurely if her husband ever got drunk. "Abner," responded Miss Stidger reflectively, "let's see. Abner hasn't been tight since last 'lection." Miss Mary would have liked to ask if he preferred lying in the sun on these occasions, and if a cold bath would have hurt him, but this would have involved an explanation which she did not then care to give. So she contented herself with opening her grey eyes widely at the red-cheeked Mrs. Stidger, a fine specimen of southwestern efflorescence, and then dismissed the subject altogether. The next day she wrote to her dearest friend in Boston. "I think I find the intoxicated portion of this community the least objectionable. I refer, my dear, to the men, of course. I do not know anything that could make the women tolerable." In less than a week Miss Mary had forgotten this episode, except that her afternoon walks took thereafter, almost unconsciously, another direction. She noticed, however, that every morning a fresh cluster of azalea blossoms appeared among the flowers on her desk. This was not strange, as her little flock were aware of her fondness for flowers, and invariably kept her desk bright with anemones, syringas, and lupins, but on questioning them they one and all professed ignorance of the azaleas. A few days later, Master Johnny Stidger, whose desk was nearest to the window, was suddenly taken with spasms of apparently gratuitous laughter that threatened the discipline of the school. All that Miss Mary could get from him was that someone had been looking in the winder. Irate and indignant, she sallied from her hive to do battle with the intruder. As she turned the corner of the schoolhouse she came plump upon the quondam drunkard, now perfectly sober and inexpressibly sheepish and guilty-looking. These facts Miss Mary was not slow to take a feminine advantage of in her present humour. But it was somewhat confusing to observe also that the beast, despite some faint signs of past dissipation, was amiable-looking, in fact, a kind of blonde Samson, whose corn-coloured silken beard apparently had never yet known the touch of a barber's razor or Delilah's shears. So that the cutting speech which quivered on her ready tongue died upon her lips, and she contented herself with receiving his stammering apology with supercilious eyelids and the gathered skirts of uncontamination. When she re-entered the schoolroom, her eyes fell upon the azaleas with a new sense of revelation. And then she laughed, and the little people all laughed, and they were all unconsciously very happy. It was on a hot day, and not long after this, that 2 short-legged boys came to grief on the threshold of the school with a pail of water, which they had laboriously brought from the spring, and that Miss Mary compassionately seized the pail and started for the spring herself. At the foot of the hill a shadow crossed her path, and a blue-shirted arm dexterously but gently relieved her of her burden. Miss Mary was both embarrassed and angry. "If you carried more of that for yourself," she said spitefully to the blue arm, without deigning to raise her lashes to its owner, "you'd do better." In the submissive silence that followed she regretted the speech, and thanked him so sweetly at the door that he stumbled, which caused the children to laugh again, a laugh in which Miss Mary joined, until the colour came faintly into her pale cheek. The next day a barrel was mysteriously placed beside the door, and as mysteriously filled with fresh spring water every morning. Nor was this superior young person without other quiet attentions. Profane Bill, driver of the Slumgullion stage, widely known in the newspapers for his gallantry in invariably offering the box seat to the fair sex, had excepted Miss Mary from this attention on the ground that he had a habit of cussin' on upgrades, and gave her half the coach to herself. Jack Hamlin, a gambler, having once silently ridden with her in the same coach, afterward threw a decanter at the head of a confederate for mentioning her name in a bar-room. The overdressed mother of a pupil whose paternity was doubtful had often lingered near this astute Vestal's temple, never daring to enter its sacred precincts, but content to worship the priestess from afar. With such unconscious intervals, the monotonous procession of blue skies, glittering sunshine, brief twilights, and starlit nights passed over Red Gulch. Miss Mary grew fond of walking in the sedate and proper woods. Perhaps she believed, with Mrs. Stidger, that the balsamic odors of the firs did her chest good, for certainly her slight cough was less frequent, and her step was firmer. Perhaps she had learned the unending lesson which the patient pines are never weary of repeating to heedful or listless ears. And so, one day she planned a picnic on Buckeye Hill, and took the children with her. Away from the dusty road, the straggling shanties, the yellow ditches, the clamor of restless engines, the cheap finery of shop windows, the deeper glitter of paint and colored glass, and the thin veneering which barbarism takes upon itself in such localities, what infinite relief was theirs! The last heap of ragged rock and clay passed, the last unsightly chasm crossed, how the waiting woods opened their long files to receive them! How the children, perhaps because they had not yet grown quite away from the breast of the bounteous mother, threw themselves face downward on her brown bosom with uncouth caresses, filling the air with their laughter, and how Miss Mary herself, felinely fastidious and entrenched as she was in the purity of spotless skirts, collar, and cuffs, forgot all and ran like a crested quail at the head of her brood, until, romping, laughing, and panting, with a loosened braid of brown hair, a hat hanging by a knotted ribbon from her throat, she came suddenly and violently in the heart of the forest upon the luckless Sandy. The explanations, apologies, and not overwise conversation that ensued need not be indicated here. It would seem, however, that Miss Mary had already established some acquaintance with this ex-drunkard, enough that he was soon accepted as one of the party, that the children, with that quick intelligence which Providence gives the helpless, recognized a friend and played with his blond beard and long silken moustache, and took other liberties, as the helpless are apt to do. And when he had built a fire against a tree, and had shown them other mysteries of woodcraft, their admiration knew no bounds. At the close of 2 such foolish, idle, happy hours, he found himself lying at the feet of the schoolmistress, gazing dreamily in her face, as she sat upon the sloping hillside weaving wreaths of laurel and syringa in very much the same attitude as he had lain when first they met. Nor was the similitude greatly forced. The weakness of an easy, sensuous nature that had found a dreamy exaltation in liquor, it is to be feared, was now finding an equal intoxication in love. I think that Sandy was dimly conscious of this himself. I know that he longed to be doing something, slaying a grizzly, scalping a savage, or sacrificing himself in some way for the sake of this sallow-faced, gray-eyed schoolmistress. As I should like to present him in a heroic attitude, I stay my hand with great difficulty at this moment, being only withheld from introducing such an episode by a strong conviction that it does not usually occur at such times. And I trust that my fairest reader, who remembers that, in a real crisis, it is always some uninteresting stranger or unromantic policeman, and not Adolphus, who rescues, will forgive the omission. So they sat there, undisturbed, the woodpeckers chattering overhead, and the voices of the children coming pleasantly from the hollow below. What they said matters little. What they thought, which might have been interesting, did not transpire. The woodpeckers, only, learned how Miss Mary was an orphan, how she left her uncle's house, to come to California for the sake of health and independence, how Sandy was an orphan, too, how he came to California for excitement. how he had lived a wild life and how he was trying to reform, and other details which, from a woodpecker's viewpoint, undoubtedly must have seemed stupid and a waste of time. But even in such trifles was the afternoon spent, and when the children were again gathered, and Sandy, with a delicacy which the schoolmistress well understood, took leave of them quietly at the outskirts of the settlement, it had seemed the shortest day of her weary life. As the long, dry summer withered to its roots, the school term of Red Gulch, to use the local euphemism, dried up also. In another day Miss Mary would be free, and for a season at least Red Gulch would know her no more. She was seated alone in the schoolhouse, her cheek resting on her hand, her eyes half closed in one of those daydreams in which Miss Mary, I fear to the danger of school discipline, was lately in the habit of indulging. Her lap was full of mosses, ferns, and other woodland memories. She was so preoccupied with these and her own thoughts that a gentle tapping at the door passed unheard, or translated itself into the remembrance of far-off woodpeckers. When at last it asserted itself more distinctly, she started up with a flushed cheek and opened the door. On the threshold stood a woman, the self-assertion and audacity of whose dress were in singular contrast to her timid, irresolute bearing. Miss Mary recognized at a glance the dubious mother of her anonymous pupil. Perhaps she was disappointed, perhaps she was only fastidious, but as she coldly invited her to enter, she half unconsciously settled her white cuffs and collar, and gathered closer her own chaste skirts. It was, perhaps, for this reason that the embarrassed stranger, after a moment's hesitation, left her gorgeous parasol open and sticking in the dust beside the door, and then sat down at the farther end of a long bench. Her voice was husky as she began. "I heard tell that you were going down to the bay tomorrow, and I couldn't let you go until I came to thank you for your kindness to my Tommy." Tommy, Miss Mary said, was a good boy and deserved more than the poor attention she could give him. "Thank you, miss, thank you," cried the stranger, brightening even through the color which Red Gulch knew facetiously as her war paint, and striving in her embarrassment to drag the long bench nearer the schoolmistress. "I thank you, miss, for that, and if I am his mother, there ain't a sweeter, dearer, better boy lives than him, and if I ain't much as says it, there ain't a sweeter, dearer, angeler teacher lives than he's got." Miss Mary, sitting primly behind her desk, with a ruler over her shoulder, opened her gray eyes widely at this, but said nothing. "It ain't for you to be complimented by the like of me, I know," she went on hurriedly. "It ain't for me to be coming here in broad day to do it either, for I come to ask a favor. Not for me, miss, not for me, but for the darling boy." Encouraged by a look in the young schoolmistress's eye, and putting her lilac-gloved hands together, the fingers downward between her knees, she went on in a low voice. "You see, miss, there's no one the boy has any claim on but me, and I ain't the proper person to bring him up. I thought some last year of sending him away to Frisco to school, but when they talked of bringing a schoolma'am here, I waited till I saw you, and then I knew it was all right, and I could keep my boy a little longer. And oh, miss, he loves you so much, and if you could hear him talk about you in his pretty way, and if he could ask what I ask you now, you couldn't refuse him. It's natural," she went on rapidly in a voice that trembled strangely between pride and humility. "It's natural that he should take to you, miss, for his father, when I first knew him, was a gentleman, and the boy must forget me, sooner or later, and so I ain't going to cry about that, for I come to ask you to take my Tommy, God bless him for the bestest, sweetest boy that lives, to take him with you." She had risen and caught the young girl's hand in her own, and had fallen on her knees beside her. "I've money plenty, and it's all yours and his. Put him in some good school where you can go and see him, and help him to forget his mother. Do with him what you like. The worst you can do will be kindness to what he will learn with me. Only take him out of this wicked life, this cruel place, this home of shame and sorrow. You will, I know you will, won't you? You will, you must not, you cannot say no. You will make him as pure and as gentle as yourself, and when he has grown up you will tell him his father's name, the name that hasn't passed my lips for years, the name of Alexander Morton, whom they call here Sandy. Miss Mary, do not take your hand away. Miss Mary, speak to me. You will take my boy. Do not put your face from me. I know it ought not to look on such as me, Miss Mary. My God, be merciful. She is leaving me." Miss Mary had risen, and in the gathering twilight had felt her way to the open window. She stood there, leaning against the casement, her eyes fixed on the last rosy tints that were fading from the western sky. There was still some of its light on her pure young forehead, on her white collar, on her clasped white hands, but all fading slowly away. The suppliant had dragged herself, still on her knees, beside her. "I know it takes time to consider. I will wait here all night, but I cannot go until you speak. Do not deny me now. You will. I see it in your sweet face, such a face as I have seen in my dreams. I see it in your eyes, Miss Mary. You will take my boy." The last red beam crept higher, suffused Miss Mary's eyes with something of its glory, flickered and faded and went out. The sun had set on Red Gulch. In the twilight and silence Miss Mary's voice sounded pleasantly. "I will take the boy. Send him to me tonight." The happy mother raised the hem of Miss Mary's skirts to her lips. She would have buried her hot face in its virgin folds, but she dared not. She rose to her feet. "Does this man know of your intention?" asked Miss Mary suddenly. "No, nor cares. He has never even seen the child to know it." "Go to him at once tonight, now. Tell him what you have done. Tell him I have taken his child, and tell him he must never see the child again. Wherever it may be, he must not come. Wherever I may take it, he must not follow. There, go now, please. I'm weary and have much yet to do." They walked together to the door. On the threshold the woman turned. "Good night." She would have fallen at Miss Mary's feet, but at the same moment the young girl reached out her arms, caught the sinful woman to her own pure breast for one brief moment, and then closed and locked the door. It was with a sudden sense of great responsibility that Profane Bill took the reins of the Slumgullion stage the next morning, for the schoolmistress was one of his passengers. As he entered the high road, in obedience to a pleasant voice from the inside, he suddenly reined up his horses and respectfully waited as Tommy hopped out at the command of Miss Mary. "Not that bush, Tommy. The next." Tommy whipped out his new pocket-knife, and, cutting a branch from a tall azalea bush, returned with it to Miss Mary. "All right now?" "All right." And the stage door closed on the idyll of Red Gulch. End of The Idyll of Red Gulch by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Case by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was the end. Subienkow had traveled a long trail of bitterness and horror, homing like a dove for the capitals of Europe, and here, farther away than ever, in Russian America, the trail ceased. He sat in the snow, arms tied behind him, waiting the torture. He stared curiously before him at the huge Cossack, prone in the snow, moaning in his pain. The men had finished handling the giant and turned him over to the women. That they exceeded the fiendishness of the men, the man's cries attested. Subienkow looked on and shuddered. He was not afraid to die. He had carried his life too long in his hands on that weary trail from Warsaw to Nulato to shudder at mere dying. But he objected to the torture. It offended his soul. And this offence, in turn, was not due to the mere pain he must endure, but to the sorry spectacle the pain would make of him. He knew that he would pray and beg and entreat, even as Big Ivan and the others that had gone before. This would not be nice. To pass out bravely and cleanly, with a smile and a jest, that would have been the way. But to lose control, to have his soul upset by the pangs of the flesh, to screech and gibber like an ape, to become the veriest beast, that was what was so terrible. There had been no chance to escape. From the beginning, when he dreamed the fiery dream of Poland's independence, he had become a puppet in the hands of fate. From the beginning, at Warsaw, at St. Petersburg, in the Siberian mines, in Kamchatka, in the crazy boats of the fur thieves, fate had been driving him to this end. Without doubt, in the foundations of the world was graved this end for him who was so fine and sensitive, whose nerves scarcely sheltered under his skin, who was a dreamer and a poet and an artist. Before he was dreamed of, it had been determined that the quivering bundle of sensitiveness that constituted him should be doomed to live in raw and howling savagery, and to die in this far land of night, in this dark place beyond the last boundaries of the world. He sighed. So that thing before him was Big Ivan the giant, the man without nerves, the man of iron, the Cossack turned freebooter of the seas, who was as phlegmatic as an ox, with a nervous system so low that what was pain to ordinary men was scarcely a tickle to him. Well, well, trust these mulatto Indians to find Big Ivan's nerves and trace them to the roots of his quivering soul. They were certainly doing it. It was inconceivable that a man could suffer so much and yet live. Big Ivan was paying for his low order of nerves. Already he had lasted twice as long as any of the others. Subienkow felt that he could not stand the Cossack's suffering much longer. Why didn't Ivan die? He would go mad if that screaming did not cease. But when it did cease, his turn would come. And there was Yakaga awaiting him, too, grinning at him even now in anticipation. Yakaga, whom only last week he had kicked out of the fort, and upon whose face he had laid the lash of his dog-whip. Yakaga would attend to him. Doubtless Yakaga was saving for him more refined tortures, more exquisite nerve-racking. Ah, that must have been a good one, from the way Ivan screamed. The squaws bending over him stepped back with laughter and clapping of hands. Subienkow saw the monstrous thing that had been perpetrated and began to laugh hysterically. The Indians looked at him in wonderment that he should laugh, but Subienkow could not stop. This would never do. He controlled himself, the spasmodic twitchings slowly dying away. He strove to think of other things and began reading back in his own life. He remembered his mother and his father and the little spotted pony and the French tutor who had taught him dancing and sneaked him an old worn copy of Voltaire. Once more he saw Paris and dreary London and gay Vienna and Rome, and once more he saw that wild group of youths who had dreamed, even as he, the dream of an independent Poland, with a king of Poland on the throne at Warsaw. And there it was that the long trail began. Well, he had lasted longest. One by one, beginning with the two executed at St. Petersburg, he took up the count of the passing of those brave spirits. Here one had been beaten to death by a jailer, and there, on that blood-stained highway of the exiles, where they had marched for endless months, beaten and maltreated by their Cossack guards, another had dropped by the way. Always it had been savagery, brutal, bestial savagery. They had died of fever in the mines, under the knout. The last two had died after the escape, in the battle with the Cossacks, and he alone had won to Kamchatka with the stolen papers and the money of a traveler he had left lying in the snow. It had been nothing but savagery. All the years, with his heart in studios and theaters and courts, he had been hemmed in by savagery. He had purchased his life with blood. Everybody had killed. He had killed that traveler for his passports. He had proved that he was a man of parts by dueling with 2 Russian officers on a single day. He had had to prove himself in order to win to a place among the fur thieves. He had had to win to that place. Behind him lay the 1,000-years-long road across all Siberia and Russia. He could not escape that way. The only way was ahead, across the dark and icy Sea of Bering to Alaska, the way that led from savagery to deeper savagery. On the scurvy, rotten ships of the fur thieves, out of food and out of water, buffeted by the interminable storms of that stormy sea, men had become animals. Thrice he had sailed east from Kamchatka, and thrice, after all manner of hardship and suffering, the survivors had come back to Kamchatka. There had been no outlet for escape, and he could not go back the way he had come, for the mines and the knout awaited him. Again, the 4th and last time he had sailed east. He had been with those who first found the fabled Seal Islands, but he had not returned with them to share the wealth of furs in the mad orgies of Kamchatka. He had sworn never to go back. He knew that to win to those dear capitals of Europe he must go on. So he had changed ships and remained in the dark new land. His comrades were Slavonian hunters and Russian adventurers, Mongols and Tartars and Siberian aborigines, and through the savages of the new world they had cut a path of blood. They had massacred whole villages that refused to furnish the fur tribute, and they, in turn, had been massacred by ships' companies. He, with one Finn, had been the sole survivor of such a company. They had spent a winter of solitude and starvation on a lonely Aleutian isle, and their rescue in the spring by another fur ship had been one chance in 1,000. But always the terrible savagery had hemmed him in. Passing from ship to ship, and ever refusing to return, he had come to the ship that explored south. All down the Alaska coast they had encountered nothing but hosts of savages. Every anchorage among the beetling islands or under the frowning cliffs of the mainland had meant a battle or a storm. Either the gales blew, threatening destruction, or the war canoes came off manned by howling natives with the war paint on their faces, who came too, learning the bloody virtues of the sea rovers' gunpowder. South they had coasted, clear to the myth land of California. Here, it was said, were Spanish adventurers who had fought their way up from Mexico. He had hopes of those Spanish adventurers. Escaping to them, the rest would have been easy. A year or two, what did it matter, more or less? And he would win to Mexico, then a ship, and Europe would be his. But they had met no Spaniards. Only had they encountered the same impregnable wall of savagery. The denizens of the confines of the world, painted for war, had driven them back from the shores. At last, when one boat was cut off and every man killed, the commander had abandoned the quest and sailed back to the north. The years had passed. He had served under Tebenkov and then Mikhailovsky. Redoubt was built. He had spent 2 years in the Kuskokwim country. 2 summers, in the month of June, he had managed to be at the head of Kotzebue Sound. Here, at this time, the tribes assembled for barter. Here were to be found spotted deerskins from Siberia, ivory from the Diomedes, walrus skins from the shores of the Arctic, strange stone lamps, passing in trade from tribe to tribe, no one knew from whence, and once a hunting knife of English make, and here, Subienkow knew, was the school in which to learn geography, for he met Eskimos from Norton Sound, from King Island and St. Lawrence Island, from Cape Prince of Wales and Point Barrow. Such places had other names, and their distances were measured in days. It was a vast region these trading savages came from, and a vaster region from which, by repeated trade, their stone lamps and that steel knife had come. Subienkow bullied and cajoled and bribed. Every far journeyer or strange tribesman was brought before him. Perils unaccountable and unthinkable were mentioned, as well as wild beasts, hostile tribes, impenetrable forests, and mighty mountain ranges, but always from beyond came the rumor of the tale of white-skinned men, blue of eye and fair of hair, who fought like devils and who sought always for furs. They were to the east, far, far to the east. No one had seen them. It was the word that had been passed along. It was a hard school. One could not learn geography very well through the medium of strange dialects, from dark minds that mingled fact and fable, and that measured distances by sleeps that varied according to the difficulty of the going. But at last came the whisper that gave Subienkow courage. In the east lay a great river where were those blue-eyed men. The river was called the Yukon. South of Mikhailovsky Redoubt emptied another great river which the Russians knew was the Kwikpak. These 2 rivers were one, ran the whisper. Subienkow returned to Mikhailovsky. For a year he urged an expedition up the Kwikpak. Then arose Malakoff, the Russian half-breed, to lead the wildest and most ferocious of the hell's broth of mongrel adventurers who had crossed from Kamchatka. Subienkow was his lieutenant. They threaded the mazes of the great delta of the Kwikpak, picked up the first low hills in the northern bank, and for 50,000 miles, in skin canoes loaded to the gunwales with trade goods and ammunition, fought their way against the 5-knot current of a river that ran from 2 to 10 miles wide in a channel many fathoms deep. Malakoff decided to build the fort at Nulato. Subienkow urged to go farther, but he quickly reconciled himself to Nulato. The long winter was coming on. It would be better to wait. Early the following summer, when the ice was gone, he would disappear up the Kwikpak and work his way to the Hudson Bay Company's posts. Malakoff had never heard the whisper that the Kwikpak was the Yukon, and Subienkow did not tell him. Came the building of the fort. It was in forced labor. The tiered walls of logs arose to the sighs and groans of the Nulato Indians. The lash was laid upon their backs, and it was the iron hand of the freebooters of the sea that laid on the lash. There were Indians that ran away, and when they were caught they were brought back and spread-eagled before the fort, where they and their tribe learned the efficacy of the knout. 2 died under it, others were injured for life, and the rest took the lesson to heart and ran away no more. The snow was flying ere the fort was finished, and then it was the time for furs. A heavy tribute was laid upon the tribe. Blows and lashings continued, and that the tribute should be paid, the women and children were held as hostages and treated with the barbarity that only the fur thieves knew. Well, it had been a sowing of blood, and now was come the harvest. The fort was gone. In the light of its burning, half the fur thieves had been cut down. The other half had passed under the torture. Only Subienkow remained, or Subienkow and Big Ivan, if that whimpering, moaning thing in the snow could be called Big Ivan. Subienkow caught Yakaga grinning at him. There was no gainsaying Yakaga. The mark of the lash was still on his face. After all, Subienkow could not blame him, but he disliked the thought of what Yakaga would do to him. He thought of appealing to Makamuk, the head chief, but his judgment told him that such appeal was useless. Then, too, he thought of bursting his bonds and dying fighting. Such an end would be quick, but he could not break his bonds. Caribou thongs were stronger than he. Still devising, another thought came to him. He signed for Makamuk that an interpreter who knew the coast dialect should be brought. "Oh, Makamuk," he said, "I am not minded to die. I am a great man, and it were foolishness for me to die. In truth, I shall not die. I am not like these other carrion." He looked at the moaning thing that had once been Big Ivan, and stirred it contemptuously with his toe. "I am too wise to die. Behold, I have a great medicine. I alone know this medicine. Since I am not going to die, I shall exchange this medicine with you." "What is this medicine?" Makamuk demanded. "It is a strange medicine." Subienkow debated with himself for a moment, as if loath to part with the secret. "I will tell you. A little bit of this medicine rubbed on the skin makes the skin hard like a rock, hard like iron, so that no cutting weapon can cut it. The strongest blow of a cutting weapon is a vain thing against it. A bone knife becomes like a piece of mud, and it will turn the edge of the iron knives we have brought among you. What will you give me for the secret of the medicine?" "I will give you your life," Makamuk made the answer through the interpreter. Subienkow laughed scornfully. "And you shall be a slave in my house until you die." The Pole laughed more scornfully. "Untie my hands and feet and let us talk," he said. The chief made the sign, and when he was loosed, Subienkow rolled a cigarette and lighted it. "This is foolish talk," said Makamuk. "There is no such medicine. It cannot be. A cutting edge is stronger than any medicine." The chief was incredulous, and yet he wavered. He had seen too many deviltries of fur thieves that worked. He could not wholly doubt. "I will give you your life, but you shall not be a slave," he announced. "More than that." Subienkow played his game as coolly as if he were bartering for a fox skin. "It is a very great medicine. It has saved my life many times. I want a sled and dogs, and 6 of your hunters to travel with me down the river and give me safety to 1 day's sleep from Mikhailovsky Redoubt." "You must live here and teach us all of your deviltries," was the reply. Subienkow shrugged his shoulders and remained silent. He blew cigarette smoke out on the icy air, and curiously regarded what remained of the big Cossack. "That scar," Makamuk said suddenly, pointing to the Pole's neck, where a livid mark advertised the slash of a knife in a Kamtchatkan brawl. "The medicine is not good. The cutting edge was stronger than the medicine." "It was a strong man that drove the stroke," Subienkow considered. Stronger than you, stronger than your strongest hunter, stronger than he. Again, with the toe of his moccasin, he touched the Cossack, a grisly spectacle, no longer conscious, yet in whose dismembered body the pain-racked life clung and was loath to go. Also, the medicine was weak, for at that place were no berries of a certain kind, of which I see you have plenty in this country. The medicine here will be strong. I will let you go down river, said Makamuk, and the sled and the dogs and the 6 hunters to give you safety shall be yours. You are slow, was the cool rejoinder. You have committed an offence against my medicine in that you did not at once accept my terms. Behold, I now demand more. I want 100 beaver skins. Makamuk sneered. I want 100 pounds of dried fish. Makamuk nodded, for fish were plentiful and cheap. I want 2 sleds, one for me and one for my furs and fish, and my rifle must be returned to me. If you do not like the price, in a little while the price will grow. Yakaga whispered to the chief. But how can I know your medicine is true medicine? Makamuk asked. It is very easy. First I shall go into the woods. Again Yakaga whispered to Makamuk, who made a suspicious dissent. You can send 20 hunters with me, Subienkow went on. You see, I must get the berries and the roots with which to make the medicine. Then, when you have brought the 2 sleds and loaded on them the fish and the beaver skins and the rifle, and when you have told off the 6 hunters who will go with me, then, when all is ready, I will rub the medicine on my neck so, and lay my neck there on that log. Then can your strongest hunter take the axe and strike 3 times on my neck. You yourself can strike the 3 times. Makamuk stood with gaping mouth, drinking in this latest and most wonderful magic of the fur thieves. But first, the Pole added hastily, between each blow I must put on fresh medicine. The axe is heavy and sharp, and I want no mistakes. All that you have asked shall be yours, Makamuk cried in a rush of acceptance. Proceed to make your medicine. Subienkow concealed his elation. He was playing a desperate game, and there must be no slips. He spoke arrogantly. You have been slow. My medicine is offended. To make the offence clean, you must give me your daughter. He pointed to the girl, an unwholesome creature with a cast in one eye and a bristling wolf tooth. Makamuk was angry, but the Pole remained imperturbable, rolling and lighting another cigarette. Make haste, he threatened. If you are not quick, I shall demand yet more. In the silence that followed, the dreary Northland scene faded before him, and he saw once more his native land and France, and once, as he glanced at the wolf-toothed girl, he remembered another girl, a singer and a dancer whom he had known when first as a youth he came to Paris. What do you want with the girl? Makamuk asked. To go down the river with me. Subienkow glanced over her critically. She will make a good wife, and it is an honor worthy of my medicine to be married to your blood. Again he remembered the singer and dancer, and hummed aloud a song she had taught him. He lived the old life over, but in a detached, impersonal sort of way, looking at the memory pictures of his own life as if they were pictures in a book of anybody's life. The chief's voice, abruptly breaking the silence, startled him. It shall be done, said Makamuk. The girl shall go down the river with you, but be it understood that I myself strike the 3 blows with the axe on your neck. But each time I shall put on the medicine, Subienkow answered with a show of ill-concealed anxiety. You shall put the medicine on between each blow. Here are the hunters who shall see you do not escape. Go into the forest and gather your medicine. Makamuk had been convinced of the worth of the medicine by the Pole's rapacity. Surely nothing less than the greatest of medicines could enable a man in the shadow of death to stand up and drive an old woman's bargain. Besides, whispered Yakaga, when the Pole with his guard had disappeared among the spruce trees, when you have learned the medicine, you can easily destroy him. But how can I destroy him? Makamuk argued. His medicine will not let me destroy him. There will be some part where he has not rubbed the medicine, was Yakaga's reply. We will destroy him through that part. It may be his ears. Very well, we must thrust a spear in one ear and out the other. Or it may be his eyes. Surely the medicine will be much too strong to rub on his eyes. The chief nodded. You are wise, Yakaga. If he possesses no other devil things, we will then destroy him. Subienkow did not waste time in gathering the ingredients for his medicine. He selected whatsoever came to hand, such as spruce needles, the inner bark of the willow, a strip of birch bark, and a quantity of moss berries, which he made the hunters dig up for him from beneath the snow. A few frozen roots completed his supply, and he led the way back to camp. Makamuk and Yakaga crouched beside him, noting the quantities and kinds of the ingredients he dropped into the pot of boiling water. "You must be careful that the mossberries go in first," he explained. "And, oh yes, one other thing, the finger of a man. Here, Yakaga, let me cut off your finger." But Yakaga put his hands behind him and scowled. "Just a small finger," Subienkow pleaded. "Yakaga, give him your finger," Makamuk commanded. "There be plenty of fingers lying around," Yakaga grunted, indicating the human wreckage in the snow of the score of persons who had been tortured to death. "It must be the finger of a live man," the Pole objected. "Then shall you have the finger of a live man." Yakaga strode over to the Cossack and sliced off a finger. "He is not dead yet," he announced, flinging the bloody trophy in the snow at the Pole's feet. "Also, it is a good finger, because it is large." Subienkow dropped it into the fire under the pot and began to sing. It was a French love song that with great solemnity he sang into the brew. "Without these words I utter into it, the medicine is worthless," he explained. "The words are the chiefest strength of it. Behold, it is ready." "Name the words slowly, that I may know them," Makamuk commanded. "Not until after the test. When the axe flies back 3 times from my neck, then will I give you the secret of the words." "But if the medicine is not good medicine?" Makamuk queried anxiously. Subienkow turned on him wrathfully. "My medicine is always good. However, if it is not good, then do by me as you have done to the others. Cut me up a bit at a time, even as you have cut him up." He pointed to the Cossack. "The medicine is now cool. Thus I rub it on my neck, saying this further medicine." With great gravity he slowly intoned a line of the Marseillaise, at the same time rubbing the villainous brew thoroughly onto his neck. An outcry interrupted his play-acting. The giant Cossack, with a last resurgence of his tremendous vitality, had arisen to his knees. Laughter and cries of surprise and applause rose from the mulattoes, as Big Ivan began flinging himself about in the snow with mighty spasms. Subienkow was made sick by the sight, but he mastered his qualms and made believe to be angry. "This will not do," he said. "Finish him, and then we will make the test. Here, you, Yakaga, see that this noise ceases." While this was being done, Subienkow turned to Makamuk. "And remember, you are to strike hard. This is not baby work. Here, take the axe and strike the log so that I can see you strike like a man." Makamuk obeyed, striking twice, precisely and with vigor, cutting out a large chip. "It is well." Subienkow looked about him at the circle of savage faces that somehow seemed to symbolize the wall of savagery that had hemmed him about ever since the Tsar's police had first arrested him in Warsaw. "Take your axe, Makamuk, and stand so. I shall lie down. When I raise my hand, strike and strike with all your might. And be careful that no one stands behind you. The medicine is good, and the axe may bounce from off my neck and right out of your hands." He looked at the 2 sleds with the dogs in harness, loaded with furs and fish. His rifle lay on top of the beaver skins. The 6 hunters who were to act as his guards stood by the sleds. "Where is the girl?" the Pole demanded. "Bring her up to the sleds before the test goes on." When this had been carried out, Subienkow lay down in the snow, resting his head on the log like a tired child about to sleep. He had lived so many dreary years that he was indeed tired. "I laugh at you and your strength, O Makamuk," he said. "Strike and strike hard." He lifted his hand. Makamuk swung the axe, a broad axe for the squaring of logs. The bright steel flashed through the frosty air, poised for a perceptible instant above Makamuk's head, then descended upon Subienkow's bare neck. Clear through flesh and bone it cut its way, biting deeply into the log beneath. The amazed savages saw the head bounce a yard away from the blood-spouting trunk. There was a great bewilderment and silence, while slowly it began to dawn on their minds that there had been no medicine. The fur thief had outwitted them. Alone of all their prisoners he had escaped the torture. That had been the stake for which he played. A great roar of laughter went up. Makamuk bowed his head in shame. The fur thief had fooled him. He had lost face before all his people. Still they continued to roar out their laughter. Makamuk turned and with bowed head stalked away. He knew that thenceforth he would no longer be known as Makamuk. He would be Lost Face. The record of his shame would be with him until he died, and whenever the tribes gathered in the spring for the salmon, or in the summer for the trading, the story would pass back and forth across the campfires of how the fur thief died peaceably at a single stroke by the hand of Lost Face. Who was Lost Face? He could hear in anticipation some insolent young buck demand. Oh, Lost Face would be the answer. He who once was Makamuk in the days before he cut off the fur thief's head. End of Lost Face by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Marriage a la mode, from The Garden Party and Other Stories by Catherine Mansfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marriage a la mode. On his way to the station, William remembered with a fresh pang of disappointment that he was taking nothing down to the kiddies. Poor little chaps. It was hard lines on them. Their first words always were, as they ran to greet him, "What have you got for me, Daddy?" And he had nothing. He would have to buy them some sweets at the station. But that was what he had done for the past 4 Saturdays. Their faces had fallen last time, when they saw the same old boxes produced again. And Paddy had said, "I had red ribbing on mine before." And Johnny had said, "It's always pink on mine, I hate pink." But what was William to do? The affair wasn't so easily settled. In the old days, of course, he would have taken a taxi off to a decent toy shop and chosen them something in 5 minutes. But nowadays they had Russian toys, French toys, Serbian toys, toys from God knows where. It was over a year since Isabel had scrapped the old donkeys and engines and so on because they were so dreadfully sentimental and so appallingly bad for the baby's sense of form. "It's so important," the new Isabel had explained, "that they should like the right things from the very beginning. It saves so much time later on. Really, if the poor pets have to spend their infant years staring at these horrors, one can imagine them growing up and asking to be taken to the Royal Academy." And she spoke as though a visit to the Royal Academy was certain immediate death to anyone. "Well, I don't know," said William slowly. "When I was their age, I used to go to bed hugging an old towel with a knot in it." The new Isabel looked at him, her eyes narrowed, her lips apart. "Dear William, I'm sure you did." She laughed in a new way. Sweets it would have to be, however, thought William gloomily, fishing in his pocket for change for the taxi-man. And he saw the kiddies handing the boxes around. They were awfully generous little chaps, while Isabel's precious friends didn't hesitate to help themselves. What about fruit? William hovered before a stall just inside the station. What about a melon each? Would they have to share that too? Or a pineapple for Pad and a melon for Johnny? Isabel's friends could hardly go sneaking up to the nursery at the children's meal times. All the same, as he bought the melon, William had a horrible vision of one of Isabel's young poets lapping up a slice for some reason behind the nursery door. With his 2 very awkward parcels he strode off to his train. The platform was crowded. The train was in. Doors banged open and shut. There came such a loud hissing from the engine that people looked dazed as they scurried to and fro. William made straight for a first-class smoker, stowed away his suitcase and parcels, and, taking a huge wad of papers out of his inner pocket, he flung down in the corner and began to read. "Our client, moreover, is positive. We are inclined to reconsider in the event of—" that was better. William pressed his flattened hair and stretched his legs across the carriage floor. The familiar dull gnawing in his breast quietened down. "With regard to our decision—" He took out a blue pencil and scored a paragraph slowly. 2 men came in, stepped across him, and made for the farther corner. A young fellow swung his golf clubs into the rack and sat down opposite. The train gave a gentle lurch. They were off. William glanced up and saw the hot, bright station slipping away. A red-faced girl raced along by the carriages. There was something strained and almost desperate in the way she waved and called. Hysterical, thought William dully. Then a greasy, black-faced workman at the end of the platform grinned at the passing train, and William thought, a filthy life, and went back to his papers. When he looked up again, there were fields, and beasts standing for shelter under the dark trees. A wide river, with naked children splashing in the shallows, glided into sight and was gone again. The sky shone pale, and one bird drifted high like a dark fleck in a jewel. We have examined our client's correspondence files. The last sentence he had read echoed in his mind. We have examined... William hung on to that sentence, but it was no good. It snapped in the middle, and the fields, the sky, the sailing bird, the water, all said, Isabel. The same thing happened every Saturday afternoon. When he was on his way to meet Isabel, there began those countless imaginary meetings. She was at the station, standing just a little apart from everybody else. She was sitting in the open taxi outside. She was at the garden gate, walking across the parched grass. At the door, or just inside the hall. And her clear, light voice said, It's William, or Hello, William, or So William has come. He touched her cool hand, her cool cheek. The exquisite freshness of Isabel. When he had been a little boy, it was his delight to run into the garden after a shower of rain and shake the rosebush over him. Isabel was that rosebush, petal soft, sparkling and cool, and he was still that little boy. But there was no running into the garden now, no laughing and shaking. The dull, persistent gnawing in his breast started again. He drew up his legs, tossed the papers aside, and shut his eyes. What is it, Isabel? What is it? He said tenderly. They were in their bedroom in the new house. Isabel sat on a painted stool before the dressing table that was strewn with little black and green boxes. What is what, William? And she bent forward, and her fine light hair fell over her cheeks. Ah, you know. He stood in the middle of the room, and he felt a stranger. At that, Isabel wheeled round quickly and faced him. Oh, William, she cried imploringly, and she held up the hairbrush. Please, please don't be so dreadfully stuffy and tragic. You're always saying or looking or hinting that I've changed. Just because I've got to know really congenial people, to go about more, and I'm frightfully keen on everything, you behave as though I'd... Isabel tossed back her hair and laughed. Killed our love or something. It's so awfully absurd. She bit her lip. And it's so maddening, William. Even this new house and the servants you grudge me. Isabel. Yes, it's true in a way, said Isabel quickly. You think they are another bad sign. Oh, I know you do, I feel it, she said softly. Every time you come up the stairs. But we couldn't have gone on living in that other poky little hole, William. Be practical at least. Why, there wasn't enough room for the babies even. No, it was true. Every morning when he came back from chambers, it was to find the babies with Isabel in the back drawing-room. They were having rides on the leopard skin thrown over the sofa back, or they were playing shops with Isabel's desk for a counter, or Pad was sitting on the hearthrug, rowing away for dear life with a little brass fire shovel, while Johnny shot at pirates with the tongs. Every evening they each had a pick-a-back up the narrow stairs to their fat old nanny. Yes, he supposed it was a poky little house, a little white house with blue curtains and a window box of petunias. William met their friends at the door with, "Seen our petunias? Pretty terrific for London, don't you think?" But the imbecile thing, the absolutely extraordinary thing, was that he hadn't the slightest idea that Isabel wasn't as happy as he. God, what blindness! He hadn't the remotest notion in those days that she really hated that inconvenient little house, that she thought the fat nanny was ruining the babies, that she was desperately lonely, pining for new people and new music and pictures and so on. If they hadn't gone to that studio party at Moira Morrison's, if Moira Morrison hadn't said as they were leaving, "I'm going to rescue your wife, selfish man. She's like an exquisite little Titania." If Isabel hadn't gone with Moira to Paris, if... The train stopped at another station. Bettingford. Good heavens, they'd be there in 10 minutes. William stuffed the papers back into his pockets. The young man opposite had long since disappeared. Now the other two got out. The late afternoon sun shone on women in cotton frocks and little sunburnt, barefoot children. It blazed on a silky yellow flower with coarse leaves which sprawled over a bank of rock. The air, ruffling through the window, smelled of the sea. Had Isabel the same crowd with her this weekend? Wondered William. And he remembered the holidays they used to have, the four of them, with a little farm girl, Rose, to look after the babies. Isabel wore a jersey and her hair in a plait. She looked about 14. Lord, how his nose used to peel, and the amount they ate, and the amount they slept in that immense feather bed with their feet locked together. William couldn't help a grim smile as he thought of Isabel's horror if she knew the full extent of his sentimentality. "Hello, William." She was at the station after all, standing just as he had imagined, apart from the others, and William's heart leapt. She was alone. "Hello, Isabel." William stared. He thought she looked so beautiful that he had to say something. "You look very cool." "Do I?" said Isabel. "I don't feel very cool. Come along, your horrid old train is late. The taxi's outside." She put her hand lightly on his arm as they passed the ticket collector. "We've all come to meet you," she said, "but we've left Bobby Kane at the sweet shop to be called for." "Oh," said William. It was all he could say for the moment. There in the glare waited the taxi, with Bill Hunt and Dennis Green sprawling on one side, their hats tilted over their faces, while on the other Moira Morrison in a bonnet like a huge strawberry jumped up and down. "No ice, no ice, no ice," she shouted gaily. And Dennis chimed in from under his hat. "Only to be had from the fishmongers." And Bill Hunt, emerging, added, "With whole fish in it." "Oh, what a bore," wailed Isabel. And she explained to William how they had been chasing round the town for ice while she waited for him. "Simply everything is running down the steep cliffs into the sea, beginning with the butter." "We shall have to anoint ourselves with butter," said Dennis. "May thy head, William, lack not ointment." "Look here," said William, "how long are we going to sit?" "I'd better get up by the driver." "No, Bobby Kane's by the driver," said Isabel. "You're to sit between Moira and me." The taxi started. "What have you got in those mysterious parcels?" "Decapitated heads," said Bill Hunt, shuddering beneath his hat. "Oh, fruit!" Isabel sounded very pleased. "Wise William! A melon and a pineapple. How too nice!" "No, wait a bit," said William, smiling, but he really was anxious. "I brought them down for the kiddies." "Oh, my dear," Isabel laughed and slipped her hand through his arm. "They'd be rolling in agonies if they were to eat them." "No," she patted his hand. "You must bring them something next time. I refuse to part with my pineapple." "Cruel Isabel, do let me smell it," said Moira. She flung her arms across William appealingly. "Oh!" The strawberry bonnet fell forward. She sounded quite faint. "A lady in love with a pineapple," said Dennis, as the taxi drew up before a little shop with a striped blind. Out came Bobby Kane, his arms full of little packets. "I do hope they'll be good. I've chosen them because of the colours. There are some round things which really look too divine. And look at this nougat," he cried ecstatically. "Just look at it. It's a perfect little ballet." But at that moment the shopman appeared. "Oh, I forgot. They're none of them paid for," said Bobby, looking frightened. Isabel gave the shopman a note, and Bobby was radiant again. "Hello, William. I'm sitting by the driver." And, bareheaded, all in white, With his sleeves rolled up to the shoulders, he leapt into his place. "Avanti!" he cried. After tea, the others went off to bathe, while William stayed and made his peace with the kiddies. But Johnny and Paddy were asleep. The rose-red glow had paled. Bats were flying, and still the bathers had not returned. As William wandered downstairs, the maid crossed the hall carrying a lamp. He followed her into the sitting-room. It was a long room, coloured yellow. On the wall opposite William, someone had painted a young man, over life-size, with very wobbly legs, offering a wide-eyed daisy to a young woman, who had one very short arm and one very long, thin one. Over the chairs and the sofa there hung strips of black material, covered with big splashes like broken eggs, and everywhere one looked there seemed to be an ashtray full of cigarette ends. William sat down in one of the armchairs. Nowadays, when one felt with one hand down the sides, it wasn't to come upon a sheep with 3 legs, or a cow that had lost one horn, or a very fat dove out of Noah's Ark. One fished up yet another little paper-covered book of smudged-looking poems. He thought of the wad of papers in his pocket, but he was too hungry and tired to read. The door was open. Sounds came from the kitchen. The servants were talking as if they were alone in the house. Suddenly there came a loud screech of laughter and an equally loud shh. They had remembered him. William got up and went through the French windows into the garden, and as he stood there in the shadow he heard the bathers coming up the sandy road. Their voices rang through the quiet. "I think it's up to Moira to use her little arts and wiles." A tragic moan from Moira. "We ought to have a gramophone for the weekends that played The Maid of the Mountains." Oh no," cried Isabel's voice. "That's not fair to William. Be nice to him, my children. He's only staying until tomorrow evening." "Leave him to me," cried Bobby Kane. "I'm awfully good at looking after people." The gate swung open and shut. William moved on the terrace. They had seen him. "Hello, William." "Pity you didn't come, William. The water was divine, and we all went to a little pub afterwards and had sloe gin." The others had reached the house. "I say, Isabel," called Bobby, "would you like me to wear my Nijinsky dress tonight?" "No," said Isabel. "Nobody's going to dress. We're all starving. William's starving too. Come along, mes amis. Let's begin with sardines." "I've found the sardines," said Moira, and she ran into the hall holding a box high in the air. "A lady with a box of sardines," said Dennis gravely. "Well, William, and how's London?" asked Bill Hunt, drawing the cork out of a bottle of whisky. "Oh, London's not much changed," answered William. "Good old London," said Bobby, very hearty, spearing a sardine. But a moment later William was forgotten. Moira Morrison began wondering what colour one's legs really were under water. "Mine are the palest mushroom colour." Bill and Dennis ate enormously, and Isabel filled glasses and changed plates and found matches, smiling blissfully. At one moment she said, "I do wish, Bill, you'd paint it." "Paint what?" said Bill loudly, stuffing his mouth with bread. "Us," said Isabel, "round the table. It would be so fascinating in 20 years' time." Bill screwed up his eyes and chewed. "Light's wrong," he said rudely. "Far too much yellow," and went on eating. And that seemed to charm Isabel too. But after supper they were all so tired they could do nothing but yawn until it was late enough to go to bed. It was not until William was waiting for his taxi the next afternoon that he found himself alone with Isabel. When he brought his suitcase down into the hall, Isabel left the others and went over to him. She stooped down and picked up the suitcase. "What a weight," she said, and she gave a little awkward laugh. "Let me carry it to the gate." "No, why should you?" said William. "Of course not. Give it to me." "Oh, please do let me," said Isabel. "I want to, really." They walked together silently. William felt there was nothing to say now. "There," said Isabel triumphantly, setting the suitcase down, and she looked anxiously along the sandy road. "I hardly seem to have seen you this time," she said breathlessly. "It's so short, isn't it? I feel you've only just come. Next time—" The taxi came into sight. "I hope they look after you properly in London. I'm so sorry the babies have been out all day, but Miss Neil had arranged it. They'll hate missing you. Poor William, going back to London." The taxi turned. "Goodbye." She gave him a little hurried kiss. She was gone. Fields, trees, hedges streamed by. They took him through the empty, blind-looking little town, ground up the steep pull to the station. The train was in. William made straight for a first-class smoker, flung back into the corner, but this time he let the papers alone. He folded his arms against the dull, persistent gnawing, and began in his mind to write a letter to Isabel. The post was late as usual. They sat outside the house in long chairs under coloured parasols. Only Bobby Kane lay on the turf at Isabel's feet. It was dull, stifling. The day drooped like a flag. "Do you think there will be Mondays in heaven?" asked Bobby childishly. And Dennis murmured, "Heaven will be one long Monday." But Isabel couldn't help wondering what had happened to the salmon they had for supper last night. She had meant to have fish mayonnaise for lunch, and now... Moira was asleep. Sleeping was her latest discovery. "It's so wonderful. One simply shuts one's eyes, that's all. It's so delicious." When the old ruddy postman came beating along the sandy road on his tricycle, one felt the handlebars ought to have been oars. Bill Hunt put down his book. "Letters," he said complacently, and they all waited. But heartless postman, oh malignant world! There was only one, a fat one for Isabel, not even a paper. "And mine's only from William," said Isabel mournfully. "From William already?" "He's sending you back your marriage lines as a gentle reminder." "Does everybody have marriage lines? I thought they were only for servants." "Pages and pages. Look at her, a lady reading a letter," said Dennis. "My darling, precious Isabel." Pages and pages there were. As Isabel read on, her feeling of astonishment changed to a stifled feeling. What on earth had induced William? How extraordinary it was! What could have made him? She felt confused, more and more excited, even frightened. It was just like William, was it? It was absurd, of course. It must be absurd. Ridiculous. Oh dear. What was she to do? Isabel flung back in her chair and laughed till she couldn't stop laughing. Do tell us," said the others. "You must tell us." "I'm longing to," gurgled Isabel. She sat up, gathered the letter and waved it at them. "Gather round," she said. "Listen, it's too marvellous. A love letter." A love letter, but how divine! Darling, precious Isabel. But she had hardly begun before their laughter interrupted her. "Go on, Isabel, it's perfect. It's the most marvellous find. Oh, do go on, Isabel." "God forbid, my darling, that I should be a drag on your happiness." Oh, oh, oh. Shh, shh, shh. And Isabel went on. When she reached the end, they were hysterical. Bobby rolled on the turf and almost sobbed. "You must let me have it just as it is, entire for my new book," said Dennis firmly. "I shall give it a whole chapter." "Oh, Isabel," moaned Moira, "that wonderful bit about holding you in his arms." "I always thought those letters in divorce cases were made up, but they pale before this." "Let me hold it, let me read it, mine own self," said Bobby Kane. But to their surprise, Isabel crushed the letter in her hand. She was laughing no longer. She glanced quickly at them all. She looked exhausted. "No, Not just now, not just now," she stammered. And before they could recover, she had run into the house, through the hall, up the stairs into her bedroom. Down she sat on the side of the bed. "How vile, odious, abominable, vulgar," muttered Isabel. She pressed her eyes with her knuckles and rocked to and fro. And again she saw them, but not 4, more like 40, laughing, sneering, jeering, stretching out their hands while she read them William's letter. Oh, what a loathsome thing to have done! How could she have done it? "God forbid, my darling, that I should be a drag on your happiness." "William!" Isabel pressed her face into the pillow, but she felt that even the grave bedroom knew her for what she was: shallow, tinkling, vain. Presently from the garden below there came voices. "Isabel, we're all going for a bath. Do come. Come, thou wife of William. Call her once before you go. Call once yet." Isabel sat up. Now was the moment. Now she must decide. Would she go with them, or stay here and write to William? Which should it be? I must make up my mind. Oh, but how could there be any question? Of course she would stay here and write. "Titania," piped Moira. "Isabel." No, it was too difficult. I'll go with them and write to William later, some other time. Later, not now, but I shall certainly write, thought Isabel hurriedly. And, laughing in the new way, she ran down the stairs. End of Marriage à la Mode by Catherine Mansfield.
By Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We were 8, including the driver. We had not spoken during the passage of the last 6 miles, since the jolting of the heavy vehicle over the roughening road had spoiled the Judge's last poetical quotation. The tall man beside the Judge was asleep, his arm passed through the swaying strap and his head resting upon it, altogether a limp, helpless-looking object, as if he had hanged himself and been cut down too late. The French lady on the back seat was asleep too, yet in a half-conscious propriety of attitude, shown even in the disposition of the handkerchief which she held to her forehead and which partially veiled her face. The lady from Virginia City, traveling with her husband, had long since lost all individuality in a wild confusion of ribbons, veils, furs, and shawls. There was no sound but the rattling of wheels and the dash of rain upon the roof. Suddenly the stage stopped, and we became dimly aware of voices. The driver was evidently in the midst of an exciting colloquy with someone in the road, a colloquy of such fragments as "Bridge gone," "20 feet of water," "Can't pass," were occasionally distinguishable above the storm. Then came a lull, and a mysterious voice from the road shouted the parting adjuration, "Try Miggles's." We caught a glimpse of our leaders as the vehicle slowly turned, of a horseman vanishing through the rain, and we were evidently on our way to Miggles's. Who and where was Miggles? The Judge, our authority, did not remember the name, and he knew the country thoroughly. The Washoe traveler thought Miggles must keep a hotel. We only knew that we were stopped by high water in front and rear, and that Miggles was our rock of refuge. A 10-minute splashing through a tangled by-road, scarcely wide enough for the stage, and we drew up before a barred and boarded gate in a wide stone wall or fence about 8 feet high. evidently Miggles's, and evidently Miggles did not keep a hotel. The driver got down and tried the gate. It was securely locked. "Miggles! Oh, Miggles!" No answer. "Miggles! You, Miggles!" continued the driver, with rising wrath. "Migglesy!" joined the expressman, persuasively. "Oh, Miggy! Mig!" But no reply came from the apparently insensate Miggles. The judge, who had finally got the window down, put his head out and propounded a series of questions, which, if answered categorically, would have undoubtedly elucidated the whole mystery, but which the driver evaded by replying that, if we didn't want to sit in the coach all night, we had better rise up and sing out for Miggles. So we rose up and called on Miggles in chorus, then separately. And when we had finished, a Hibernian fellow passenger from the roof called for "Maygels," whereat we all laughed. While we were laughing, the driver cried "Shoo!" We listened. To our infinite amazement, the chorus of "Miggles" was repeated from the other side of the wall, even to the final and supplemental "Maygels." "Extraordinary echo," said the judge. "Extraordinary damn skunk," roared the driver, contemptuously. "Come out of that, Miggles, and show yourself. Be a man, Miggles. Don't hide in the dark. I wouldn't if I were you, Miggles," continued Yuba Bill, now dancing about in an excess of fury. "Miggles," continued the voice. "Oh, Miggles!" "My good man, Mr. Mygale," said the judge, softening the asperities of the name as much as possible, "consider the inhospitality of refusing shelter from the inclemency of the weather to helpless females. Really, my dear sir—" But a succession of Miggles ending in a burst of laughter drowned his voice. Yuba Bill hesitated no longer. Taking a heavy stone from the road, he battered down the gate, and with the expressman entered the enclosure. We followed. Nobody was to be seen. In the gathering darkness, all that we could distinguish was that we were in a garden. From the rose bushes that scattered over us a minute spray from their dripping leaves, and before a long, rambling wooden building. "Do you know this, Miggles?" asked the judge of Yuba Bill. "No, nor don't want to," said Bill shortly, who felt the Pioneer Stage Company insulted in his person by the contumacious Miggles. "But, my dear sir," expostulated the judge, as he thought of the barred gate. "Looky here," said Yuba Bill, with fine irony. "Hadn't you better go back and sit in the coach till you're introduced? I'm going in." And he pushed open the door of the building. A long room, lighted only by the embers of a fire that was dying on the large hearth at its farther extremity, the walls curiously papered and the flickering firelight bringing out its grotesque pattern. Somebody sitting in a large armchair by the fireplace. All this we saw as we crowded together into the room, after the driver and expressman. "Hello, be you Miggles?" said Yuba Bill to the solitary occupant. The figure neither spoke nor stirred. Yuba Bill walked wrathfully toward it, and turned the eye of his coach lantern upon its face. It was a man's face, prematurely old and wrinkled, with very large eyes, in which there was that expression of perfectly gratuitous solemnity which I had sometimes seen in an owl's. The large eyes wandered from Bill's face to the lantern, and finally fixed their gaze on that luminous object without further recognition. Bill restrained himself with an effort. "Miggles, be you deaf? You ain't dumb anyhow, you know," and Yuba Bill shook the insensate figure by the shoulder. To our great dismay, as Bill removed his hand, the venerable stranger apparently collapsed, sinking into half his size and an indistinguishable heap of clothing. "Well, dern my skin," said Bill, looking appealingly at us and hopelessly retiring from the contest. The judge now stepped forward, and we lifted the mysterious invertebrate back into his original position. Bill was dismissed with the lantern to reconnoiter outside, for it was evident from the helplessness of this solitary man there must be attendants near at hand, and we all drew around the fire. The judge, who had regained his authority and had never lost his conversational amiability, standing before us with his back to the hearth, charged us, as an imaginary jury, as follows. "It is evident that either our distinguished friend here has reached that condition described by Shakespeare as the sere and yellow leaf, or has suffered some premature abatement of his mental and physical faculties, whether he really is the Miggles." Here he was interrupted by "Miggles, oh Migglesy Mig!" and in fact the whole chorus of Miggles in very much the same key as it had once before been delivered unto us. We gazed at each other for a moment in some alarm. The judge, in particular, vacated his position quickly, as the voice seemed to come directly over his shoulder. The cause, however, was soon discovered in a large magpie who was perched upon a shelf over the fireplace, and who immediately relapsed into a sepulchral silence which contrasted singularly with his previous volubility. It was undoubtedly his voice which we had heard in the road, and our friend in the chair was not responsible for the discourtesy. Yuba Bill, who re-entered the room after an unsuccessful search, was loath to accept the explanation, and still eyed the helpless sitter with suspicion. He had found a shed in which he had put up his horses, but he came back dripping and skeptical. "Thar ain't nobody but him within 10 mile of the shanty, and that ar damned old Skeezicks knows it." But the faith of the majority proved to be securely based. Bill had scarcely ceased growling before we heard a quick step upon the porch, the trailing of a wet skirt, the door was flung open, and with a flash of white teeth, a sparkle of dark eyes, and an utter absence of ceremony or diffidence, a young woman entered, shut the door, and panting leaned back against it. "Oh, if you please, I'm Miggles." And this was Miggles, this bright-eyed, full-throated young woman, whose wet gown of coarse blue stuff could not hide the beauty of the feminine curves to which it clung, from the chestnut crown of whose head, topped by a man's oilskin sou'wester, to the little feet and ankles, hidden somewhere in the recesses of her boy's brogans, was all grace. This was Miggles, laughing at us, too, in the most airy, frank, off-handed manner imaginable. "You see, boys," said she, quite out of breath, and holding one little hand against her side, quite unheeding the speechless discomfiture of our party, or the complete demoralization of Yuba Bill, whose features had relaxed into an expression of gratuitous and imbecile cheerfulness. "You see, boys, I was more'n 2 miles away when you passed down the road. I thought you might pull up here, so I ran the whole way, knowing nobody was home but Jim, and I'm out of breath, and that lets me out." And here Miggles caught her dripping oilskin hat from her head, with a mischievous swirl that scattered a shower of raindrops over us, attempted to put back her hair, dropped 2 hairpins in the attempt, laughed, and sat down beside Yuba Bill with her hands crossed lightly on her lap. The judge recovered himself first, and essayed an extravagant compliment. "I'll trouble you for that thar hairpin," said Miggles gravely. Half a dozen hands were eagerly stretched forward. The missing hairpin was restored to its fair owner, and Miggles, crossing the room, looked keenly in the face of the invalid. The solemn eyes looked back at hers with an expression we had never seen before. Life and intelligence seemed to struggle back into the rugged face. Miggles laughed again. It was a singularly eloquent laugh, and turned her black eyes and white teeth once more toward us. "This afflicted person is?" hesitated the judge. "Jim," said Miggles. "Your father?" "No." "Brother?" "No." "Husband?" Miggles darted a quick, half-defiant glance at the 2 lady passengers, who, I had noticed, did not participate in the general masculine admiration of Miggles, and said gravely, "No, it's Jim." There was an awkward pause. The lady passengers moved closer to each other. The Washoe husband looked abstractedly at the fire, and the tall man apparently turned his eyes inward for self-support at this emergency. But Miggles's laugh, which was very infectious, broke the silence. "Come," she said briskly, "you must be hungry. Who'll bear a hand to help me get tea?" She had no lack of volunteers. In a few moments Yuba Bill was engaged like Caliban in bearing logs for this Miranda. The expressman was grinding coffee on the veranda. To myself the arduous duty of slicing bacon was assigned, and the judge lent each man his good-humoured and voluble counsel. And when Miggles, assisted by the judge and our Hibernian deck passenger, set the table with all the available crockery, we had become quite joyous, in spite of the rain that beat against windows, the wind that whirled down the chimney, the 2 ladies who whispered together in the corner, or the magpie who uttered a satirical and croaking commentary on their conversation from his perch above. In the now bright blazing fire we could see that the walls were papered with illustrated journals, arranged with feminine taste and discrimination. The furniture was extemporized, and adapted from candle boxes and packing cases, and covered with gay calico or the skin of some animal. The armchair of the helpless Jim was an ingenious variation of a flour barrel. There was neatness, and even a taste for the picturesque, to be seen in the few details of the long, low room. The meal was a culinary success, but more it was a social triumph, chiefly, I think, owing to the rare tact of Miggles in guiding the conversation, asking all the questions herself, yet bearing through a frankness that rejected the idea of any concealment on her own part, so that we talked of ourselves, of our prospects, of the journey, of the weather, of each other, of everything but our host and hostess. It must be confessed that Miggles's conversation was never elegant, rarely grammatical, and that at times she employed expletives the use of which had generally been yielded to our sex. But they were delivered with such a lighting up of teeth and eyes that were usually followed by a laugh peculiar to Miggles, so frank and honest that it seemed to clear the moral atmosphere. Once during the meal we heard a noise like the rubbing of a heavy body against the outer walls of the house. This was shortly followed by a scratching and sniffing at the door. "That's Joaquin," said Miggles, in reply to our questioning glances. "Would you like to see him?" Before we could answer, she had opened the door and disclosed a half-grown grizzly, who instantly raised himself on his haunches, with his forepaws hanging down in the popular attitude of mendicancy, and looked admiringly at Miggles with a very singular resemblance in his manner to Yuba Bill. "That's my watchdog," said Miggles in explanation. "Oh, he don't bite," she added, as the two lady passengers fluttered into a corner. "Does he, old Toppy?" the latter remark being addressed directly to the sagacious Joaquin. "I'll tell you what, boys," continued Miggles after she had fed and closed the door on Ursa Minor, "you were in big luck that Joaquin wasn't hanging round when you dropped in tonight." "Where was he?" asked the Judge. "With me," said Miggles. "Lord love you, he trots round with me nights like as if he was a man." We were silent for a few moments and listened to the wind. Perhaps we all had the same picture before us, of Miggles walking through the rainy woods with her savage guardian at her side. The Judge, I remember, said something about Una and her lion, but Miggles received it as she did other compliments, with quiet gravity. Whether she was altogether unconscious of the admiration she excited, she could hardly have been oblivious of Yuba Bill's adoration, I knew not, but her very frankness suggested a perfect sexual equality that was cruelly humiliating to the younger members of our party. The incident of the bear did not add anything in Miggles' favour to the opinions of those of her own sex who were present. In fact, the repast over, a chillness radiated from the two lady passengers that no pine boughs brought in by Yuba Bill and cast as sacrifice upon the hearth could wholly overcome. Miggles felt it, and suddenly declaring that it was time to "turn in," offered to show the ladies to their bed in an adjoining room. "You boys will have to camp out here by the fire as well as you can," she added, "for there ain't but the one room." Our sex, by which, my dear sir, I allude, of course, to the stronger portion of humanity, has been generally relieved from the imputation of curiosity or a fondness for gossip. Yet I am constrained to say that hardly had the door closed on Miggles when we crowded together, whispering, snickering, smiling, and exchanging suspicions, surmises, and 1,000 speculations in regard to our pretty hostess and her singular companion. I fear that we even hustled that imbecilic paralytic, who sat like a voiceless Memnon in our midst, gazing with the serene indifference of the past in his passionate eyes upon our wordy counsels. In the midst of an exciting discussion the door opened again, and Miggles re-entered. But not, apparently, the same Miggles who a few hours before had flashed upon us. Her eyes were downcast, and as she hesitated for a moment on the threshold with a blanket on her arm, she seemed to have left behind her the frank fearlessness which had charmed us a moment before. Coming into the room, she drew a low stool beside the paralytic's chair, sat down, drew the blanket over her shoulders, and saying, "If it's all the same to you boys, as we're rather crowded, I'll stop here tonight," took the invalid's withered hand in her own, and turned her eyes upon the dying fire. An instinctive feeling that this was only premonitory to more confidential relations, and perhaps some shame at our previous curiosity, kept us silent. The rain still beat upon the roof. Wandering gusts of wind stirred the embers into momentary brightness, until, in a lull of the elements, Miggles suddenly lifted up her head, and, throwing her hair over her shoulder, turned her face upon the group and asked, "Is there any of you that knows me?" There was no reply. "Think again. I lived at Marysville in '53. Everybody knew me there, and everybody had the right to know me. I kept the Polka Saloon until I came to live with Jim. That's 6 years ago. Perhaps I've changed some." The absence of recognition may have disconcerted her. She turned her head to the fire again, and it was some seconds before she again spoke, and then more rapidly. "Well, you see, I thought some of you must have known me. There's no great harm done, anyway. What I was going to say is this. Jim here," she took his hand in both of hers as she spoke, "used to know me, if you didn't, and spend a heap of money upon me. I reckon he spent all he had. And one day, it's 6 years ago this winter, Jim came into my back room, sat down on my sofy, like as you see him in that chair, and never moved again without help. He was struck all of a heap, and never seemed to know what ailed him. The doctors came and said as how it was caused all along of his way of life, for Jim was mighty free and wild-like, and that he would never get better, and couldn't last long anyway. They advised me to send him to Frisco, to the hospital, for he was no good to anyone, and would be a baby all his life. Perhaps it was something in Jim's eye. Perhaps it was that I never had a baby, but I said no. I was rich then, for I was popular with everybody. Gentlemen like yourself, sir, came to see me, and I sold out my business, and I bought this your place, 'cause it was sort of out of the way of travel, you see, and I brought my baby here." With a woman's intuitive tact and poetry, she had, as she spoke, slowly shifted her position so as to bring the mute figure of the ruined man between her and her audience, hiding in the shadow behind it as if she offered it as a tacit apology for her actions. Silent and expressionless, it yet spoke for her. Helpless, crushed, and smitten with the divine thunderbolt, it still stretched an invisible arm around her. Hidden in the darkness, but still holding his hand, she went on. "It was a long time before I could get the hang of things about yer, for I was used to company and excitement. I couldn't get any woman to help me, and a man I dursn't trust, but what with the Indians yer about, who'd do odd jobs for me, and having everything sent from the North Fork, Jim and I managed to worry through. The doctor would run up from Sacramento once in a while. He'd ask to see Miggles's baby, as he called Jim, and when he'd go away he'd say, 'Miggles, you're a trump, God bless you,' and it didn't seem so lonely after that. But the last time he was here he said, as he opened the door to go, 'Do you know, Miggles, your baby will grow up to be a man yet, and an honor to his mother. But not here, Miggles, not here.' And I thought he went away sad, and here Miggles's voice and head were somehow both lost completely in the shadow. 'The folks about here are very kind,' said Miggles after a pause, coming a little into the light again. 'The men from the Fork used to hang around here until they found they wasn't wanted, and the women are kind and don't call. I was pretty lonely until I picked up Joaquin in the woods yonder one day, when he wasn't so high, and taught him to beg for his dinner. And then there's Polly, that's the magpie. She knows no end of tricks, and makes it quite sociable of evenings with her talk, and so I don't feel like I was the only living being about the ranch. And Jim here,' said Miggles with her old laugh again, and coming out quite into the firelight, 'Jim, why, boys, you would admire to see how much he knows for a man like him. Sometimes I bring him flowers, and he looks at 'em just as natural as if he knew 'em, and times when we're sitting alone, I read those things on the wall. Why, Lord,' said Miggles with her frank laugh, 'I read him that whole side of the house this winter. There never was such a man for reading as Jim.' 'Why,' asked the judge, 'do you not marry this man to whom you have devoted your youthful life?' 'Well, you see,' said Miggles, 'it would be playing it rather low down on Jim to take advantage of his being so helpless. And then, too, if we were man and wife now, we'd both know that I was bound to do what I do now of my own accord. But you are young and yet attractive.' 'It's getting late,' said Miggles gravely, 'and you'd better all turn in. Good night, boys.' And throwing the blanket over her head, Miggles laid herself down beside Jim's chair, her head pillowed on the low stool that held his feet, and spoke no more. The fire slowly faded from the hearth. We each sought our blankets in silence, and presently there was no sound in the long room but the pattering of the rain upon the roof and the heavy breathing of the sleepers. It was nearly morning when I awoke from a troubled dream. The storm had passed, the stars were shining, and through the shutterless window the full moon, lifting itself over the solemn pines without, looked into the room. It touched the lonely figure in the chair with an infinite compassion, and seemed to baptize with a shining flood the lowly head of the woman whose hair, as in the sweet old story, bathed the feet of him she loved. It even lent a kindly poetry to the rugged outline of Yuba Bill, half reclining on his elbow between them and his passengers, with savagely patient eyes keeping watch and ward. And then I fell asleep, and only woke at broad day, with Yuba Bill standing over me, and "All aboard" ringing in my ears. Coffee was waiting for us on the table, but Miggles was gone. We wandered about the house, and lingered long after the horses were harnessed, and she did not return. It was evident that she wished to avoid a formal leave-taking, and had so left us to depart as we had come. After we had helped the ladies into the coach, we returned to the house and solemnly shook hands with the paralytic Jim, as solemnly settling him back into position after each handshake. Then we looked for the last time around the long, low room, at the stool where Miggles had sat, and slowly took our seats in the waiting coach. The whip cracked, and we were off. But as we reached the high road, Bill's dexterous hand laid the 6 horses back on their haunches, and the stage stopped with a jerk. For there, on a little eminence beside the road, stood Miggles, her hair flying, her eyes sparkling, her white handkerchief waving, and her white teeth flashing as a last good-bye. We waved our hats in return, and then Yuba Bill, as if fearful of further fascination, madly lashed his horses forward, and we sank back in our seats. We exchanged not a word until we reached the North Fork, and the stage drew up at the Independence House. Then, the judge leading, we walked into the bar-room and took our places gravely at the bar. "Are your glasses charged, gentlemen?" said the judge, solemnly taking off his white hat. They were. "Well, then, here's to Miggles. God bless her." Perhaps he had. Who knows? End of Miggles, by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Canon by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bologna Times. The Minor Canon by Anonymous. It was Monday, and in the afternoon, as I was walking along the high street of Marchbury, I was met by a distinguished-looking person whom I had observed at the services in the cathedral on the previous day. Now, it chanced on that Sunday night that I was singing the service. Properly speaking, it was not my turn, but, as my brother minor canons were either away from Marchbury or ill in bed, I was the only one left to perform the necessary duty. The distinguished-looking person was a tall, big man with a round, fat face and small features. His eyes, his hair and mustache (his face was bare but for a small mustache) were quite black, and he had a very pleasant and genial expression. He wore a tall hat, set rather jauntily on his head, and he was dressed in black with a long frock coat buttoned across the chest and fitting him close to the body. As he came, with a half saunter, half swagger, along the street, I knew him again at once by his appearance, and as he came nearer, I saw from his manner that he was intending to stop and speak to me, for he slightly raised his hat, and in a soft, melodious voice, with a colonial twang, which was far from being disagreeable, and which, indeed, to my ear gave a certain additional interest to his remarks, he saluted me with, "Good day, sir." "Good day," I answered, with just a little reserve in my tone. "I hope, sir," he began, "you will excuse my stopping you in the street, but I wish to tell you how very much I enjoyed the music at your cathedral yesterday. I am an Australian, sir, and we have no such music in my country." "I suppose not," I said. "No, sir," he went on, "nothing nearly so fine. I am very fond of music, and as my business brought me in this direction, I thought I would stop at your city and take the opportunity of paying a visit to your grand cathedral. And I am delighted I came, so pleased, indeed, that I should like to leave some memorial of my visit behind me. I should like, sir, to do something for your choir." "I am sure it is very kind of you," I replied. "Yes, I should certainly be glad if you could suggest to me something I might do in this way. As regards money, I may say that I have plenty of it. I am the owner of a most valuable property. My business relations extend throughout the world, and if I am as fortunate in the projects of the future as I have been in the past, I shall probably one day achieve the proud position of being the richest man in the world." I did not like to undertake myself the responsibility of advising or suggesting, so I simply said, "I cannot venture to say offhand what would be the most acceptable way of showing your great kindness and generosity, but I should certainly recommend you to put yourself in communication with the dean." "Thank you, sir," said my Australian friend. "I will do so. And now, sir," he continued, "let me say how much I admire your voice. It is, without exception, the very finest and clearest voice I have ever heard." "Really," I answered, quite overcome with such unqualified praise, "really, it is very good of you to say so." "Ah, but I feel it, my dear sir. I have been round the world, from Sydney to Frisco, across the continent of America," he called it Ameriker, "to New York City, then on to England, and tomorrow I shall leave your city to continue my travels. But in all my experience I have never heard so grand a voice as your own." This and a great deal more he said in the same strain, which modesty forbids me to reproduce. Now I am not without some knowledge of the world outside the close of Marchbury Cathedral, and I could not listen to such a flattering tale without having my suspicions aroused. Who and what is this man? Thought I. I looked at him narrowly. At first the thought flashed across me that he might be a swell mobsman. But no, his face was too good for that. Besides, no man with that huge frame, that personality so marked, and so easily recognizable, could be a swindler. He could not escape detection a single hour. I dismissed the ungenerous thought. Perhaps he is rich, as he says. We do hear of munificent donations by benevolent millionaires now and then. What if this Australian, attracted by the glories of the old cathedral, should now appear as a deus ex machina to re-endow the choir, or to found a musical professoriate in connection with the choir, appointing me the first occupant of the professorial chair? These thoughts flashed across my mind in the momentary pause of his fluent tongue. "As for yourself, sir," he began again, "I have something to propose which I trust may not prove unwelcome. But the public street is hardly a suitable place to discuss my proposal. May I call upon you this evening at your house in the close? I know which it is, for I happened to see you go into it yesterday after the morning service." "I shall be very pleased to see you," I replied. "We are going out to dinner this evening, but I shall be at home and disengaged till about 7. "Thank you very much. Then I shall do myself the pleasure of calling upon you about 6 o'clock. Till then, farewell." A graceful wave of the hand, and my unknown friend had disappeared round the corner of the street. Now, at last, I thought, something is going to happen in my uneventful life, something to break the monotony of existence. Of course, he must have inquired my name. He could get that from any of the cathedral vergers. And, as he said, he had observed whereabouts in the close I lived. What is he coming to see me for? I wondered. I spent the rest of the afternoon in making the wildest surmises. I was castle building in Spain at a furious rate. At one time I imagined that this faithful son of the church, as he appeared to me, was going to build and endow a grand cathedral in Australia, on condition that I should be appointed dean at a yearly stipend of, say, £10,000. Or perhaps, I said to myself, he will beg me to accept a sum of money. I never thought of it as less than £1,000, as a slight recognition of and tribute to my remarkable vocal ability. I took a long, lonely walk into the country to correct these ridiculous fancies and to steady my mind, and when I reached home and refreshed myself with a quiet cup of afternoon tea, I felt I was morally and physically prepared for my interview with the opulent stranger. Punctually as the cathedral clock struck 6, there was a ring at the visitor's bell. In a moment or two my unknown friend was shown into the drawing-room, which he entered with the easy air of a man of the world. I noticed he was carrying a small black bag. "How do you do again, Mr. Dale?" he said, as though we were old acquaintances. "You see I have come sharp to my time." "Yes," I answered, "and I am pleased to see you. Do sit down." He sank into my best armchair and placed his bag on the floor beside him. "Since we met in the afternoon," he said, "I have written a letter to your dean, expressing the great pleasure I felt in listening to your choir, and at the same time I enclosed a £5 note, which I begged him to divide among the choir boys and men, from Alexander Poulter, Esquire, of Poulter's Pills. You have of course heard of the world-renowned Poulter's Pills. I am Poulter." Poulter of Poulter's Pills? My heart sank within me. A £5 note? My airy castles were tottering. I also sent him a couple of hundred of my pamphlets, which I said I trusted he would be so kind as to distribute in the close. I was aghast. "And now with regard to the special object of my call, Mr. Dale, if you will allow me to say so, you are not making the most of that grand voice of yours. You are hidden under an ecclesiastical bushel here, lost to the world. You are wasting your vocal strength and sweetness on the desert air, so to speak. Why, if I may hazard a guess, I don't suppose you make 500 a year here, at the outside." I could say nothing. "Well now, I can put you into the way of making at least 3 or 4 times as much as that. Listen, I am Alexander Poulter, of Poulter's Pills. I have a proposal to make to you. The scheme is bound to succeed, but I want your help. Accept my proposal and your fortune's made. Did you ever hear Moody and Sankey?" he asked abruptly. The man is an idiot, thought I. He is now fairly carried away with his particular mania. Will it last long? Shall I ring? "Novelty, my dear sir," he went on, "is the rule of the day. And there must be novelty in advertising, as in everything else, to catch the public interest. So I intend to go on a tour, lecturing on the merits of Poulter's Pills in all the principal halls of all the principal towns all over the world. But I have been delayed in carrying out my idea till I could associate myself with a gentleman such as yourself. Will you join me? I should be the Moody of the tour. You would be its Sankey. I would speak my patter, and you would intersperse my orations with melodious ballads bearing upon the virtues of Poulter's Pills. The ballads are all ready." So saying, he opened that bag and drew forth from its recesses nothing more alarming than a thick roll of manuscript music. "The verses are my own," he said, with a little touch of pride. "And as for the music, I thought it better to make use of popular melodies, so as to enable an audience to join in the chorus. See, here is one of the ballads, 'Darling, I am better now.' It describes the woes of a fond lover, or rather his physical ailments, until he went through a course of Poulter. Here's another, 'I'm 95, I'm 95.' You catch the drift of that, of course, a healthy old age, secured by taking Poulter's Pills. Ah, what's this? 'Little sister's last request.' I fancy the idea of that is to beg the family never to be without Poulter's Pills. Here, again, 'Then you'll remember me.' I'm afraid that title is not original. Never mind, the song is. And here is, but there are many more, and I won't detain you with them now. He saw, perhaps, I was getting impatient. Thank heaven, however, he was no escaped lunatic. I was safe. "Mr. Poulter," said I took you this afternoon for a disinterested and philanthropic millionaire. You take me for something different from what I am. We have both made mistakes. In a word, it is impossible for me to accept your offer." "Is that final?" asked Poulter. "Certainly," said I. Poulter gathered his manuscripts together and replaced them in the bag, and got up to leave the room. "Good evening, Mr. Dale," he said mournfully, as I opened the door of the room. "Good evening." He kept on talking till he was fairly out of the house. "Mark my words, you'll be sorry, very sorry, one day that you did not fall in with my scheme. Offers like mine don't come every day, and you will one day regret having refused it." With these words he left the house. I had little appetite for my dinner that evening. End of The Minor Canon.
Of Poker Flat by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As Mr. John Oakhurst, gambler, stepped into the main street of Poker Flat on the morning of the 23rd of November, 1850, he was conscious of a change in its moral atmosphere since the preceding night. 2 or 3 men, conversing earnestly together, ceased as he approached, and exchanged significant glances. There was a Sabbath lull in the air which, in a settlement unused to Sabbath influences, looked ominous. Mr. Oakhurst's calm, handsome face betrayed small concern in these indications. Whether he was conscious of any predisposing cause was another question. "I reckon they're after somebody," he reflected. "Likely it's me." He returned to his pocket the handkerchief with which he had been whipping away the red dust of Poker Flat from his neat boots, and quietly discharged his mind of any further conjecture. In point of fact, Poker Flat was after somebody. It had lately suffered the loss of several $1,000s, 2 valuable horses, and a prominent citizen. It was experiencing a spasm of virtuous reaction quite as lawless and ungovernable as any of the acts that had provoked it. A secret committee had determined to rid the town of all improper persons. This was done permanently in regard of 2 men who were then hanging from the boughs of a sycamore in the gulch, and temporarily in the banishment of certain other objectionable characters. I regret to say that some of these were ladies. It is but due to the sex, however, to state that their impropriety was professional, and it was only in such easily established standards of evil that Poker Flat ventured to sit in judgment. Mr. Oakhurst was right in supposing that he was included in this category. A few of the committee had urged hanging him as a possible example, and a sure method of reimbursing themselves from his pockets of the sums he had won from them. "It's agin justice," said Jim Wheeler, "to let this yer young man from Roaring Camp, an entire stranger, carry away our money." But a crude sentiment of equity residing in the breasts of those who had been fortunate enough to win from Mr. Oakhurst overruled this narrower local prejudice. Mr. Oakhurst received his sentence with philosophic calmness, none the less coolly that he was aware of the hesitation of his judges. He was too much of a gambler not to accept fate. With him life was at best an uncertain game, and he recognized the usual percentage in favor of the dealer. A body of armed men accompanied the deported wickedness of Poker Flat to the outskirts of the settlement. Besides Mr. Oakhurst, who was known to be a coolly desperate man, and for whose intimidation the armed escort was intended, the expatriated party consisted of a young woman familiarly known as the Duchess, another who had won the title of Mother Shipton, and Uncle Billy, a suspected sluice robber and confirmed drunkard. The cavalcade provoked no comments from the spectators, nor was any word uttered by the escort. Only when the gulch, which marked the uttermost limit of Poker Flat, was reached, the leader spoke briefly and to the point. The exiles were forbidden to return at the peril of their lives. As the escort disappeared, their pent-up feelings found vent in a few hysterical tears from the Duchess, some bad language from Mother Shipton, and a Parthian volley of expletives from Uncle Billy. The philosophic Oakhurst alone remained silent. He listened calmly to Mother Shipton's desire to cut somebody's heart out, to the repeated statements of the Duchess that she would die in the road, and to the alarming oaths that seemed to be bumped out of Uncle Billy as he rode forward. With the easy good humor characteristic of his class, he insisted upon exchanging his own riding horse, Five Spot, for the sorry mule which the Duchess rode. But even this act did not draw the party into any closer sympathy. The young woman readjusted her somewhat draggled plumes with a feeble, faded coquetry. Mother Shipton eyed the possessor of Five Spot with malevolence, and Uncle Billy included the whole party in one sweeping anathema. The road to Sandy Bar, a camp that, not having as yet experienced the regenerating influences of Poker Flat, consequently seemed to offer some invitation to the emigrants, lay over a steep mountain range. It was distant a day's severe travel. In that advanced season the party soon passed out of the moist, temperate regions of the foothills into the dry, cold, bracing air of the Sierras. The trail was narrow and difficult. At noon the Duchess, rolling out of her saddle upon the ground, declared her intention of going no farther, and the party halted. The spot was singularly wild and impressive. A wooded amphitheater, surrounded on three sides by precipitous cliffs of naked granite, sloped gently toward the crest of another precipice that overlooked the valley. It was undoubtedly the most suitable spot for a camp, had camping been advisable. But Mr. Oakhurst knew that scarcely half the journey to Sandy Bar was accomplished, and the party were not equipped or provisioned for delay. This fact he pointed out to his companions curtly, with a philosophic commentary on the folly of throwing up their hand before the game was played out. But they were furnished with liquor, which in this emergency stood them in place of food, fuel, rest, and prescience. In spite of his remonstrances, it was not long before they were more or less under its influence. Uncle Billy passed rapidly from a bellicose state into one of stupor. The Duchess became maudlin, and Mother Shipton snored. Mr. Oakhurst alone remained erect, leaning against a rock, calmly surveying them. Mr. Oakhurst did not drink. It interfered with a profession which required coolness, impassiveness, and presence of mind, and in his own language, he couldn't afford it. As he gazed at his recumbent fellow exiles, the loneliness begotten of his pariah trade, his habits of life, his very vices, and for the first time seriously oppressed him. He bestirred himself in dusting his black clothes, washing his hands and face, and other acts characteristic of his studiously neat habits, and for a moment forgot his annoyance. The thought of deserting his weaker and more pitiable companions never perhaps occurred to him. Yet he could not help feeling the want of that excitement which, singularly enough, was most conducive to that calm equanimity for which he was notorious. He looked at the gloomy walls that rose 1,000 feet sheer above the circling pines around him, at the sky ominously clouded, and the valley below already deepening into shadow, and, doing so, suddenly he heard his own name called. A horseman slowly ascended the trail. In the fresh, open face of the newcomer, Mr. Oakhurst recognized Tom Simpson, otherwise known as the Innocent of Sandy Bar. He had met him some months before over a little game, and had, with perfect equanimity, won the entire fortune, amounting to some $40, of that guileless youth. After the game was finished, Mr. Oakhurst drew the youthful speculator behind the door, and thus addressed him: "Tommy, you're a good little man, but you can't gamble worth a cent. Don't try it over again." He then handed him his money back, pushed him gently from the room, and so made a devoted slave of Tom Simpson. There was a remembrance of this in his boyish and enthusiastic greeting of Mr. Oakhurst. He had started, he said, to go to Poker Flat to seek his fortune. Alone? No, not exactly alone. In fact, a giggle, he had run away with Piney Woods. Didn't Mr. Oakhurst remember Piney? She that used to wait on the table at the Temperance House? They had been engaged a long time, but old Jake Woods had objected, and so they had run away and were going to Poker Flat to be married. And here they were. And they were tired out, and how lucky it was they had found a place to camp in company. All this the Innocent delivered rapidly, while Piney, a stout, comely damsel of 15, emerged from behind the pine tree where she had been blushing unseen, and rode to the side of her lover. Mr. Oakhurst seldom troubled himself with sentiment, still less with propriety, but he had a vague idea that the situation was not fortunate. He retained, however, his presence of mind sufficiently to kick Uncle Billy, who was about to say something, and Uncle Billy was sober enough to recognize in Mr. Oakhurst's kick a superior power that would not bear trifling. He then endeavored to dissuade Tom Simpson from delaying further, but in vain. He then pointed out the fact that there was no provision, nor means of making a camp. But unluckily, the Innocent met this objection by assuring the party that he was provided with an extra mule loaded with provisions, and by the discovery of a rude attempt at a log house near the trail. "Piney can stay with Mrs. Oakhurst," said the Innocent, pointing to the Duchess, "and I can shift for myself." Nothing but Mr. Oakhurst's admonishing foot saved Uncle Billy from bursting into a roar of laughter. As it was, he felt compelled to retire up the canyon until he could recover his gravity. There he confided the joke to the tall pine trees, with many slaps of his leg, contortions of his face, and the usual profanity. But when he returned to the party, he found them seated by a fire, for the air had grown strangely chill, and the sky overcast, in apparent amicable conversation. Piney was actually talking in an impulsive, girlish fashion to the Duchess, who was listening with an interest and animation she had not shown for many days. The Innocent was holding forth, apparently with equal effect, to Mr. Oakhurst and Mother Shipton, who was actually relaxing into amiability. "Is this yer a damned picnic?" said Uncle Billy, with inward scorn, as he surveyed the sylvan group, the glancing firelight, and the tethered animals in the foreground. Suddenly an idea mingled with the alcoholic fumes that disturbed his brain. It was apparently of a jocular nature, for he felt impelled to slap his leg again and cram his fist into his mouth. As the shadows crept slowly up the mountain, a slight breeze rocked the tops of the pine trees and moaned through their long and gloomy aisles. The ruined cabin, patched and covered with pine boughs, was set apart for the ladies. As the lovers parted, they unaffectedly exchanged a kiss, so honest and sincere that it might have been heard above the swaying pines. The frail Duchess and the malevolent Mother Shipton were probably too stunned to remark upon this last evidence of simplicity, and so turned without a word to the hut. The fire was replenished, the men lay down before the door, and in a few minutes were asleep. Mr. Oakhurst was a light sleeper. Toward morning he awoke benumbed and cold. As he stirred the dying fire, the wind, which was now blowing strongly, brought to his cheek that which caused the blood to leave it — snow. He started to his feet with the intention of awakening the sleepers, for there was no time to lose. But turning to where Uncle Billy had been lying, he found him gone. A suspicion leaped to his brain, and a curse to his lips. He ran to the spot where the mules had been tethered. They were no longer there. The tracks were already rapidly disappearing in the snow. The momentary excitement brought Mr. Oakhurst back to the fire with his usual calm. He did not waken the sleepers. The Innocent slumbered peacefully, with a smile on his good-humored, freckled face. The virgin Piney slept beside her frailer sisters as sweetly as though attended by celestial guardians. And Mr. Oakhurst, drawing his blanket over his shoulders, stroked his mustaches and waited for the dawn. It came slowly in a whirling mist of snowflakes that dazzled and confused the eye. What could be seen of the landscape appeared magically changed. He looked over the valley and summed up the present and future in 2 words: snowed in. A careful inventory of the provisions, which, fortunately for the party, had been stored within the hut and so escaped the felonious fingers of Uncle Billy, disclosed the fact that with care and prudence they might last 10 days longer. "That is," said Mr. Oakhurst, sotto voce to the Innocent, "if you're willing to board us. If you ain't, and perhaps you'd better not, you can wait till Uncle Billy gets back with provisions." For some occult reason, Mr. Oakhurst could not bring himself to disclose Uncle Billy's rascality, and so offered the hypothesis that he had wandered from camp and had accidentally stampeded the animals. He dropped a warning to the Duchess and Mother Shipton, who of course knew the facts of their associate's defection. "They'll find out the truth about us all when they find out anything," he added significantly, "and there's no good frightening them now." Tom Simson not only put all his worldly store at the disposal of Mr. Oakhurst, but seemed to enjoy the prospect of their enforced seclusion. "We'll have a good camp for a week, and then the snow'll melt, and we'll all go back together." The cheerful gaiety of the young man and Mr. Oakhurst's calm infected the others. The Innocent, with the aid of pine boughs, extemporized a thatch for the roofless cabin, and the Duchess directed Piney in the rearrangement of the interior with a taste and tact that opened the blue eyes of that provincial maiden to their fullest extent. "I reckon now you're used to fine things at Poker Flat," said Piney. The Duchess turned away sharply to conceal something that reddened her cheek through its professional tint, and Mother Shipton requested Piney not to chatter. But when Mr. Oakhurst returned from a weary search for the trail, he heard the sound of happy laughter echoed from the rocks. He stopped in some alarm, and his thoughts first naturally reverted to the whiskey, which he had prudently cached. "And yet it don't somehow sound like whiskey," said the gambler. It was not until he caught sight of the blazing fire through the still blinding storm and the group around it that he settled to the conviction that it was "square fun." Whether Mr. Oakhurst had cached his cards with the whiskey as something debarred the free access of the community, I cannot say. It was certain that, in Mother Shipton's words, he didn't say cards once during that evening. Haply the time was beguiled by an accordion, produced somewhat ostentatiously by Tom Simson from his pack. Notwithstanding some difficulties attending the manipulation of this instrument, Piney Woods managed to pluck several reluctant melodies from its keys, to an accompaniment by the Innocent on a pair of bone castanets. But the crowning festivity of the evening was reached in a rude camp-meeting hymn, which the lovers, joining hands, sang with great earnestness and vociferation. I fear that a certain defiant tone in the Covenanters' swing to its chorus, rather than any devotional quality, caused it speedily to infect the others, who at last joined in the refrain. "I'm proud to live in the service of the Lord, and I'm bound to die in His army." The pines rocked, the storm eddied and whirled above the miserable group, and the flames of their altar leaped heavenward as if in token of the vow. At midnight the storm abated, the rolling clouds parted, and the stars glittered keenly above the sleeping camp. Mr. Oakhurst, whose professional habits had enabled him to live on the smallest possible amount of sleep, in dividing the watch with Tom Simson, somehow managed to take upon himself the greater part of that duty. He excused himself to the Innocent by saying that he had often been a week without sleep. "Doing what?" asked Tom. "Poker," replied Oakhurst sententiously. "When a man gets a streak of luck, nigger luck, he don't get tired. The luck gives in first. Luck," continued the gambler reflectively, "is a mighty queer thing. All you know about it for certain is that it's bound to change, and it's finding out when it's going to change that makes you. We've had a streak of bad luck since we left Poker Flat. You come along, and slap you get into it too. If you can hold your cards right along, you're all right. For," added the gambler, with cheerful irrelevance, "I'm proud to live in the service of the Lord, and I'm bound to die in His army." The third day came, and the sun, looking through the white-curtained valley, saw the outcasts divide their slowly decreasing store of provisions for the morning meal. It was one of the peculiarities of that mountain climate that its rays diffused a kindly warmth over the wintry landscape, as if in regretful commiseration of the past. But it revealed drift on drift of snow piled high around the hut, a hopeless, uncharted, trackless sea of white lying below the rocky shores to which the castaways still clung. Through the marvelously clear air the smoke of the pastoral village of Poker Flat rose miles away. Mother Shipton saw it, and from a remote pinnacle of her rocky fastness hurled in that direction a final malediction. It was her last vituperative attempt, and perhaps for that reason was invested with a certain degree of sublimity. It did her good. She privately informed the Duchess. "Just you go out there and cuss and see. Then she set herself to the task of amusing "the child," as she and the Duchess were pleased to call Piney. Piney was no chicken, but it was a soothing and original theory of the pair thus to account for the fact that she didn't swear and wasn't improper. When night crept up again through the gorges, the reedy notes of the accordion rose and fell in fitful spasms and long-drawn gasps by the flickering campfire. But music failed to fill entirely the aching void left by insufficient food, and a new diversion was proposed by Piney: storytelling. Neither Mr. Oakhurst nor his female companions caring to relate their personal experiences, this plan would have failed, too, but for the Innocent. Some months before he had chanced upon a stray copy of Mr. Pope's ingenious translation of the Iliad. He now proposed to narrate the principal incidents of that poem, having thoroughly mastered the argument and fairly forgotten the words, in the current vernacular of Sandy Bar. And so, for the rest of that night, the Homeric demigods again walked the earth. Trojan bully and wily Greek wrestled in the winds, and the great pines in the canyon seemed to bow to the wrath of the son of Peleus. Mr. Oakhurst listened with quiet satisfaction. Most especially was he interested in the fate of Ash Heels, as the Innocent persisted in denominating the swift-footed Achilles. So, with small food and much of Homer and the accordion, a week passed over the heads of the outcasts. The sun again forsook them, and again from leaden skies the snowflakes were sifted over the land. Day by day closer around them drew the snowy circle, until at last they looked from their prison over drifted walls of dazzling white that towered 20 feet above their heads. It became more and more difficult to replenish their fires, even from the fallen trees beside them, now half hidden in the drifts. And yet no one complained. The lovers turned from the dreary prospect and looked into each other's eyes and were happy. Mr. Oakhurst settled himself coolly to the losing game before him. The Duchess, more cheerfully than she had been, assumed the care of Piney. Only Mother Shipton, once the strongest of the party, seemed to sicken and fade. At midnight on the 10th day she called Oakhurst to her side. "I'm going," she said in a voice of querulous weakness, "but don't say anything about it. Don't waken the kids. Take the bundle from under my head and open it." Mr. Oakhurst did so. It contained Mother Shipton's rations for the last week, untouched. "Give 'em to the child," she said, pointing to the sleeping Piney. "You've starved yourself," said the gambler. "That's what they call it," said the woman querulously, as she lay down again and, turning her face to the wall, passed quietly away. The accordion and the bones were put aside that day, and Homer was forgotten. When the body of Mother Shipton had been committed to the snow, Mr. Oakhurst took the Innocent aside and showed him a pair of snowshoes, which he had fashioned from the old pack-saddle. "There's one chance in 100 to save her yet," he said, pointing to Piney. "But it's there," he added, pointing toward Poker Flat. "If you can reach there in 2 days, she's safe." "And you?" asked Tom Simpson. "I'll stay here," was the curt reply. The lovers parted with a long embrace. "You are not going too?" said the Duchess, as she saw Mr. Oakhurst apparently waiting to accompany him. "As far as the canyon," he replied. He turned suddenly and kissed the Duchess, leaving her pallid face aflame and her trembling limbs rigid with amazement. Night came, but not Mr. Oakhurst. It brought the storm again and the whirling snow. Then the Duchess, feeding the fire, found that someone had quietly piled beside the hut enough fuel to last a few days longer. The tears rose to her eyes, but she hid them from Piney. The women slept but little. In the morning, looking into each other's faces, they read their fate. Neither spoke, but Piney, accepting the position of the stronger, drew near and placed her arm around the Duchess's waist. They kept this attitude for the rest of the day. That night the storm reached its greatest fury, and, rending asunder the protecting pines, invaded the very hut. Toward morning they found themselves unable to feed the fire, which gradually died away. As the embers slowly blackened, the Duchess crept closer to Piney and broke the silence of many hours. "Piney, can you pray?" "No, dear," said Piney simply. The Duchess, without knowing exactly why, felt relieved, and, putting her head upon Piney's shoulder, spoke no more. And so, reclining, the younger and purer pillowing the head of her soiled sister upon her virgin breast, they fell asleep. The wind lulled as if it feared to waken them. Feathery drifts of snow, shaken from the long pine boughs, flew like white-winged birds and settled about them as they slept. The moon, through the rifted clouds, looked down upon what had been the camp. But all human stain, all trace of early travail, was hidden beneath the spotless mantle mercifully flung from above. They slept all that day and the next, nor did they awaken when voices and footsteps broke the silence of the camp. And when pitying fingers brushed the snow from their wan faces, you could scarcely have told from the equal peace that dwelt upon them which was she that had sinned. Even the law of Poker Flat recognized this and turned away, leaving them still locked in each other's arms. But at the head of the gulch, on one of the largest pine trees, they found the deuce of clubs pinned to the bark with a bowie knife. It bore the following, written in pencil, in a firm hand: "Beneath this tree lies the body of John Oakhurst, who struck a streak of bad luck on the 23rd of November, 1850, and handed in his checks on the 7th of December, 1850. And pulseless and cold, with a derringer by his side and a bullet in his heart, though still calm as in life, beneath the snow lay he who was at once the strongest and yet the weakest of the outcasts of Poker Flat." End of The Outcasts of Poker Flat by Bret Harte. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com. Marcus O'Brien by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is the judgment of this court that you vamoose the camp. In the customary way, sir, in the customary way. Judge Marcus O'Brien was absent-minded, and Muckluck Charlie nudged him in the ribs. Marcus O'Brien cleared his throat and went on. "Weighing the gravity of the offence, sir, and the extenuating circumstances, it is the opinion of this court, and its verdict, that you be outfitted with 3 days' grub. That will do, I think." Arizona Jack cast a bleak glance out over the Yukon. It was a swollen chocolate flood running a mile wide and nobody knew how deep. The earth bank on which he stood was ordinarily a dozen feet above the water, but the river was now growling at the top of the bank, devouring instant by instant tiny portions of the top-standing soil. These portions went into the gaping mouths of the endless army of brown swirls and vanished away. Several inches more and Red Cow would be flooded. "It won't do," Arizona Jack said bitterly. 3 days' grub ain't enough." "There was Manchester," Marcus O'Brien replied gravely. "He didn't get any grub." "And they found his remains grounded on the lower river and half eaten by huskies," was Arizona Jack's retort. "And his killin' was without provocation. Joe Deeves never did nothin', never warbled once, and just because his stomach was out of order, Manchester ups and plugs him. You ain't givin' me a square deal, O'Brien, I tell you that straight. Give me a week's grub and I play even to win out. 3 days' grub and I cash in." "What for did you kill Ferguson?" O'Brien demanded. "I haven't any patience for those unprovoked killings, and they've got to stop. Red Cow's none so populous. It's a good camp, and there never used to be any killings. Now they're epidemic. I'm sorry for you, Jack, but you've got to be made an example of. Ferguson didn't provoke enough for a killing." "Provoke?" Arizona Jack snorted. "I tell you, O'Brien, you don't savvy. You ain't got no artistic sensibilities. What for did I kill Ferguson? What for did Ferguson sing, 'Then I wished I was a little bird'? That's what I want to know. Answer me that. What for did he sing 'Little bird, little bird'? One little bird was enough. I could have stood one little bird, but no, he must sing 2 little birds. Give him a chance. I went to him almighty polite and requested him kindly to discard one little bird. I pleaded with him. There was witnesses that testified to that." "And Ferguson was no jay-throated songster," someone spoke up from the crowd. O'Brien betrayed indecision. "Ain't a man got a right to his artistic feelings?" Arizona Jack demanded. I gave Ferguson warning. It was violating my own nature to go on listening to his little birds. Why, there's music sharps that fine strung and keyed up that they'll kill for heaps less than I did. I'm willing to pay for having artistic feelings. I can take my medicine and lick the spoon, but 3 days' grub is drawing it a shade fine, that's all, and I hereby register my kick. Go on with the funeral." O'Brien was still wavering. He glanced inquiringly at Mucluc Charley. "I should say, Judge, that 3 days' grub was a mite severe," the latter suggested, "but you're running the show. When we elected you judge of this here trial court, we agreed to abide by your decisions, and we've done it too, b'gosh, and we're going to keep on doing it." "Maybe I've been a trifle harsh, Jack," O'Brien said apologetically. "I'm that worked up over those killings, and I'm willing to make it a week's grub." He cleared his throat magisterially and looked briskly about him. "And now we might as well get along and finish up the business. The boat's ready. You go and get the grub, Leclaire. We'll settle for it afterward." Arizona Jack looked grateful, and, muttering something about the damned little bird, stepped aboard the open boat that rubbed restlessly against the bank. It was a large skiff, built of rough pine planks that had been sawed by hand from the standing timber of Lake Linderman, a few hundred miles above, at the foot of Chilcoot. In the boat were a pair of oars and Arizona Jack's blankets. Leclaire brought the grub, tied up in a flour sack, and put it on board. As he did so, he whispered, "I gave you good measure, Jack. You done it with provocation." "Cast her off!" Arizona Jack cried. Somebody untied the painter and threw it in. The current gripped the boat and whirled it away. The murderer did not bother with the oars, contenting himself with sitting in the stern sheets and rolling a cigarette. Completing it, he struck a match and lighted up. Those that watched on the bank could see the tiny puffs of smoke. They remained on the bank till the boat swung out of sight around the bend half a mile below, just as had been done. The denizens of Red Cow imposed the law and executed sentences without the delays that mark the softness of civilization. There was no law on the Yukon save what they made for themselves. They were compelled to make it for themselves. It was in an early day that Red Cow flourished on the Yukon, 1887, and the Klondike and its populous stampedes lay in the unguessed future. The men of Red Cow did not even know whether their camp was situated in Alaska or in the Northwest Territory, whether they drew breath under the Stars and Stripes or under the British flag. No surveyor had ever happened along to give them their latitude and longitude. Red Cow was situated somewhere along the Yukon, and that was sufficient for them. So far as flags were concerned, they were beyond all jurisdiction. So far as the law was concerned, they were in no man's land. They made their own law, and it was very simple. The Yukon executed their decrees. Some 2,000 miles below Red Cow, the Yukon flowed into Bering Sea through a delta 100 miles wide. Every mile of those 2,000 miles was savage wilderness. It was true, where the Porcupine flowed into the Yukon inside the Arctic Circle, there was a Hudson Bay Company trading post, but that was many hundreds of miles away. Also, it was rumored that many hundreds of miles farther on there were missions. This last, however, was merely rumor. The men of Red Cow had never been there. They had entered the lone land by way of Chilcoot and the headwaters of the Yukon. The men of Red Cow ignored all minor offenses. To be drunk and disorderly and to use vulgar language were looked upon as natural and inalienable rights. The men of Red Cow were individualists and recognized as sacred but two things, property and life. There were no women present to complicate their simple morality. There were only 3 log cabins in Red Cow, the majority of the population of 40 men living in tents or brush shacks, and there was no jail in which to confine malefactors. While the inhabitants were too busy digging gold or seeking gold to take a day off and build a jail. Besides, the paramount question of grub negatived such a procedure. Wherefore, when a man violated the rights of property or life, he was thrown into an open boat and started down the Yukon. The quantity of grub he received was proportioned to the gravity of the offense. Thus, a common thief might get as much as 2 weeks of grub. An uncommon thief might get no more than half of that. A murderer got no grub at all. A man found guilty of manslaughter would receive grub for from 3 days to a week. And Marcus O'Brien had been elected judge, and it was he who apportioned the grub. A man who broke the law took his chances. The Yukon swept him away, and he might or might not win to the Bering Sea. A few days' grub gave him a fighting chance. No grub meant practically capital punishment, though there was a slim chance, all depending on the season of the year. Having disposed Arizona Jack and watched him out of sight, the population turned from the bank and went to work on its claims, all except Curly Jim, who ran the one faro layout in all the Northland and who speculated in prospect holes on the sides. Two things happened that day that were momentous. In the late morning Marcus O'Brien struck it. He washed out $1, $1.50, and $2 from 3 successive pans. He had found the streak. Curly Jim looked into the hole, washed a few pans himself, and offered O'Brien $10,000 for all rights, $5,000 in dust, and, in lieu of the other $5,000, half interest in his faro layout. O'Brien refused the offer. He was there to make money out of the earth, he declared with heat, and not out of his fellow men. And anyway, he didn't like faro. Besides, he appraised his strike at a whole lot more than $10,000. The second event of moment occurred in the afternoon when Siskiyou Pearly ran his boat into the bank and tied up. He was fresh from the outside, and had in his possession a 4-months-old newspaper. Furthermore, he had half a dozen barrels of whiskey, all consigned to Curly Jim. The men of Red Cow quit work. They sampled the whiskey at $1 a drink, weighed out on Curly's scales, and they discussed the news. And all would have been well had not Curly Jim conceived a nefarious scheme, which was, namely, first to get Marcus O'Brien drunk, and next to buy his mine from him. The first half of the scheme worked beautifully. It began in the early evening, and by 9 o'clock O'Brien had reached the singing stage. He clung with one arm around Curly Jim's neck, and even essayed the late lamented Ferguson's song about the little birds. He considered he was quite safe in this, what of the fact that the only man in camp with artistic feelings was even then speeding down the Yukon on the breast of a 5-mile current. But the second half of the scheme failed to connect. No matter how much whiskey was poured down his neck, O'Brien could not be brought to realize that it was his bounden and friendly duty to sell his claim. He hesitated, it is true, and trembled now and again on the verge of giving in. Inside his muddled head, however, he was chuckling to himself. He was up to Curly Jim's game and liked the hands that were being dealt him. The whiskey was good. It came out of one special barrel and was about a dozen times better than that in the other 5 barrels. Siskiyou Pearly was dispensing drinks in the bar-room to the remainder of the population of Red Cow, while O'Brien and Curly had out their business orgy in the kitchen. But there was nothing small about O'Brien. He went into the bar-room and returned with Muckluck Charlie and Percy Leclaire. "Business associates of mine, business associates," he announced, with a broad wink to them and a guileless grin to Curly. "Always trust their judgment, always trust 'em. They're all right. Give 'em some firewater, Curly, and let's talk it over." This was ringing in, but Curly Jim, making a swift revaluation of the claim, and remembering that the last pan he washed had turned out $7, decided that it was worth the extra whiskey, even if it was selling in the other room at $1 a drink. "I'm not likely to consider," O'Brien was hiccuping to his 2 friends in the course of explaining to them the question at issue. "Who, me, sell for $10,000? No, indeed. I'll dig the gold myself, and then I'm going down to God's country. Southern California. That's the place for me to end my declining days. And then I'll start. As I said before, then I'll start. What did I say I was going to start?" "Ostrich farm," Muckluck Charlie volunteered. "Sure, just what I'm going to start." O'Brien abruptly steadied himself and looked with awe at Muckluck Charlie. "How did you know?" "Never said so. Just thought I said so. You're a mind reader, Charlie. Let's have another." Curly Jim filled the glasses and had the pleasure of seeing $4 worth of whiskey disappear, $1 worth of which he punished himself. O'Brien insisted that he should drink as frequently as his guests. "Better take the money now," Leclaire argued. "Take you 2 years to dig out the hole, and all that time you might be hatching teeny little baby ostriches and pulling feathers out the big ones." O'Brien considered the proposition and nodded approval. Curly Jim looked gratefully at Leclaire and refilled the glasses. "Hold on there," sputtered Muckluck Charlie, whose tongue was beginning to wag loosely and trip over itself. As your father confessor, there I go, as your brother, oh, hell. He paused and collected himself for another start. As your friend, business friend, I should say, I would suggest, rather, I would take the liberty, as it was, to mention, I mean, suggest that there may be more ostriches. Oh, hell. He downed another glass and went on more carefully. What I'm driving at is what I'm driving at? He smote the side of his head sharply half a dozen times with the heel of his palm to shake up his ideas. I got it, he cried jubilantly. Supposin' there's slathers more than $10,000 in that hole. O'Brien, who apparently was all ready to close the bargain, switched about. Great, he cried. Splendid idea. Never thought of it all by myself. He took Muck-Luck Charlie warmly by the hand. Good friend. Good shit. He turned belligerently on Curly Jim. Maybe $100,000 in that hole. You wouldn't rob your old friend, would you, Curly? Course you wouldn't. I know you. Better'n yourself. Better'n yourself. Let's have another. We're good friends, all of us. I say, all of us. And so it went. And so went the whiskey, and so went Curly Jim's hopes, up and down. Now Leclaire argued in favor of immediate sale, and almost won the reluctant O'Brien over, only to lose him to the more brilliant counter-argument of Muck-Luck Charlie. And again it was Muck-Luck Charlie who presented convincing reasons for the sale, and Percy Leclaire who held stubbornly back. A little later it was O'Brien himself who insisted on selling, while both friends with tears and curses strove to dissuade him. The more whiskey they downed, the more fertile of imagination they became. For another sober pro or con they found a score of drunken ones, and they convinced one another so readily that they were perpetually changing sides in the argument. The time came when both Muck-Luck Charlie and Leclaire were firmly set upon the sale, and they gleefully obliterated O'Brien's objections as fast as he entered them. O'Brien grew desperate. He exhausted his last argument and sat speechless. He looked pleadingly at the friends who had deserted him. He kicked Muck-Luck Charlie's shins under the table, but that graceless hero immediately unfolded a new and most logical reason for the sale. Curly Jim got pen and ink and paper and wrote out the bill of sale. O'Brien sat with pen poised in hand. "Let's have one more," he pleaded. "One more before I sign away $100,000. Curly Jim filled the glasses triumphantly. O'Brien downed his drink and bent forward with wobbling pen to affix his signature. Before he had made more than a blot, he suddenly started up, impelled by the impact of an idea colliding with his consciousness. He stood upon his feet and swayed back and forth before them, reflecting in his startled eyes the thought process that was taking place behind. Then he reached his conclusion. A benevolent radiance suffused his countenance. He turned to the faro dealer, took his hand, and spoke solemnly. "Curly, you're my friend. There's my hand. Shake. Old man, I won't do it. Won't sell. Won't rob a friend. No son of a gun will ever have a chance to say Marcus O'Brien robbed friend because friend was drunk. You're drunk, Curly, and I won't rob you. Just had the thought, never thought it before. Don't know what the matter with me, but never thought it before. Just suppose, Curly, my old friend, just suppose there ain't 10,000 in the whole damn claim. You'd be robbed. No, sir, won't do it. Marcus O'Brien makes money out of the ground, not out of his friends." Percy Leclaire and Muck-Luck Charlie drowned the faro dealer's objections in applause for so noble a sentiment. They fell upon O'Brien from either side, their arms lovingly about his neck, their mouths so full of words they could not hear Curly's offer to insert a clause in the document to the effect that if there weren't 10,000 in the claim, he would be given back the difference between yield and purchase price. The longer they talked, the more maudlin and the more noble the discussion became. All sordid motives were banished. They were a trio of philanthropists striving to save Curly Jim from himself and his own philanthropy. They insisted that he was a philanthropist. They refused to accept for a moment that there could be found one ignoble thought in all the world. They crawled and climbed and scrambled over high ethical plateaus and ranges, or drowned themselves in metaphysical seas of sentimentality. Curly Jim sweated and fumed and poured out the whiskey. He found himself with a score of arguments on his hands, but not one of which had anything to do with the gold mine he wanted to buy. The longer they talked, the farther away they got from that gold mine, and at 2 in the morning Curly Jim acknowledged himself beaten. One by one he led his helpless guests across the kitchen floor and thrust them outside. O'Brien came last, and the three, with arms locked for mutual aid, titubated gravely on the stoop. "Good business man, Curly," O'Brien was saying. "Must say like your style. Fine and generous, free-handed hospitality. Credit to you. Nothing base and grasping in your make-up. As I was saying." But just then the faro dealer slammed the door. The three laughed happily on the stoop. They laughed for a long time. Then Muckluck Charlie essayed speech. "Funny? Laughed so hard? Ain't what I want to say. My idea is— What wash it? Oh, got it. Funny how ideas slip. Elusive idea chasing elusive idea. Great sport. Ever chase rabbits, Percy, my friend? I had dog. Great rabbit dog. Wash his name? Don't know name. Never had no name. Forget name. Elusive name. Chasing elusive name. No idea. Elusive idea. But got it. What I want to say was— Oh, hell." Thereafter there was silence for a long time. O'Brien slipped from their arms to a sitting posture on the stoop, where he slept gently. Muckluck Charlie chased the elusive idea through all the nooks and crannies of his drowning consciousness. Leclaire hung fascinated upon the delayed utterance. Suddenly the other's hand smote him on the back. "Got it!" Muckluck Charlie cried in stentorian tones. The shock of the jolt broke the continuity of Leclaire's mental process. "How much to the pan?" he demanded. "Pan nothin'," Muckluck Charlie was angry. "Idea, got it. Got leg hold, ran it down." Leclaire's face took on a rapt, admiring expression, and again he hung upon the other's lips. "Oh, hell," said Muckluck Charlie. At this moment the kitchen door opened for an instant, and Curly Jim shouted, "Go home!" "Funny," said Muckluck Charlie. "Shame idea. Very shame is mine. Let's go home." They gathered O'Brien up between them and started. Muckluck Charlie began aloud the pursuit of another idea. Leclaire followed the pursuit with enthusiasm, but O'Brien did not follow it. He neither heard nor saw nor knew anything. He was a mere wobbling automaton, supported affectionately and precariously by his two business associates. They took the path down by the bank of the Yukon. Home did not lie that way, but the elusive idea did. Muckluck Charlie giggled over the idea that he could not catch for the edification of Leclaire. They came to where Siskiyou Pearly's boat lay moored to the bank. The rope with which it was tied ran across the path to a pine stump. They tripped over it and went down, O'Brien underneath. A faint flash of consciousness lighted his brain. He felt the impact of bodies upon his and struck out madly for a moment with his fists. Then he went to sleep again. His gentle snore arose in the air, and Muckluck Charlie began to giggle. "New idea," he volunteered. "Brand new idea. Just caught it. No trouble at all. Came right up and I patted it on the head. It's mine. Brian's drunk. Beastly drunk. Shame, damn shame. Learn him a lesson. Trash Pearly's boat. Put Brian in Pearly's boat. Cast it off. Let her go down Yukon. Brian wake up in morning. Current too strong. Can't row boat 'gainst current. Mush walk back. Come back madder'n hatter. You and me headin' for tall timber. Learn 'em lesson. Yes, shame. Learn 'em lesson." Siskiyou Pearly's boat was empty, save for a pair of oars. Its gunwale rubbed against the bank alongside of O'Brien. They rolled him over into it. Muckluck Charlie cast off the painter, and Leclaire shoved the boat out into the current. Then, exhausted by their labors, they lay down on the bank and slept. Next morning all Red Cow knew of the joke that had been played on Marcus O'Brien. There were some tall bets as to what would happen to the two perpetrators when the victim arrived back. In the afternoon a lookout was set so that they would know when he was sighted. Everybody wanted to see him come in. But he didn't come, though they sat up till midnight. Nor did he come the next day, nor the next. Red Cow never saw Marcus O'Brien again, and though many conjectures were entertained, no certain clue was ever gained to dispel the mystery of his passing. Only Marcus O'Brien knew, and he never came back to tell. He awoke next morning in torment. His stomach had been calcined by the inordinate quantity of whiskey he had drunk, and was a dry and raging furnace. His head ached all over, inside and out, and worse than that was the pain in his face. For 6 hours countless thousands of mosquitoes had fed upon him, and their ungrateful poison had swollen his face tremendously. It was only by a severe exertion of will that he was able to open narrow slits in his face through which he could peer. He happened to move his hands, and they hurt. He squinted at them but failed to recognize them, so puffed were they by the mosquito virus. He was lost, or rather his identity was lost to him. There was nothing familiar about him which, by association of ideas, would cause to rise in his consciousness the continuity of his existence. He was divorced utterly from his past, for there was nothing about him to resurrect in his consciousness a memory of that past. Besides, he was so sick and miserable that he lacked energy and inclination to seek after who and what he was. It was not until he discovered a crook in a little finger caused by an unset breakage of years before that he knew himself to be Marcus O'Brien. On the instant his past rushed into his consciousness. When he discovered a blood blister under a thumbnail which he had received the previous week, his self-identification became doubly sure, and he knew that those unfamiliar hands belonged to Marcus O'Brien, or, just as much to the point, that Marcus O'Brien belonged to the hands. His first thought was that he was ill, that he had had river fever. It hurt him so much to open his eyes that he kept them closed. A small floating branch struck the boat a sharp rap. He thought it was someone knocking on the cabin door and said, "Come in." He waited for a while and then said testily, "Stay out, then, damn you." But just the same he wished they would come in and tell him about his illness. But as he lay there, the past night began to reconstruct itself in his brain. He hadn't been sick at all, was his thought. He had merely been drunk, and it was time for him to get up and go to work. Work suggested his mind, and he remembered that he had refused $10,000 for it. He sat up abruptly and squeezed open his eyes. He saw himself in a boat, floating on the swollen brown flood of the Yukon. The spruce-covered shores and islands were unfamiliar. He was stunned for a time. He couldn't make it out. He could remember the last night's orgy, but there was no connection between that and his present situation. He closed his eyes and held his aching head in his hands. What had happened? Slowly the dreadful thought arose in his mind. He fought against it, strove to drive it away, but it persisted. He had killed somebody. That alone would explain why he was in an open boat drifting down the Yukon. The law of Red Cow that he had so long administered had now been administered to him. He had killed someone and been set adrift. But whom? He racked his aching brain for the answer, but all that came was a vague memory of bodies falling upon him and of striking out at them. But who were they? Maybe he had killed more than one. He reached to his belt. The knife was missing from its sheath. He had done it with that, undoubtedly. But there must have been some reason for the killing. He opened his eyes and in a panic began to search about the boat. There was no grub, not an ounce of grub. He sat down with a groan. He had killed without provocation. The extreme rigor of the law had been visited upon him. For half an hour he remained motionless, holding his aching head and trying to think. Then he cooled his stomach with a drink of water from overside and felt better. He stood up, and alone on the wide-stretching Yukon, with naught but the primeval wilderness to hear, he cursed strong drink. After that he tied up to a huge floating pine that was deeper sunk in the current than the boat, and that consequently drifted faster. He washed his face and hands and sat down in the stern sheets and did some more thinking. It was late June. It was 2,000 miles to Bering Sea. The boat was averaging 5 miles an hour. There was no darkness in such high latitudes at that time of year, and he could run the river every hour of the 24. This would mean daily 120 miles. Strike out the 20 for accidents, and there remained 100 miles a day. In 20 days he would reach Bering Sea, and this would involve no expenditure of energy. The river did the work. He could lie down in the bottom of the boat and husband his strength. For 2 days he ate nothing. Then, drifting into the Yukon flats, he went ashore in the low-lying islands and gathered the eggs of wild geese and ducks. He had no matches and ate the eggs raw. They were strong, but they kept him going. When he crossed the Arctic Circle, he found the Hudson Bay Company's post. The brigade had not yet arrived from the Mackenzie, and the post was completely out of grub. He was offered wild duck eggs, but he informed them that he had a bushel of the same on the boat. He was also offered a drink of whiskey, which he refused with an exhibition of violent repugnance. He got matches, however, and after that he cooked his eggs. Toward the mouth of the river headwinds delayed him, and he was 24 days on the egg diet. Unfortunately, while asleep, he had drifted by both the missions of St. Paul and Holy Cross, and he could sincerely say, as he afterward did, that talk about missions on the Yukon was all humbug. There weren't any missions, and he was the man to know. Once on Bering Sea he exchanged the egg diet for seal diet, and he never could make up his mind which he liked least. In the fall of the year he was rescued by a United States revenue cutter, and the following winter he made quite a hit in San Francisco as a temperance lecturer. In this field he found his vocation. "Avoid the bottle" is his slogan and battle cry. He manages subtly to convey the impression that in his own life a great disaster was wrought by the bottle. He has even mentioned the loss of a fortune that was caused by that hell-bait of the devil, but behind that incident his listeners feel the loom of some terrible and unguessed evil for which the bottle is responsible. He has made a success in his vocation, and has grown gray and respected in the crusade against strong drink. But on the Yukon, the passing of Marcus O'Brien remains tradition. It is a mystery that ranks at par with the disappearance of Sir John Franklin. End of The Passing of Marcus O'Brien by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Ticks by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a late spring afternoon, Ella McCarthy sat on a green-painted chair in Kensington Gardens, staring listlessly at an uninteresting stretch of park landscape that blossomed suddenly into tropical radiance as an expected figure appeared in the middle distance. "Hello, Bertie!" she exclaimed sedately, when the figure arrived at the painted chair that was the nearest neighbour to her own, and dropped into it eagerly, yet with a certain due regard for the set of its trousers. "Hasn't it been a perfect spring afternoon?" The statement was a distinct untruth as far as Ella's own feelings were concerned. Until the arrival of Bertie, the afternoon had been anything but perfect. Bertie made a suitable reply, in which a questioning note seemed to hover. "Thank you ever so much for those lovely handkerchiefs," said Ella, answering the unspoken question. "They were just what I've been wanting. There's only one thing spoilt my pleasure in your gift," she added with a pout. "What was that?" asked Bertie anxiously, fearful that perhaps he had chosen a size of handkerchief that was not within the correct feminine limit. "I should have liked to have written and thanked you for them as soon as I got them," said Ella, and Bertie's sky clouded at once. "You know what mother is," he protested. "She opens all my letters, and if she found I'd been giving presents to anyone, there'd have been something to talk about for the next fortnight." "Surely at the age of 20 began Ella. "I'm not 20 till September," interrupted Bertie. "At the age of 19 years and 8 months, persisted Ella, "you might be allowed to keep your correspondence private to yourself." "I ought to be, but things aren't always what they ought to be. Mother opens every letter that comes into the house, whoever it's for. My sisters and I have made rows about it time and again, but she goes on doing it." "I'd find some way to stop her if I were in your place," said Ella valiantly, and Bertie felt that the glamour of his anxiously deliberated present had faded away in the disagreeable restriction that hedged round its acknowledgment. "Is anything the matter?" asked Bertie's friend Clovis when they met that evening at the swimming bath. "Why do you ask?" said Bertie. "When you wear a look of tragic gloom in a swimming bath," said Clovis, It's especially noticeable from the fact that you're wearing very little else. Didn't she like the handkerchiefs?" Bertie explained the situation. "It is rather galling, you know," he added, "when a girl has a lot of things she wants to write to you and can't send a letter, except by some roundabout, underhand way." "One never realises one's blessings while one enjoys them," said Clovis. "Now I have to spend a considerable amount of ingenuity inventing excuses for not having written to people." "It's not a joking matter," said Bertie resentfully. "You wouldn't find it funny if your mother opened all your letters." "The funny thing to me is that you should let her do it." "I can't stop it. I've argued about it." "You haven't used the right kind of argument, I expect. Now, if every time one of your letters was opened you lay on your back on the dining table during dinner and had a fit, or roused the entire family in the middle of the night to hear you recite one of Blake's poems of innocence, you would get a far more respectful hearing for future protests. People yield more consideration to a mutilated meal-time or a broken night's rest than ever they would to a broken heart." "Oh, dry up!" said Bertie crossly, inconsistently splashing Clovis from head to foot as he plunged into the water. It was a day or two after the conversation in the swimming bath that a letter addressed to Bertie Heasant slid into the letter-box at his home, and thence into the hands of his mother. Mrs. Heasant was one of those empty-minded individuals to whom other people's affairs are perpetually interesting. The more private they are intended to be, the more acute is the interest they arouse. She would have opened this particular letter in any case. The fact that it was marked "private" and diffused a delicate but penetrating aroma merely caused her to open it with headlong haste rather than matter-of-course deliberation. The harvest of sensation that rewarded her was beyond all expectations. "Bertie, carissimo," it began, "I wonder if you will have the nerve to do it. It will take some nerve, too. Don't forget the jewels. They are a detail, but details interest me. Yours, as ever, Clotilde. Your mother must not know of my existence. If questioned, swear you have never heard of me." For years Mrs. Heasant had searched Bertie's correspondence diligently for traces of possible dissipation or youthful entanglements, and at last the suspicions that had stimulated her inquisitorial zeal were justified by this one splendid haul. That anyone wearing the exotic name Clotilde should write to Bertie under the incriminating announcement "as ever" was sufficiently electrifying without the astounding allusion to the jewels. Mrs. Heasant could recall novels and dramas wherein jewels played an exciting and commanding rôle, and here, under her own roof, before her very eyes, as it were, her own son was carrying on an intrigue in which jewels were merely an interesting detail. Bertie was not due home for another hour, but his sisters were available for the immediate unburdening of a scandal-laden mind.
"Bertie is in the toils of an adventuress,"
she screamed.
"Her name is Clotilde,"
she added, as if she thought they had better know the worst at once. There are occasions when more harm than good is done by shielding young girls from a knowledge of the more deplorable realities of life. By the time Bertie arrived, his mother had discussed every possible and improbable conjecture as to his guilty secret. The girls limited themselves to the opinion that their brother had been weak rather than wicked.
"Who is Clotilde?"
was the question that confronted Bertie almost before he had got into the hall. His denial of any knowledge of such a person was met with an outburst of bitter laughter.
"How well you have learned your lesson!"
exclaimed Mrs. Heasant. But satire gave way to furious indignation when she realized that Bertie did not intend to throw any further light on her discovery.
"You shan't have any dinner till you've confessed everything,"
she stormed. Bertie's reply took the form of hastily collecting material for an impromptu banquet from the larder and locking himself into his bedroom. His mother made frequent visits to the locked door and shouted a succession of interrogations with the persistence of one who thinks that if you ask a question often enough, an answer will eventually result. Bertie did nothing to encourage the supposition. An hour had passed in fruitless, one-sided palaver, when another letter addressed to Bertie and marked "Private" made its appearance in the letter-box. Mrs. Heasant pounced on it with the enthusiasm of a cat that has missed its mouse, and to whom a second has been unexpectedly vouchsafed. If she hoped for further disclosures, assuredly she was not disappointed.
"So you have really done it,"
the letter abruptly commenced.
"Poor Dagmar! Now she is done for, I almost pity her. You did it very well, you wicked boy. The servants all think it was suicide, and there will be no fuss. Better not touch the jewels till after the inquest. Clotilde."
Anything that Mrs. Heasant had previously done in the way of outcry was easily surpassed as she raced upstairs and beat frantically at her son's door.
"Miserable boy, what have you done to Dagmar?"
"It's Dagmar now, is it?" he snapped. "It will be Geraldine next."
"That it should come to this, after all my efforts to keep you at home of an evening!"
sobbed Mrs. Heasant.
"It's no use you trying to hide things from me. Clotilde's letter betrays everything."
"Does it betray who she is?" asked Bertie. "I've heard so much about her, I should like to know something about her home life. Seriously, if you go on like this, I shall fetch a doctor. I've often enough been preached at about nothing, but I've never had an imaginary harem dragged into the discussion."
"Are these letters imaginary?"
screamed Mrs. Heasant.
"What about the jewels, and Dagmar, and the theory of suicide?"
No solution of these problems was forthcoming through the bedroom door, but the last post of the evening produced another letter for Bertie, and its contents brought Mrs. Heasant that enlightenment which had already dawned on her son.
"Dear Bertie," it ran, "I hope I haven't distracted your brain with the spoof letters I've been sending in the name of a fictitious Clotilde. You told me the other day that the servants, or somebody at your home, tampered with your letters, so I thought I would give anyone that opened them something exciting to read. The shock might do them good. Yours, Clovis Sangrail."
Mrs. Heasant knew Clovis slightly, and was rather afraid of him. It was not difficult to read between the lines of his successful hoax. In a chastened mood she rapped once more at Bertie's door.
"A letter from Mr. Sangrail. It's all been a stupid hoax. He wrote those other letters. Why, where are you going?"
Bertie had opened the door. He had on his hat and overcoat.
"I'm going for a doctor to come and see if anything's the matter with you. Of course it was all a hoax. But no person in his right mind could have believed all that rubbish about murder and suicide and jewels. You've been making enough noise to bring the house down for the last hour or two."
"But what was I to think of those letters?" whimpered Mrs. Heasant.
"I should have known what to think of them," said Bertie. "If you choose to excite yourself over other people's correspondence, it's your own fault. Anyhow, I'm going for a doctor." It was Bertie's great opportunity, and he knew it. His mother was conscious of the fact that she would look rather ridiculous if the story got about. She was willing to pay hush money.
"I'll never open your letters again,"
she promised. And Clovis has no more devoted slave than Bertie Heasant. End of Shock Tactics by Saki. Read by Ruth Golding.
The Story of a Day by Grace E. King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Story of a Day by Grace E. King. It is really not much, the story. It is only the arrangement of it, as we would say of our dresses and our drawing rooms. It began with the dawn, of course, and the skiff for our voyage, silvered with dew, waiting in the mist for us, as if it had floated down in a cloud from heaven to the bayou. When repeated, this sounds like poor poetry, but that is the way one thinks at day dawn, when the dew is yet, as it were, upon our brains, and our ideas are still half dreams, and our waking hearts, alas, as innocent as waking babies playing with their toes. Our oars waked the waters of the bayou, as motionless as a sleeping snake under its misty covert. To continue the poetical language or thought, the ripples ran frightened and shivering into the rooty thicknesses of the sedge-grown banks, startling the little birds bathing there into darting to the nearest, highest rush-top, where, without losing their hold on their swaying, balancing perches, they burst into all sorts of incoherent songs, in their excitement to divert attention from the near-hidden nests. Bird-mothers are so much like women-mothers. It soon became day enough for the mist to rise. The eyes that saw it ought to be able to speak to tell fittingly about it. Not all at once, nor all together, but a thinning, a lifting, a breaking, a wearing away, a little withdrawing here, a little withdrawing there, and now a peep, a bride lifting her veil to her husband. Blue, white lilies, blue lilies, white lilies, blue and white lilies, and still blue and white lilies, and still, wherever the veil lifted, still and always the bride. Not in clumps and bunches, not in spots and patches, not in banks, meadows, acres, but in, yes, for still it lifted beyond and beyond and beyond. The eye could not touch the limit of them, for the eye can touch only the limit of vision, and the lilies filled the whole sea marsh, for that is the way spring comes to the sea marshes. The sedge roots might have been unsightly along the water's edge, but there were morning glories, all colors, all shades, oh, such morning glories as we of the city never see. Our city morning glories must dream of them as we dream of angels. Only God could be so lavish. Dropping from the tall spearheads to the water, into the water, under the water, and then the reflection of them in all their colors, blue, white, pink, purple, red, rose, violet. To think of an obscure little Acadian bayou waking to flow the first thing in the morning, not only through banks of new-blown morning glories, but sown also to its depths with such reflections as must make it think itself a bayou in heaven, instead of in Perros Saint Martin. Perhaps that is the reason the poor poets think themselves poets, on account of the beautiful things that are only reflected into their minds from what is above. Besides the reflections, there were alligators in the bayou, trying to slip away before we could see them, and watching us with their stupid, senile eyes, sometimes from under the thickest, prettiest, flowery bowers, and turtles splashing into the water ahead of us, and fish, silver-sided perch, looking like reflections themselves, floating through the flower reflections, nibbling their breakfast. Our bayou had been running through swamp only a few more solid than itself. In fact, there was no solidity but what came from the roots of grasses. Now the banks began to get firmer, from real soil in them. We could see cattle in the distance, up to their necks in the lilies, their heads and sharp pointed horns coming up and going down in the blue and white. Nothing makes cattle's heads appear handsomer, with the sun just rising far, far away on the other side of them. The sea marsh cattle turn loose to pasture in the lush spring beauty, turn loose in Elysium. But the land was only partly land yet, and the cattle still cattle to us. The rising sun made revelations, as our bayou carried us through a drove in their Elysium, or it might have always been an Elysium to us. It was not all pasturage, all enjoyment. The rising and falling, feeding head was entirely different, as we could now see, from the rising and falling, agonized head of the bogged, the buried alive. It is well that the lilies grow taller and thicker over the more treacherous places. But misery, misery! Not much of the process was concealed from us, for the cattle have to come to the bayou for water. Such a splendid black head that had just yielded breath! The wide-spreading ebony horns thrown back among the morning glories, the mouth open from the last sigh, the glassy eyes staring straight at the beautiful blue sky above, where a ghostly moon still lingered, the velvet neck ridged with veins and muscles, the body already buried in black ooze. And such a pretty red and white spotted heifer, lying on her side, opening and shutting her eyes, breathing softly in meek resignation to her horrible calamity. And again, another one was plunging and battling in the act of realizing her doom. A fierce, furious red cow, glaring and bellowing at the soft, yielding, inexorable abysm under her, the bustards settling afar off, and her own species browsing securely just out of reach. They understand that much, the sea marsh cattle, to keep out of reach of the dead combatant. In the delirium of anguish, relief cannot be distinguished from attack, and rescue of the victim has been proved to mean goring of the rescuer. The bayou turned from it at last, from our beautiful lily world, about which our pleasant thoughts had ceased to flow, even in bad poetry. Our voyage was for information, which might be obtained at a certain habitation, if not there, at a second one, or surely at a third and most distant settlement. The bayou narrowed into a canal, then widened into bayou again, and the low, level swamp and prairie advanced into woodland and forest. Oak trees began, our beautiful oak trees, great branches bent down almost to the water, quite even with high water, covered with forests of oak, parasites, lichens, and with vines that swept our heads as we passed under them, drooping now and then to trail in the water, a plaything for the fishes and a landing place for amphibious insects. The sun speckled the water with its flickering patterns, showering us with light and heat. We have no spring suns. Our sun, even in December, is a summer one. And so, with all its grace of curve and bend, and so, the description is longer than the voyage, we come to our first stopping place. To the side, in front of the well-kept fertile fields, like a proud little showman, stood the little house. Its pointed shingle roof covered it like the top of a chafing dish, reaching down to the windows, which peeped out from under it like little eyes. A woman came out of the door to meet us. She had had time, during our graceful winding approach, to prepare for us. What an irrevocable vow to old maidenhood! At least 25, almost a possible grandmother, according to Acadian computation, and well in the grip of advancing years. She was dressed in a stiff, dark red calico gown, with a white apron. Her black hair, smooth and glossy under a varnish of grease, was plaited high in the back, and dropped regular ringlets, 6 in all, over her forehead. That was the epoch when her calamity came to her, when the hair was worn in that fashion. A woman seldom alters her coiffure after a calamity of a certain nature happens to her. The figure had taken a compact rigidity, an unfaltering inflexibility, all the world away from the elasticity of matronhood. And her eyes were clear and fixed like her figure, neither falling nor rising, nor puzzling under other eyes. Her lips, her hands, her slim feet were conspicuously single, too, in their intent, neither reaching, nor feeling, nor running for those other lips, hands, and feet that should have doubled their single life. That was Adorine Marionneau, otherwise the most industrious Acadian, and the best cottonade weaver in the parish. It had been short, her story. A woman's love is still with those people her story. She was 13 when she met him. That is the age for an Acadian girl to meet him, because, you know, the large families, the 13, 14, 15, 20 children, take up the years, and when one wishes to know one's great-great-grandchildren, which is the dream of the Acadian girl, one must not delay one's story. She had 1 month to love him in, and in 1 week they were to have the wedding. The Acadians believed that marriage must come au point. As cooks say, their sauces must be served. Standing on the bayou bank in front of the Marionneau, one could say, "Good day," with the eyes to the Severn Theriots. That was the name of the parents of the young bridegroom. Looking under the branches of the oaks, one could see across the prairie and sea marsh it was, and clearly distinguish another little red-washed house like the Marionneau, with a painted roof hanging over the windows, and a staircase going up outside to the garret. With the sun shining in the proper direction, one might distinguish more, and with love shining like the sun in the eyes, one might see a heartful. It was only the eyes, however, which could make such a quick voyage to the Severn Theriots. A skiff had a long day's journey to reach them. The bayou sauntered along over the country like a negro on a Sunday's pleasuring, trusting to God for time, and to the devil for means. Oh, nothing can travel quickly over a bayou. Ask anyone who has waited on a bayou bank for a physician or a life and death message. Thought refuses to travel, and turn, and double over it. Thought, like the eye, takes the shortest cut, straight over the sea marsh, and in the spring of the year, when the lilies are in bloom, thought could not take a more heavenly way, even from beloved to beloved. It was the week before marriage, that week when, more than one's whole life afterward, one's heart feels most longing, well, in fact, it was the week before marriage. From Sunday to Sunday, that was all the time to be passed. Adorine, women live through this week by the grace of God, or perhaps they would be as unreasonable as the men. Adorine could look across the prairie to the little red roof during the day, and could think across it during the night, and get up before day to look across again. longing, longing all the time. Of course, one must supply all this from one's own imagination or experience. But Adorine could sing, and she sang. One might hear, in a favorable wind, a gunshot or the barking of a dog from one place to the other, so that singing, as to effect, was nothing more than the voicing of her looking and thinking and longing. When one loves, it is as if everything was known of and seen by the other, not only all that passes in the head and heart, which would in all conscience be more than enough to occupy the other, but the talking, the dressing, the conduct. It was then that the back hair was braided, and the front curled more and more beautifully every day, and that the calico dresses became stiffer and stiffer, and the white crochet lace collar broader and lower in the neck. At 13 she was beautiful enough to startle one, they say, but that was nothing. She spent time and care upon these things, as if, like other women, her fate seriously depended upon them. There is no self-abnegation like that of a woman in love. It was her singing, however, which most showed that other existence in her existence. When she sang at her spinning wheel, or her loom, or knelt battling clothes on the bank of the bayou, her lips would kiss out the words, and the tune would rise and fall and tremble, as if Zephyrin were just across there, anywhere. In fact, as if every blue and white lily might hide an ear of him. It was the time of the new moon, fortunately, when all sit up late in the country. The family would stop in their talking about the wedding to listen to her. She did not know it herself, but it, the singing, was getting louder and clearer, and, poor little thing, it told everything. And after the family went to bed, they could still hear her, sitting on the bank of the bayou, or up in her window, singing and looking at the moon traveling across the lily prairie, for all its beauty and brightness, no more beautiful and bright than a heart in love. It was just past the middle of the week, a Thursday night. The moon was so bright the colors of the lilies could be seen, and the singing so sweet, so far-reaching, it was the essence of the longing of love. Then it was that the miracle happened to her. Miracles are always happening to the Acadians. She could not sleep. She could not stay in bed. Her heart drove her to the window, and kept her there, and among the civilized it could not take place, but here she would sing as she pleased in the middle of the night. It was nobody's affair, nobody's disturbance. St. Anne, St. Joseph, St. Mary! She heard her song answered. She held her heart. She bent forward. She sang again. Oh, the air was full of music. It was all music. She fell on her knees. She listened, looking at the moon, and with her face in her hands, looking at Zephyrin. It was God's choir of angels, she thought, and one with a voice like Zephyrin. Whenever it died away, she would sing again, and again, and again. Her heart drove her to the window. But the sun came, and the sun is not created, like the moon, for lovers, and whatever happened in the night, there was work to be done in the day. Adorine worked like one in a trance, her face as radiant as the upturned face of a saint. They did not know what it was, or rather they thought it was love. Love is so different out there. They make all kinds of allowances for it. But in truth, Adorine was still hearing her celestial voices, or voice. If the cackling of the chickens, the whir of the spinning wheel, or the bum-bum of the loom effaced it a moment, she had only to go to some still place, round her hand over her ear, and give the line of a song, and it was Zephyrin. Zephyrin she heard. She walked in a dream until night. When the moon came up, she was at the window, and still it continued, so faint, so sweet, that answer to her song. Echo never did anything more exquisite, but she knew nothing of such a heathen as Echo. Human nature became exhausted. She fell asleep where she was, in the window, and dreamed as only a bride can dream of her groom. When she awoke, Adorine, Adorine, the beautiful angel voices called to her. Zephyrin, Zephyrin, she answered, as if she, too, were an angel, signaling another angel in heaven. It was too much. She wept, and that broke the charm. She could hear nothing more after that. All that day was despondency, dejection, tear-bedewed eyes, and tremulous lips, the commonplace reaction, as all know, of love exaltation. Adorine's family, Acadian peasants though they were, knew as much about it as anyone else, and all that anyone knows about it is that marriage is the cure-all and the only cure-all for love. All that day was despondency, dejection. And Zephyrin? A man could better describe his side of that week, for it, too, has mostly to be described from imagination or experience. What is inferred is that what Adorine longed and thought and looked in silence and resignation, according to woman's way, he suffered equally, but in a man's way, which is not one of silence or resignation, at least when one is a man of 18. The last interview, the near wedding, her beauty, his love, her house in sight, the full moon, the long, wakeful nights. He took his pirogue, but the bayou played with his impatience, maddened his passion, bringing him so near, to meander with him again so far away. There was only a short prairie between him and a prairie thick with lily roots. One could almost walk over their heads, so close and gleaming in the moonlight, but this is all only inference. The pirogue was found tethered to the paddle stuck upright in the soft bank, and Adorine's parents related the rest. Nothing else was found until the summer drought had bared the swamp. There was a little girl in the house when we arrived. All else were in the field. A stupid, solemn, pretty child, the child of a brother. How she kept away from Adorine, and how much that testified. It would have been too painful, the little arms around her neck, the head nestling to her bosom, sleepily pressing against it, and the little one might ask to be sung to sleep, sung to sleep. The little bed-chamber, with its high-mattressed bed, covered with the Acadian homespun quilt, trimmed with netting fringe, its bit of mirror over the bureau, the bottle of perfumed grease to keep the locks black and glossy, the prayer beads and blessed palms hanging on the wall, the low, black, polished spinning wheel, the loom, the métier d'Adorine, famed throughout the parish, the ever goodly store of cotton and yarn hanks swinging from the ceiling, and the little square open window which looked under the mossy oak branches to look over the prairie, and once again all blue and white lilies. They were all there, as Adorine was there, but there was more not there. End of The Story of a Day by Grace E. King.
Art by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, and am, but why will you say that I am mad? The disease has sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in heaven and earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously. Cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber, and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I had looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh, no! It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor." Or, "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him, and enveloped the victim. It was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a little, a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now I say there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained, and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder, louder. I opened the lantern and leapt into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Ha! Ha! When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I even brought chairs into the room, and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But, ere long, I felt myself getting pale, and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat, and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God! What could I do? I foamed. I raved. I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God! No, no, they heard! They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt I must scream or die. And now, again. Hark! Louder! 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 Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here, it is the beating of his hideous heart. End of The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Brian Reed. For more information on Brian Reed and other stories read by him, you can check out his website at http:// That's REID, the number 2, ME.com.
By Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elle Sue had been a mission girl. Her mother had died when she was very small, and Sister Alberta had plucked Elle Sue as a brand from the burning one summer day, and carried her away to Holy Cross Mission and dedicated her to God. Elle Sue was a full-blooded Indian, yet she exceeded all the half-breed and quarter-breed girls. Never had the good sisters dealt with a girl so adaptable and at the same time so spirited. Elle Sue was quick and deft and intelligent, but above all she was fire, the living flame of life, a blaze of personality that was compounded of will, sweetness, and daring. Her father was a chief, and his blood ran in her veins. Obedience on the part of Elle Sue was a matter of terms and arrangement. She had a passion for equity, and perhaps it was because of this that she excelled in mathematics. But she excelled in other things. She learned to read and write English as no girl had ever learned in the mission. She led the girls in singing, and into song she carried her sense of equity. She was an artist, and the fire of her flowed toward creation. Had she from birth enjoyed a more favorable environment, she would have made literature or music. Instead, she was Elle Sue, daughter of Clackina, a chief, and she lived in the Holy Cross Mission, where were no artists, but only pure-souled sisters who were interested in cleanliness and righteousness and the welfare of the spirit in the land of immortality that lay beyond the skies. The years passed. She was 8 years old when she entered the mission. She was 16, and the sisters were corresponding with their superiors in the order concerning the sending of Elle Sue to the United States to complete her education, when a man of her own tribe arrived at Holy Cross and had talk with her. Elle Sue was somewhat appalled by him. He was dirty. He was a Caliban-like creature, primitively ugly, with a mop of hair that had never been combed. He looked at her disapprovingly and refused to sit down. "Thy brother is dead," he said shortly. El Soo was not particularly shocked. She remembered little of her brother. "Thy father is an old man and alone," the messenger went on. "His house is large and empty, and he would hear thy voice and look upon thee." Him she remembered, Klakee Na, the head man of the village, the friend of the missionaries and the traders, a large man thewed like a giant, with kindly eyes and masterful ways, and striding with a consciousness of crude royalty in his carriage. "Tell him that I will come," was El Soo's answer. Much to the despair of the sisters, the brand plucked from the burning went back to the burning. All pleading with El Soo was vain. There was much argument, expostulation, and weeping. Sister Alberta even revealed to her the project of sending her to the United States. El Soo stared wide-eyed into the golden vista thus opened up to her, and shook her head. In her eyes persisted another vista. It was the mighty curve of the Yukon at Tanana Station, with the St. George Mission on one side and the trading post on the other, and midway between the Indian village and a certain large log house there lived an old man tended upon by slaves. All dwellers on the Yukon bank for twice 1,000 miles knew the large log house, the old man, and the tending slaves. And well did the sisters know the house, its unending revelry, its feasting, and its fun. So there was weeping at Holy Cross when El Soo departed. There was a great cleaning up in the large house when El Soo arrived. Klakee Na himself, masterful, protested at this masterful conduct of his young daughter, but in the end, dreaming barbarically of magnificence, he went forth and borrowed $1,000 from old Porportuk, than whom there was no richer Indian on the Yukon. Also, Klakee Na ran up a heavy bill at the trading post. El Soo recreated the large house. She invested it with new splendor, while Klakee Na maintained its ancient traditions of hospitality and revelry. All this was unusual for a Yukon Indian, but Klakee Na was an unusual Indian. Not alone did he like to render inordinate hospitality, but, what of being a chief, of acquiring much money, he was able to do it. In the primitive trading days he had been a power over his people, and he had dealt profitably with the white trading companies. Later on, with Porportuk, he had made a gold strike in the Koyokuk River. Klakee Na was by training and nature an aristocrat. Porportuk was bourgeois, and Porportuk bought him out of the gold mine. Porportuk was content to plod and accumulate. Klakee Na went back to his large house and proceeded to spend. Porportuk was known as the richest Indian in Alaska. Klakee Na was known as the whitest. Porportuk was a money-lender and a usurer. Klakee Na was an anachronism, a medieval ruin, a fighter and a feaster, happy with wine and song. El Soo adapted herself to the large house and its ways as readily as she had adapted herself to Holy Cross Mission and its ways. She did not try to reform her father and direct his footsteps toward God. It is true she reproved him when he drank overmuch and profoundly, but that was for the sake of his health and the direction of his footsteps on solid earth. The latch-string to the large house was always out. What with the coming and the going, it was never still. The rafters of the great living-room shook with the roar of wassail and of song. At table sat men from all the world and chiefs from distant tribes, Englishmen and colonials, lean Yankee traders and rotund officials of the great companies, cowboys from the western ranges, sailors from the sea, hunters and dog-mushers of a score of nationalities. El Soo drew breath in a cosmopolitan atmosphere. She could speak English as well as she could her native tongue, and she sang English songs and ballads. The passing Indian ceremonials she knew, and the perishing traditions. The tribal dress of the daughter of a chief she knew how to wear upon occasion, but for the most part she dressed as white women dress. Not for nothing was her needlework at the mission and her innate artistry. She carried her clothes like a white woman, and she made clothes that could be so carried. In her way she was as unusual as her father, and the position she occupied was as unique as his. She was the one Indian woman who was the social equal with the several white women at Tanana Station. She was the one Indian woman to whom white men honorably made proposals of marriage. and she was the one Indian woman whom no white man ever insulted. For El Soo was beautiful, not as white women are beautiful, not as Indian women are beautiful. It was the flame of her that did not depend upon feature that was her beauty. So far as mere line and feature went, she was the classic Indian type. The black hair and the fine bronze were hers, and the black eyes, brilliant and bold, keen as sword-light, proud, and hers the delicate eagle nose with the thin, quivering nostrils, the high cheekbones that were not broad apart, and the thin lips that were not too thin. But over all and through all poured the flame of her, the unanalyzable something that was fire and that was the soul of her, that lay mellow warm or blazed in her eyes, that sprayed the cheeks of her, that distended the nostrils, that curled the lips, or, when the lip was in repose, that was still there in the lip palpitant with its presence. And El Soo had wit, rarely sharp to hurt, yet quick to search out forgivable weakness. The laughter of her mind played like lambent flame over all about her, and from all about her arose answering laughter. Yet she was never the center of things. This she would not permit. The large house, and all of which it was significant, was her father's, and through it to the last moved his heroic figure, host, master of the revels, and giver of the law. It is true, as the strength oozed from him, that she caught up responsibilities from his failing hands. But in appearance he still ruled, dozing oft-times at the board, a bacchanalian ruin, yet in all seeming the ruler of the feast. And through the large house moved the figure of Porportuk, ominous, with shaking head, coldly disapproving, paying for it all. Not that he really paid, for he compounded interest in weird ways, and year by year absorbed the properties of Klakee Na. Porportuk once took it upon himself to chide El Soo upon the wasteful way of life in the large house. It was when he had about absorbed the last of Klakee Na's wealth. But he never ventured so to chide again. El Soo, like her father, was an aristocrat, as disdainful of money as he, and with an equal sense of honor as finely strung. Porportuk continued grudgingly to advance money, and ever the money flowed in golden foam away. Upon one thing El Soo was resolved. Her father should die as he had lived. There should be for him no passing from high to low, no diminution of the revels, no lessening of the lavish hospitality. When there was famine, as of old, the Indians came groaning to the large house and went away content. When there was famine and no money, money was borrowed from Porportuk, and the Indians still went away content. El Soo might well have repeated, after the aristocrats of another time and place, that after her came the deluge. In her case, the deluge was old Porportuk. With every advance of money, he looked upon her with a more possessive eye, and felt burgeoning within him ancient fires. But El Soo had no eyes for him, nor had she eyes for the white men who wanted to marry her at the mission with ring and priest and book. For at Tana Na station was a young man, a coon of her own blood and tribe and village. He was strong and beautiful to her eyes, a great hunter, and, in that he had wandered far and much, very poor. He had been to all the unknown wastes and places. He had journeyed to Sitka and to the United States. He had crossed the continent to Hudson Bay and back again, and as seal hunter on a ship he had sailed to Siberia and for Japan. When he returned from the gold strike in Klondike, he came, as was his wont, to the large house to make report to old Klakee Na of all the world that he had seen. And there he first saw El Soo, 3 years back from the mission. Thereat Akoon wondered no more. He refused a wage of $20 a day as pilot on the big steamboats. He hunted some and fished some, but never far from Tana Na station, and he was at the large house often and long. And El Soo measured him against many men and found him good. He sang songs to her, and was ardent and glowed until all Tana Na station knew he loved her. And Porportuk but grinned and advanced more money for the upkeep of the large house. Then came the death table of Klakee Na. He sat at feast with death in his throat, that he could not drown with wine, and laughter and joke and song went around, and Akoon told a story that made the rafters echo. There were no tears or sighs at that table. It was no more than fit that Klakee Nah should die as he had lived, and none knew this better than El Soo with her artist sympathy. The old roistering cloud was there, and as of old 3 frost-bitten sailors were there, fresh from the long traverse from the Arctic, survivors of a ship's company of 74. At Klakee Nah's back were 4 old men, all that were left him of the slaves of his youth. With rheumy eyes they saw to his needs, with palsied hands filling his glass or striking him on the back between the shoulders when death stirred and he coughed and gasped. It was a wild night, and as the hours passed and the fun laughed and roared along, death stirred more restlessly in Klakee Nah's throat. Then it was that he sent for Porportuk. And Porportuk came in from the outside frost to look with disapproving eyes upon the meat and wine on the table for which he had paid. But as he looked down the length of the flushed faces to the far end and saw the face of El Soo, the light in his eyes flared up, and for a moment the disapproval vanished. Place was made for him at Klakee Nah's side, and a glass placed before him. Klakee Nah with his own hands filled the glass with fervent spirits. "Drink!" he cried. "Is it not good?" And Porportuk's eyes watered as he nodded his head and smacked his lips. "When in your own house have you had such drink?" Klakee Nah demanded. "I will not deny that the drink is good to this old throat of mine," Porportuk made answer, and hesitated for the speech to complete the thought. "But it costs overmuch," Klakee Nah roared, completing it for him. Porportuk winced at the laughter that went down the table. His eyes burned malevolently. "We were boys together of the same age," he said. "In your throat is death. I am still alive and strong." An ominous murmur arose from the company. Klakee Nah coughed and strangled, and the old slave smote him between the shoulders. He emerged gasping and waved his hand to still the threatening rumble. "You have grudged the very fire in your house because the wood cost overmuch," he cried. "You have grudged life. To live cost overmuch, and you have refused to pay the price. Your life has been like a cabin where the fire is out and there are no blankets on the floor." He signaled to a slave to fill his glass, which he held aloft. "But I have lived, and I have been warm with life as you have never been warm. It is true you shall live long, but the longest nights are the cold nights when a man shivers and lies awake. My nights have been short, but I have slept warm." He drained the glass. The shaking hand of a slave failed to catch it as it crashed to the floor. Klakee Nah sank back, panting, watching the upturned glasses at the lips of the drinkers, his own lips slightly smiling to the applause. At a sign, 2 slaves attempted to help him sit upright again. But they were weak. His frame was mighty, and the 4 old men tottered and shook as they helped him forward. "But manner of life is neither here nor there," he went on. "We have other business, Porportuk, you and I tonight. Debts are mischances, and I am in mischance with you. What of my debt, and how great is it?" Porportuk searched in his pouch and brought forth a memorandum. He sipped at his glass and began. "There is the note of August 1889 for $300. The interest has never been paid, and the note of the next year for $500. This note was included in the note of 2 months later for $1,000. Then there is the note—" "Never mind the many notes," Klakee Nah cried out impatiently. "They make my head go around and all the things inside my head. The hole, the round hole, how much is it?" Porportuk referred to his memorandum. $15,967.75, he read with careful precision. "Make it 16,000, make it 16,000, Klakee Nah said grandly. "Odd numbers were ever a worry. And now, and it is for this that I have sent for you, make me out a new note for 16,000, which I shall sign. I have no thought of the interest. Make it as large as you will, and make it payable in the next world, when I shall meet you by the fire of the Great Father of all Indians. Then the note will be paid. This I promise you. It is the word of Klakee Nah." Porportuk looked perplexed, and loudly the laughter arose and shook the room. Klakee Nah raised his hands. "Nay," he cried, "it is not a joke, but I speak in fairness. It was for this I sent for you, Porportuk. Make out the note." "I have no dealings with the next world," Porportuk made answer slowly. "Have you no thought to meet me before the Great Father?" Klakee Nah demanded. Then he added, "I shall surely be there." "I have no dealings with the next world," Porportuk repeated sourly. The dying man regarded him with frank amazement. "I know not of the next world," Porportuk explained. "I do business in this world." Klakee Nah's face cleared. "This comes of sleeping cold of nights," he laughed. He pondered for a space, then said, "It is in this world that you must be paid. There remains to me this house. Take it and burn the debt in the candle there." "It is an old house, and not worth the money," Porportuk made answer. "There are my mines on the Twisted Salmon." "They have never paid to work," was the reply. "There is my share in the steamer Koyoyuk. I am half owner." "She is at the bottom of the Yukon." Klakee Nah started. "True, I forgot. It was last spring when the ice went out." He mused for a time while the glasses remained untasted and all the company waited upon his utterance. "Then it would seem I owe you a sum of money which I cannot pay in this world?" Porportuk nodded and glanced down the table. "Then it would seem that you, Porportuk, are a poor businessman," Klakee Nah said slyly. And boldly Porportuk made answer, "No, there is security yet untouched." "What?" cried Klakee Nah. "Have I still property? Name it, and it is yours, and the debt is no more." "There it is." Porportuk pointed at El Soo. Klakee Nah could not understand. He peered down the table, brushed his eyes, and peered again. "Your daughter, El Soo. Her will I take, and the debt be no more. I will burn the debt there in the candle." Klakee Nah's great chest began to heave. "Ho, ho! A joke! Ho, ho, ho!" he laughed homerically. "And with your cold bed and daughters old enough to be mother of El Soo? Ho, ho, ho!" He began to cough and strangle, and the old slave smote him on the back. "Ho, ho!" he began again, and went off into another paroxysm. Porportuk waited patiently, sipping from his glass, and studying the double row of faces down the board. "It is no joke," he said finally. "My speech is well meant." Klakee Nah sobered and looked at him, then reached for his glass, but could not touch it. A slave passed it to him, and glass and liquor he flung into the face of Porportuk. "Turn him out," Klakee Nah thundered to the waiting table that strained like a pack of hounds in leash, "and roll him in the snow." As the mad riot swept past him and out of doors, he signalled to the slaves, and the four tottering old men supported him on his feet as he met the returning revellers, upright, glass in hand, pledging them a toast to the short night when a man sleeps warm. It did not take long to settle the estate of Klakee Nah. Tommy, the little Englishman, clerk at the trading post, was called in by El Soo to help. There was nothing but debts, notes overdue, mortgaged properties, and properties mortgaged but worthless. Notes and mortgages were held by Porportuk. Tommy called him a robber many times as he pondered the compounding of the interest. "Is it a debt, Tommy?" El Soo asked. "It is a robbery," Tommy answered. "Nevertheless, it is a debt," she persisted. The winter wore away, and the early spring, and still the claims of Porportuk remained unpaid. He saw El Soo often, and explained to her at length, as he had explained to her father, the way the debt could be cancelled. Also he brought with him old medicine men who elaborated to her the everlasting damnation of her father if the debt were not paid. One day, after such an elaboration, El Soo made a final announcement to Porportuk. "I shall tell you two things," she said. "First, I shall not be your wife. Will you remember that? Second, you shall be paid the last cent of the $16,000. $15,967.75, Porportuk corrected. "My father said 16,000, was her reply. "You shall be paid." "How?" "I know not how, but I shall find out how. Now go and bother me no more. If you do," she hesitated to find fitting penalty, "if you do, I shall have you rolled in the snow again as soon as the first snow flies." This was still in the early evening, and a little later El Soo surprised the country. Word went up and down the Yukon from Chilkoot to the Delta, and was carried from camp to camp to the farthermost camps that in June, when the first salmon ran, El Soo, daughter of Klakee Nah, would sell herself at public auction to satisfy the claims of Porportuk. Vain were the attempts to dissuade her. The missionary at St. George wrestled with her, but she replied, "Only the debts to God are settled in the next world. The debts of men are of this world, and this world are they settled." Akhun wrestled with her, but she replied, "I do love thee, Akhun, but honor is greater than love, and who am I that I should blacken my father?" Sister Alberta journeyed all the way up from Holy Cross on the first steamer, and to no better end. "My father wanders in the thick and endless forests," said El Soo, "and there will he wander, with the lost souls crying, till the debt be paid. Then, and not until then, may he go on to the house of the Great Father." "And you believe this?" Sister Alberta asked. "I do not know," El Soo made answer. "It was my father's belief." Sister Alberta shrugged her shoulders incredulously. "Who knows but that the things we believe come true?" El Soo went on. "Why not? The next world to you may be heaven and harps, because you have believed heaven and harps. To my father, the next world may be a large house where he will sit always at table feasting with God." "And you?" Sister Alberta asked. "What is your next world?" El Soo hesitated but for a moment. "I should like a little of both," she said. "I should like to see your face as well as the face of my father." The day of the auction came. Tanana Station was populous. As was their custom, the tribes had gathered to await the salmon run, and in the meantime spent the time in dancing and frolicking, trading and gossiping. Then there was the ordinary sprinkling of white adventurers, traders, and prospectors, and in addition a large number of white men who had come because of curiosity or interest in the affair. It had been a backward spring, and the salmon were late in running. This delay but keyed up the interest. Then, on the day of the auction, the situation was made tense by Akhun. He arose and made public and solemn announcement that whosoever bought El Soo would forthwith and immediately die. He flourished the Winchester in his hand to indicate the manner of the taking off. El Soo was angered thereat, but he refused to speak with her, and went to the trading post to lay in extra ammunition. The first salmon was caught at 10 o'clock in the evening, and at midnight the auction began. It took place on top of the high bank alongside the Yukon. The sun was due north, just below the horizon, and the sky was lurid red. A great crowd gathered about the table and the two chairs that stood near the edge of the bank. To the fore were many white men and several chiefs, and most prominently to the fore, rifle in hand, stood Akhun. Tommy, at El Soo's request, served as auctioneer, but she made the opening speech and described the goods about to be sold. She was in native costume, in the dress of a chief's daughter, splendid and barbaric, and she stood on a chair that she might be seen to advantage. "Who will buy a wife?" she asked. "Look at me. I am 20 years old and a maid. I will be a good wife to the man who buys me. If he is a white man, I shall dress in the fashion of white women. If he is an Indian, I shall dress as," she hesitated a moment, "a squaw. I can make my own clothes, and sew, and wash, and mend. I was taught for 8 years to do these things at Holy Cross Mission. I can read and write English, and I know how to play the organ. Also, I can do arithmetic and some algebra, a little. I shall be sold to the highest bidder, and to him I will make out a bill of sale of myself. I forgot to say that I can sing very well, and that I have never been sick in my life. I weigh 132 pounds. My father is dead, and I have no relatives. Who wants me?" She looked over the crowd with flaming audacity and stepped down. At Tommy's request, she stood upon the chair again while he mounted the second chair and started the bidding. Surrounding El Soo stood the 4 old slaves of her father. They were age-twisted and palsied, faithful to their meat, a generation out of the past that watched unmoved the antics of younger life. In the front of the crowd were several El Dorado and Bonanza kings from the upper Yukon, and beside them, on crutches, swollen with scurvy, were 2 broken prospectors. From the midst of the crowd, thrust out by its own vividness, appeared the face of a wild-eyed squaw from the remote regions of the upper Tanana. A strayed Sitkan from the coast stood side by side with a stick from the Lake Debarge, and beyond, a half-dozen French-Canadian voyageurs grouped by themselves. From afar came the faint cries of myriads of wild fowl on the nesting grounds. Swallows were skimming up overhead from the placid surface of the Yukon, and robins were singing. The oblique rays of the hidden sun shot through the smoke, high dissipated from forest fires 1,000 miles away, and turned the heavens to somber red, while the earth shone red in the reflected glow. This red glow shone in the faces of all, and made everything seem unearthly and unreal. The bidding began slowly. The Sitkan, who was a stranger in the land and who had arrived only half an hour before, offered $100 in a confident voice, and was surprised when Akoon turned threateningly upon him with the rifle. The bidding dragged. An Indian from the Tazikakat, a pilot, bid $150, and after some time a gambler who had been ordered out of the upper country raised the bid to $200. El Soo was saddened. Her pride was hurt, but the only effect was that she flamed more audaciously upon the crowd. There was a disturbance among the onlookers as Porportuk forced his way to the front. $500, he bid in a loud voice, then looked about him proudly to note the effect. He was minded to use his great wealth as a bludgeon with which to stun all the competition at the start, but one of the voyageurs, looking on El Soo with sparkling eyes, raised the bid 100. 700, Porportuk returned promptly, and with equal promptness came the 800 of the voyageur. Then Porportuk swung his club again. 1200, he shouted. With a look of poignant disappointment, the voyageur succumbed. There was no further bidding. Tommy worked hard, but could not elicit a bid. El Soo spoke to Porportuk. "It were good, Porportuk, for you to weigh well your bid. Have you forgotten the thing I told you, that I would never marry you?" "It is a public auction," he retorted. "I shall buy you with a bill of sale. I have offered $1,200. You come cheap." "Too damn cheap," Tommy cried. "What if I am auctioneer? That does not prevent me from bidding. I'll make it 1,300. 1,400 from Porportuk. "I'll buy you in to be my sister," Tommy whispered to El Soo. Then came aloud, 1,500. At 2,000 one of the El Dorado kings took a hand, and Tommy dropped out. A third time Porportuk swung the club of his wealth, making a clean raise of $500. But the El Dorado king's pride was touched. No man could club him, and he swung back another 500. El Soo stood at 3,000. Porportuk made it 3,500 and gasped when the El Dorado king raised it $1,000. Porportuk again raised 500 and again gasped when the king raised 1,000 more. Porportuk became angry. His pride was touched. His strength was challenged, and with him strength took the form of wealth. He would not be ashamed for weakness before the world. El Soo became incidental. The savings and scrimpings from the cold nights of all his years were ripe to be squandered. El Soo stood at 6,000. He made it 7,000. And then, in $1,000 bids, as fast as they could be uttered, her price went up. At 14,000 the two men stopped for breath. Then the unexpected happened. A still heavier club was swung. In the pause that ensued, the gambler, who had scented a speculation and formed a syndicate with several of his fellows, bid $16,000. 17,000, Porportuk said weakly. 18,000, said the king. Porportuk gathered his strength. 20,000. The syndicate dropped out. The El Dorado king raised 1,000, and Porportuk raised back, and as they bid, Akoon turned from one to the other, half menacingly, half curiously, as though to see what manner of man it was that he would have to kill. When the king prepared to make his next bid, Akoon having pressed closer, the king first loosed the revolver at his hip, then said, 23,000. 24,000, said Porportuk. He grinned viciously, for the certitude of his bidding had at last shaken the king. The latter moved over close to El Soo. He studied her carefully for a long while. "And 500, he said at last. 25,000 came Porportuk's raise. The king looked for a long space, then shook his head. He looked again and said reluctantly, "And 500. 26,000, Porportuk snapped. The king shook his head and refused to meet Tommy's pleading eye. In the meantime, Akoon had edged close to Porportuk. El Soo's quick eye noted this, and while Tommy wrestled with the El Dorado king for another bid, she bent and spoke in a low voice in the ear of a slave. And while Tommy's going dominated the air, the slave went up to Akoon and spoke in a low voice in his ear. Akoon made no sign that he had heard, though El Soo watched him anxiously. "Gone!" Tommy's voice rang out. "To Porportuk for $26,000. Porportuk glanced uneasily at Akoon. All eyes were centered upon Akoon, but he did nothing. "Let the scales be brought," said El Soo. "I shall make payment at my house," said Porportuk. "Let the scales be brought," El Soo repeated. "Payment shall be made here where all can see." So the gold scales were brought from the trading house, while Porportuk went away and came back with a man at his heels on whose shoulders was a weight of gold dust in moose hide sacks. Also at Porportuk's back walked another man with a rifle who had eyes only for a coon. "Here are the notes and mortgages," said Porportuk, "for $15,967.75. El Soo received them into her hands and said to Tommy, "Let them be reckoned as 16,000. "There remains $10,000 to be paid in gold," Tommy said. Porportuk nodded and untied the mouths of the sacks. El Soo, standing at the edge of the bank, tore the papers to shreds and sent them fluttering out over the Yukon. The weighing began, but halted. "Of course, at $17, Porportuk had said to Tommy as he adjusted the scales. "At $16, El Soo said sharply. "It is the custom of all the land to reckon gold at $17 for each ounce," Porportuk replied, "and this is a business transaction." El Soo laughed. "It is a new custom," she said. "It began this spring. Last year and the years before it was $16 an ounce. When my father's debt was made it was $16. When he spent at the store the money he got from you, for 1 ounce he was given $16 worth of flour, not 17. Wherefore shall you pay for me at 16 and not 17? Porportuk grunted and allowed the weighing to proceed. "Weigh it in 3 piles, Tommy," she said. $1,000 here, 3,000 there, and here 6,000. It was slow work, and while the weighing went on, Akoon was closely watched by all. "He but waits till the money is paid," one said, and the word went around and was accepted, and they waited for what Akoon should do when the money was paid. And Porportuk's man with the rifle waited and watched Akoon. The weighing was finished, and the gold dust lay on the table in 3 dark yellow heaps. "There is a debt of my father to the company for $3,000, said El Soo. "Take it, Tommy, for the company. And here are 4 old men, Tommy. You know them. And here is $1,000. Take it and see that the old men are never hungry and never without tobacco." Tommy scooped the gold into separate sacks. $6,000 remained on the table. El Soo thrust the scoop into the heap, and with a sudden turn whirled the contents out and down to the Yukon in a golden shower. Porportuk seized her wrist as she thrust the scoop a second time into the heap. "It is mine," she said calmly. Porportuk released his grip, but he gritted his teeth and scowled darkly as she continued to scoop the gold into the river until none was left. The crowd had eyes for naught but Akoon, and the rifle of Porportuk's man lay across the hollow of his arm, the muzzle directed at Akoon a yard away, the man's thumb on the hammer. But Akoon did nothing. "Make out the bill of sale," Porportuk said grimly. And Tommy made out the bill of sale, wherein all right and title in the woman El Soo was vested in the man Porportuk. El Soo signed the document, and Porportuk folded it and put it away in his pouch. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and in sudden speech he addressed El Soo. "But it was not your father's debt," he said. "What I paid was the price for you. Your sale was business of today and not of last year and the years before. The ounces paid for you will buy at the post today $17 of flour and not 16. I have lost $1 on each ounce. I have lost $625. El Soo thought for a moment and saw the error she had made. She smiled, and then she laughed. "You are right," she laughed. "I made a mistake. But it is too late. You have paid, and the gold is gone. I did not think quick. It is your loss. Your wit is slow these days, Porportuk. You are getting old." He did not answer. He glanced uneasily at Akoon and was reassured. His lips tightened, and a hint of cruelty came into his face. "Come," he said, "we will go to my house." "Do you remember 2 things I told you in the spring?" El Soo asked, making no movement to accompany him. "My head would be full with the things women say, did I heed them," he answered. "I told you that you would be paid," El Soo went on carefully, "and I told you that I would never be your wife." "But that was before the bill of sale." Porportuk crackled the paper between his fingers inside the pouch. "I have bought you before all the world. You belong to me. You will not deny that you belong to me." "I belong to you," El Soo said steadily. "I own you." "You own me." Porportuk's voice rose slightly and triumphantly. "As a dog I own you." As a dog you own me, El-Soo continued calmly, but Porportuk, you forget the thing I told you. Had any other man bought me, I should have been that man's wife. I should have been a good wife to that man. Such was my will, but my will with you was that I should never be your wife. Wherefore I am your dog." Porportuk knew that he played with fire, and he resolved to play firmly. "Then I speak to you, not as El-Soo, but as a dog," he said, "and I tell you to come with me." He half reached to grip her arm, but with a gesture she held him back. "Not so fast, Porportuk. You buy a dog. The dog runs away. It is your loss. I am your dog. What if I run away? As the owner of the dog, I shall beat you. When you catch me? When I catch you. Then catch me!" He reached swiftly for her, but she eluded him. She laughed as she circled around the table. "Catch her!" Porportuk commanded the Indian with the rifle, who stood near to her. But as the Indian stretched forth his arm to her, the El Dorado king felled him with a fist blow under the ear. The rifle clattered to the ground. Then was Akoon's chance. His eyes glittered, but he did nothing. Porportuk was an old man, but his cold nights retained for him his activity. He did not circle the table. He came across suddenly over the top of the table. El-Soo was taken off her guard. She sprang back with a sharp cry of alarm, and Porportuk would have caught her had it not been for Tommy. Tommy's leg went out. Porportuk tripped and pitched forward on the ground. El-Soo got her start. "Then catch me," she laughed over her shoulder as she fled away. She ran lightly and easily, but Porportuk ran swiftly and savagely. He outran her. In his youth he had been swiftest of all the young men. But El-Soo dodged in a willowy, elusive way. Being in native dress, her feet were not cluttered with skirts, and her pliant body curved a flight that defied the gripping fingers of Porportuk. With laughter and tumult, the great crowd scattered out to see the chase. It led through the Indian encampment, and ever dodging and circling and reversing, El-Soo and Porportuk appeared and disappeared among the tents. El-Soo seemed to balance herself against the air with her arms, now one side, now on the other, and sometimes her body, too, leaned out upon the air far from the perpendicular as she achieved her sharpest curves. And Porportuk, always a leap behind, or a leap this side or that, like a lean hound, strained after her. They crossed the open ground beyond the encampment and disappeared in the forest. Tanana Station waited their reappearance, and long and vainly it waited. In the meantime, Akoon ate and slept and lingered much at the steamboat landing, deaf to the rising resentment of Tanana Station that he did nothing. 24 hours later, Porportuk returned. He was tired and savage. He spoke to no one but Akoon, and with him tried to pick a quarrel. But Akoon shrugged his shoulders and walked away. Porportuk did not waste time. He outfitted half a dozen of the young men, selecting the best trackers and travelers, and at their head plunged into the forest. Next day the steamer Seattle, bound upriver, pulled into the shore and wooded up. When the lines were cast off, she churned out from the bank. Akoon was on board in the pilot house. Not many hours afterward, when it was his turn at the wheel, he saw a small birch bark canoe put off from the shore. There was only one person in it. He studied it carefully, put the wheel over, and slowed down. The captain entered the pilot house. "What's the matter?" he demanded. "The water's good." Akoon grunted. He saw a larger canoe leaving the bank, and in it were a number of persons. As the Seattle lost headway, he put the wheel over some more. The captain fumed. "It's only a squaw," he protested. Akoon did not grunt. He was all eyes for the squaw and the pursuing canoe. In the latter 6 paddles were flashing, while the squaw paddled slowly. "You'll be aground," the captain protested, seizing the wheel, but Akoon countered his strength on the wheel and looked him in the eyes. The captain slowly released the spokes. "Queer beggar," he sniffed to himself. Akoon held the Seattle on the edge of the shoal water and waited till he saw the squaw's fingers clutch the forward rail. Then he signaled for full speed ahead and ground the wheel over. The large canoe was very near, but the gap between it and the steamer was widening. The squaw laughed and leaned over the rail. "Then catch me, Porportuk," she cried. Akoon left the steamer at Fort Yukon. He outfitted a small poling boat and went up the Porcupine River. And with him went El-Soo. It was a weary journey, and the way led across the backbone of the world, but Akoon had traveled it before. When they came to the headwaters of the Porcupine, they left the boat and went on foot across the Rocky Mountains. Akoon greatly liked to walk behind El-Soo and watch the movements of her. There was a music in it that he loved. and especially he loved the well-rounded calves in their sheaths of soft tanned leather, the slim ankles, and the small moccasined feet that were tireless through the longest days. "You are light as air," he said, looking up at her. "It is no labor for you to walk. You almost float, so lightly do your feet rise and fall. You are like a deer, El-Soo. You are like a deer, and your eyes are like deer's eyes sometimes when you look at me, or when you hear a quick sound and wonder if it be danger that stirs. Your eyes are like a deer's eyes now as you look at me." And El-Soo, luminous and melting, bent and kissed Akoon. "When we reach the Mackenzie we will not delay," Akoon said later. "We will go south before the winter catches us. We will go to the Sunlands where there is no snow. But we will return. I have seen much of the world, and there is no land like Alaska, no sun like our sun, and the sun is good after the long summer." "And you will learn to read," said El-Soo. And Akoon said, "I will surely learn to read." But there was delay when they reached the Mackenzie. They fell in with a band of Mackenzie Indians, and hunting, Akoon was shot by accident. The rifle was in the hands of a youth. The bullet broke Akoon's right arm, and, ranging further, broke 2 of his ribs. Akoon knew rough surgery, while El-Soo had learned some refinements at Holy Cross. The bones were finally set, and Akoon lay by the fire for them to knit. Also he lay by the fire so that the smoke would keep the mosquitoes away. Then it was that Porportuk, with his 6 young men, arrived. Akoon groaned in his helplessness and made appeal to the Mackenzies. But Porportuk made demand, and the Mackenzies were perplexed. Porportuk was for seizing upon El-Soo, but this they would not permit. Judgment must be given, and as it was an affair of man and woman, the council of the old men was called. This that warm judgment might not be given by the young men who were warm of heart. The old men sat in a circle about the smudge fire. Their faces were lean and wrinkled, and they gasped and panted for air. The smoke was not good for them. Occasionally they struck with withered hands at the mosquitoes that braved the smoke. After such exertion they coughed hollowly and painfully. Some spat blood, and one of them sat a bit apart with head bowed forward, and bled slowly and continuously at the mouth. The coughing sickness had gripped them. They were as dead men. Their time was short. It was a judgment of the dead. "And I paid for her a heavy price," Porportuk concluded his complaint. "Such a price you have never seen. Sell all that is yours. Sell your spears and arrows and rifles. Sell your skins and furs. Sell your tents and boats and dogs. Sell everything, and you will not have maybe $1,000. Yet I did pay for the woman El-Soo 26 times the price of all your spears and arrows and rifles, your skins and furs, your tents and boats and dogs. It was a heavy price." The old men nodded gravely, though their weazened eye-slits widened with wonder that any woman should be worth such a price. The one that bled at the mouth wiped his lips. "Is it true talk?" he asked each of Porportuk's 6 young men, and each answered that it was true. "Is it true talk?" he asked El-Soo, and she answered, "It is true." "But Porportuk has not told that he is an old man," Akoon said, "and that he has daughters older than El-Soo." "It is true Porportuk is an old man," said El-Soo. "It is for Porportuk to measure the strength his age," said he who bled at the mouth. "We be old men. Behold, age is never so old as youth would measure it." And the circle of old men champed their gums and nodded approvingly, and coughed. "I told him that I would never be his wife," said El-Soo. "Yet you took from him 26 times all that we possess?" asked the one-eyed old man. El-Soo was silent. "It is true?" And his one eye burned and bored into her like a fiery gimlet. "It is true," she said. "But I will run away again," she broke out passionately a moment later. "Always will I run away." "That is for Porportuk to consider," said another of the old men. "It is for us to consider the judgment." "What price did you pay for her?" was demanded of Akoon. "No price did I pay for her," he answered. "She was above price. I did not measure her in gold dust, nor in dogs and tents and furs." The old men debated among themselves and mumbled in undertones. "These old men are ice," Akoon said in English. "I will not listen to their judgment, Porportuk. If you take El-Soo, I will surely kill you." The old men ceased and regarded him suspiciously. "We do not know the speech you make," one said. "He but said that he would kill me," Porportuk volunteered. "So it were well to take from him his rifle, and to have some of your young men sit by him, that he may not do me hurt. He is a young man, and what are broken bones to youth?" A coon, lying helpless, had rifle and knife taken from him, and to either side of his shoulders sat young men of the Mackenzies. The one-eyed old man arose and stood upright. "We marvel at the price paid for one mere woman," he began, "but the wisdom of the price is no concern of ours. We are here to give judgment, and judgment we give. We have no doubt. It is known to all that Porportuk paid a heavy price for the woman El Soo. Wherefore does the woman El Soo belong to Porportuk and none other." He sat down heavily and coughed. The old men nodded and coughed. "I will kill you," Akoon cried in English. Porportuk smiled and stood up. "You have given true judgment," he said to the council, "and my young men will give to you much tobacco. Now let the woman be brought to me." Akoon gritted his teeth. The young men took El Soo by the arms. She did not resist and was led, her face a sullen flame, to Porportuk. "Sit there at my feet till I have made my talk," he commanded. He paused a moment. "It is true," he said, "I am an old man. Yet can I understand the ways of youth. The fire has not all gone out of me. Yet am I no longer young, nor am I minded to run these old legs of mine through all the years that remain to me. El Soo can run fast and well. She is a deer. This I know, for I have seen and run after her. It is not good that a wife should run so fast. I paid for her a heavy price, yet does she run away from me. Akoon paid no price at all, yet does she run to him. When I came among you people of the Mackenzie, I was of one mind. As I listened to the council and thought of the swift legs of El Soo, I was of many minds. Now I am of one mind again, but it is a different mind from the one I brought to the council. Let me tell you my mind. When a dog runs once away from a master, it will run away again. No matter how many times it is brought back, each time it will run away again. When we have such dogs, we sell them. El Soo is like a dog that runs away. I will sell her. Is there any man of the council that will buy?" The old men coughed and remained silent. "Akoon would buy," Porportuk went on, "but he has no money. Wherefore I will give El Soo to him, as he said, without price. Even now I give her to him." Reaching down, he took El Soo by the hand and led her across the space to where Akoon lay on his back. "She has a bad habit, Akoon," he said, seating her at Akoon's feet. "As she has run away from me in the past, in the days to come she may run away from you. But there is no need to fear that she will ever run away, Akoon. I shall see to that. Never will she run away from you. This is the word of Porportuk. She has great wit. I know, for often has it bitten into me. Yet am I minded myself to give my wit play for once, and by my wit will I secure her to you, Akoon." Stooping, Porportuk crossed El Soo's feet so that the instep of one lay over that of the other, and then, before his purpose could be divined, he discharged his rifle through the two ankles. As Akoon struggled to rise against the weight of the young men, there was heard the crunch of the broken bone rebroken. "It is just," said the old men one to another. El Soo made no sound. She sat and looked at her shattered ankles, on which she would never walk again. "My legs are strong, El Soo," Akoon said, "but never will they bear me away from you." El Soo looked at him, and for the first time in all the time he had known her, Akoon saw tears in her eyes. "Your eyes are like deer's eyes, El Soo," he said. "Is it just?" Porportuk asked, and grinned from the edge of the smoke as he prepared to depart. "It is just," the old men said, and they sat in the silence. End of The Wit of Porportuk by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com